On the other side, a silhouette indeed appeared. With this, a huge battle erupted again. Is this a battle of endurance now? I don't know. Everyone watched on in bewilderment. Such attacks were completely useless. If so, why were they still wasting their time? Far away, Chen Feng pointed. Condense. Shwa. His luck aura activated. Chen Feng unleashed all his power on the shadow. With that, something unseen unfurled noiselessly, the core being the godly power of luck. So the shadow and silhouette were evenly matched. Indeed. So was it a mirror image? What if the godly power of luck were to silently affect this battle? Then, what would happen in an evenly matched battle when one side received a terrifying boost of luck? When all the motions and attacks were executed perfectly, what would the silhouette rely on to obtain victory? This was what they all thought. Alas! Surprising everyone, as time passed, this battle was still evenly matched. How was this even possible? Chen Feng frowned. He could feel his godly power of luck activating. This proved that the godly power of luck was indeed working. How could it be ineffective then? It indeed worked, Wu Hui confirmed. He could clearly sense that the shadow now moved somewhat differently. And yet the silhouette seems to be moving somewhat differently as well, Wu Hui continued. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. The silhouette had evolved as well. Why was this a true mirror image? The silhouette could increase in strength accordingly as well. Chen Feng sank into contemplation. Wu Hui, destroy the shadow. Understood. Bang. Suddenly, the shadow detonated. Suddenly, the silhouette stopped doing anything. It merely returned to Liu Yuan's side and gazed toward Chen Feng's direction with a sneer. Their hearts leapt. The silhouette was still there. This is definitely not a mirror image, Chen Feng realized. First, the appearance and strength were not a complete imitation of their shadow, which proved that this was not a true mirror image. Second, when Chen Feng had used his godly power of luck, the opponent received the same boost as well. This instead proved that this was some sort of continuous copying effect. And third, the silhouette still existed despite the destruction of the shadow. Thus, it was impossible for this to be a mirror image ability. However, if this was not a mirror image, what was it? This was especially true when even the godly power of luck was used. That shouldn't be a power one could copy, unless the opponent did not even need a mirror image ability to copy abilities. Suddenly, a terrifying thought surfaced in Chen Feng's mind. Apart from this battle, the times they had crossed swords, as well as the missing memories, seemed to be hinting at something. Back then, Chen Feng had yet to discover the truth. As such, he hadn't put much thought into it. But now, he stood up. Let me give it a try. Bang! A terrifying radiance began to converge within his eyes. Coldly, he gazed at the distant Liu Yuan. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A terrifying phenomenon appeared, covering the entire world. An intense sense of crisis appeared in the heart of every single life form on this world. They raised their heads. What's happening? I don't know. This is so scary. I can sense the smell of death. Bang! The sky seemed to be ripped apart at this instant. Beyond it, a faraway star suddenly trembled before charging straight at them. The terrifying aura of this incoming star caused everyone to shudder in fear. Bang! Bang! The aura of death enveloped everyone. As for Chen Feng, he stood there with his eyes shining brightly, appearing incredibly terrifying. What was he trying to do? His action shocked even Kong Bei and the rest. Destroy the planet? However, after thinking about it, they decided to maintain their full trust in Chen Feng. Swish! A terrifying star pierced through space and traveled straight toward this planet. This star was terrifying, much larger than even the planet itself. They could see this star as a tiny dot in the sky all the time. Yet now, they all realized how terrifying it was. The entire sky seemed to be covered by that star. Nothing else was visible. Before them, there was only endless darkness. Different than the previous meteor, this was true destruction, even though the star was still rather far from the planet. Still not stopping? Kong Bei and the rest trembled. They knew that this star was being led here by Chen Feng. However, what if he lost control over it? Shwa! Suddenly, a loud boom resounded in the sky. The huge deer in the sky suddenly vanished. With this, that approaching star vanished as well. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the returned starry sky. That star was still in its original location. Hiss! Everyone was deeply startled. What had happened? You locked space? Qin Hai asked. Earlier, Chen Feng had ripped space apart, creating a rift right above them that coincidentally connected directly to the orbiting path of that distant star. That was the source of the aura of destruction. However, so long as one locked space down, everything would return to normal. This spatial tear that could only be created with a fluke generated by luck aura wasn't something a regular ability could shut. Chen Feng shook his head and gave a shocking answer. Not me. Liu Yuan is the one who did it. Kong Bei, I was somewhat stupefied. That is not possible. Didn't you say that only the power of luck can? Suddenly, Chen Feng said, yeah? What if he has the godly power of luck as well? What? Everyone's heart jolted. Liu Yuan had the godly power of luck as well? Not only that. A terrifying radiance flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. I seem to have figured out his power. Could it be? Qin Hai had a vague guess as well. He was rather shocked by this guess of his. Correct, Chen Feng said self-mockingly, revealing an astonishing truth. Your ability, Wu Hui's ability, Kong Bei's transmigration. Everyone's abilities are owned by him as well. That is the only way he could have reached this height, the only way he could have ascended to the throne. Chapter 813, Copy. Finally, every question seemed to have been answered. Why he had been hiding in outer space not doing anything and why he had been able to surpass odds with the body of a human, everything had been answered. If the wristband communicators he had created were capable of duplicating all abilities for his own use, Liu Yuan was able to copy everyone's abilities, including the gods. When Wu Hui had created the shadow, he had created it slowly. Only after leaving a deep impression in everyone's heart did the shadow become exceptionally powerful. How about Liu Yuan? He had not needed to slowly build it up. He had only needed to create an identical silhouette and everyone would imagine a similar level of strength based on the impressions Wu Hui had carved in their hearts. Ah, this is the silhouette. Ah, this fellow's strength should be similar to the shadow's strength. And thus, they had failed. The same applied to Qin Hai's swordplay. Liu Yuan had reaped his hard work, unleashing an identical sword. However, this so-called identical wasn't a pure duplication of the sword. What Liu Yuan had copied was in fact the very ability that generated the sword. This signified that, when Chen Feng thought of this, he had a bad premonition. Leave. He instantly retreated with the others. Suddenly, swirling radiance appeared around them. Next, a huge cube appeared out of thin air, locking them within. Found you guys. Liu Yuan laughed lightly. Did you believe that I would be so childish as to play along with completely identical abilities? You guys are mistaken. I was merely delaying while looking for your position. Since luck aura was ineffective against Chen Feng, he'd had no choice but to manually search for them. Fortunately, he had succeeded in finding them. Shwa, shwa. The faint radiance condensed, completely sealing Chen Feng's group within. That is, Chen Feng. He is actually there. Hold on, he seems to have been trapped. Liu Yuan is actually this powerful? The gods all exclaimed in admiration. They had initially believed that this would be a battle where any side could win. Unexpectedly, the fight had just started, yet Chen Feng's group had been utterly defeated. Liu Yuan was truly too powerful. So powerful that it was suffocating. You guys have no way out now, Liu Yuan said coldly. Finally, everything was over. That damnable 1% had been giving him a feeling of discomfort. Now that he had finally trapped Chen Feng's group, he would not allow Chen Feng any chance of victory. Don't bother trying to escape. This trap has been laid with no less than 12 of the strongest sealing godly powers, Liu Yuan said with a sneer. Chen Feng. He tried breaking the seal. Indeed, nothing worked. Using 12 types of sealing godly powers for this, all Chen Feng could say was that this man was indeed worthy of being Liu Yuan. His power was indeed exactly as he had guessed. Chen Feng sighed. So such a terrifying power actually exists in this world? An ability capable of copying all abilities was truly too powerful. Hee. Liu Yuan smiled. What's so powerful about this ability? At first, this ability was weak, it was pathetic, to the point that the genetic union didn't even bother registering it in their list. You have no idea the path I threaded to reach this point. You will never know what I have experienced. Name, copy. Class, F. Function, copy an ability, making it the user's own ability. Requirements, 1. The copying process takes more than 3 days. 2. During the copying process, this ability needs to be constantly touching the copy target. 3. During the copying process, the copy target needs to be constantly using the ability to provide comprehension. After successful comprehension, the copy will immediately succeed. Limitations: 1. Unable to upgrade. 2. Only one ability can be copied per month. 3. After a successful copy, the user will only obtain the target ability's initial form. The user need to cultivate and practice the ability himself to make it strong. 4. After fusing with this genetic ability, the user will not be able to fuse with any other genes. Copy, an ability proven to be complete trash immediately after its discovery. The so-called 3 days was in fact the minimum requirement. If the target did not use the copied ability with great frequency, much more time would be required. It could only copy once per month, and it could only copy the basic version of the ability, and this ability could not be upgraded. This, in turn, caused this ability to be labeled as trash. It was said that someone had once tried using this ability. That person had tried to copy the ability of a senior of his. Subsequently, that senior had gone out on a hunting mission and continuously used the target ability for half a month before copy finally succeeded. That was the proof that 3 days was indeed the minimum requirement. Half a month, one was better off buying some gene reagents they could directly use. After all, that had been in the genetic era. Moreover, that test had been done on an ability of a similar class. What if it was used to copy an ability of a higher class? More time was required. It was said that it might even take more than a year. So what was the point of obtaining this ability? Even scarier was the fact that after fusing with a genetic ability, one could not fuse with any other genetic abilities. This damnable ability had too great a rejection toward other genes. This signified that the moment one fused with this ability, one would never have any other abilities. All additional abilities could only be gained via copying. F-class abilities weren't too bad, but E, D, C, or abilities of an even higher class. In any case, all those that had tried doing that had died. And thus, ultimately, this ability had become known as an ability that was good for nothing within the genetic union. This had lasted until Luo Yuan obtained this ability. For Luo Yuan, who was starting anew after crippling himself, his success rate when fusing with other genes was already incredibly low. And thus, he selected this unique gene. With one attempt, he succeeded. Next, he started his journey of gene copying. Originally, this should have been to be a slow and arduous journey. However, on a certain day, Luo Yuan managed to copy an ability called evolution. This ability granted his copy a weak growth and strength. With that discovery, he started focusing on the more unique F-class abilities. Every ability capable of a weak enhancement or growth was copied by him. Ultimately, after many years, his copy completely transformed from its original state, all its limitations reducing. With that, the copy ability started gaining momentum. From that day onward, E-class, D-class, C-class. While growing himself, he evolved his copy ability without stop. All those abilities that were proclaimed to be incapable of coexisting with other abilities were copied by him. With this, his copy ability became an extremely terrifying ability. Slowly but surely, Luo Yuan's strength became terrifying. With his newfound strength, he destroyed all the records the genetic union had on this ability. With his copied abilities, he altered everyone's memories, erasing the memories related to this ability. And thus, the copy ability became unique to him alone. He went on to found the Storm Tech Company, with his gaze set on the entire world. Nobody knew that he could copy abilities through the wristband. Nobody knew that each time they used their ability was equivalent to an increase in comprehension, which was subsequently transmitted to Luo Yuan through the wristband. Moreover, after the evolution of copy, the newly copied abilities were no longer weaker than the original versions. Interestingly, on a certain day, Luo Yuan managed to copy a unique ability, transmigration. The source of this ability was Kongbei. At that time, Luo Yuan was overwhelmed with joy. The combination of transmigration and luck was simply perfect. With excitement, he transmigrated to the past and once again saw that flower-like young lady. He was so happy that he forgot himself. He decided to stay there, to live his life. Alas, he made the wrong choice. Chapter 814, Goal, Return. He discovered that he did not belong in that era and had no way of fitting in. First of all, the woman he loved did not even care about him due to the different auras surrounding him. Second, the him of the past was already in that era. What could he do? Should he kill his past self? No, Killing his past self would result in his own death. Thus, Liu Yuan was greatly depressed to find that his only option was to continue loving that woman while protecting his past self. If he did that, what would happen to the future? He did not know. He had to ensure that his past self picked the same options. But if he provided any assistance to his past self, wouldn't his memories be altered? Wouldn't history be altered? Without his help, his past self would still be reduced into a cripple and lose that young Missy. And thus, everything was extremely chaotic. Liu Yuan indeed tried to tamper with history several times, causing the entire world to descend into chaos. The only thing he could do was continue transmigrating into the past to amend history. Finally, he managed to save the timeline. Tampering with time was way too complicated. Everything involving time had great implications, to the point that the implications were outside his control. This was the moment he realized how useless this ability was. Everything he did might very well change the future or even result in the destruction of this world. Ultimately, Liu Yuan gave up. He decided to seek the power of time, a power far surpassing his ability of transmigration. Only with this ability would he be able to truly return to the past. Alas, he had never imagined that when he had just set forth on this path, something that shouldn't be provoked was provoked into existence. That was Yi, the Sin God. Indeed, the first person to encounter Yi was actually Liu Yuan. Due to his various travels through time, perhaps due to the effect of a foreign aura or some other unique effect, Yi, who had been dead, awakened from eternal darkness. And thus, suddenly, the Twin Horns world came into existence, a world that shouldn't have existed in the first place. Liu Yuan clearly remembered that this world had not existed before. Subsequently, even bigger events happened. The primordial descended upon this world for no apparent reason, and Yi returned for no apparent reason as well. The things that shouldn't have appeared, the loose ends tied up by the creation god prior to his departure, were let loose yet again by Liu Yuan messing with time. After all, how could a great existence like the creation god commit such an amateurish mistake by leaving such a loophole for Yi and the primordial to return? Prior to his departure, the various gods had already been properly sealed. The Sin God had been thoroughly sealed away as well. Moreover, the power of time had been made a forbidden power. He had never expected that someone had been using the unique power of transmigration to achieve the effect of time travel, altering time and space, altering the properly sealed timeline. Ultimately, the proper timeline was completely messed up by Liu Yuan. Just like that, those sealed existences came into being again. In fact, Liu Yuan noticed the coming of the primordial way before it happened. However, he was instead very excited. Did that not mean that he would be able to obtain even more abilities? The primordial abilities, and even the abilities of the various gods. And thus, he hid, becoming the puppet master behind the scenes. The invasion of the Twin Horns world. The transmission of this world's coordinates to them. Each of these previously unsolved puzzles was his work. He controlled everything behind the scenes just so he could obtain more strength. He wanted to absorb every ability that existed, to search for his goal. Fortunately, he was finally done. And that terrifying Yi had also been eliminated. The mortals of the human world and the various gods were under his wristband's control. This was simply a perfect conclusion for him. And now, he only needed to deal with these flies before him, these fellows that should have died long ago, and everything would be over. This would be especially true after the death of Chen Feng, the so-called creator of miracles. After all, the only thing Chen Feng relied on was his luck aura, right? He had copied ability immediately after noticing it. For him to have reached this height, luck aura had played quite a role. Granted, Chen Feng had subsequently stopped using the wristband, causing Yi's comprehension of this ability to stop increasing. However, it no longer mattered. With his sheer strength, his version of luck aura ought to be stronger than Chen Feng's. At most, they would only counteract each other's luck. Against him, Chen Feng's luck would be ineffective. Therefore, escape would be impossible for Chen Feng. He, Liu Yuan, was the true controller of this world. He wanted to truly control this world in the truest sense before rewinding time itself. That's right, what he wanted to truly rewind time, rewinding everything. After all, transmigration and time travel were useless to him. Or to be more precise, he no longer dared to tamper with anything involving transmigration or time travel. Time traveling had too great an implication. It could potentially cause someone like Yi, who had obviously died, to come back. If he caused Yi to come back once again, what could he do? What if the one to come back was the creation god? The mere thought was sufficient to plant endless fear in Liu Yuan's heart. If the creation god truly returned, it would truly be over for Liu Yuan. There was no question about that. As such, Liu Yuan would not give such a thing any chance to happen. In any case, the world of the past was not one he wanted. Furthermore, even if he truly went back in time, if others continued time traveling and messing with the timeline as they wished, things would be very troublesome. As such, he had decided on a single plan, to rewind time, turning the flower-like young lady from a person of the past into a person of the present. There would be no past or present. There would only be that era when he was young. If time was equivalent to a thread and the acts of transmigration and time travel were the act of jumping to different points on this thread, what Liu Yuan wanted to accomplish was to cut off the front and back of the thread, returning everything to that point in time, turning his young self into the center of the thread, the center of the timeline. If one traveled through time, only the traveling person would return in time, the world would remain. As for rewinding time, the entire world would be reversed and he would be unchanging. His past self would vanish, or to be more precise, replaced by him, without affecting the timeline. He would still remain himself. This was what he wanted. The era with that young lady within, an era where he could fight as he wished, not needing to worry that he would accidentally erase his future self with his tampering. Naturally, the requirements for doing this were frighteningly high. He had to first assume control over the entire world, reaching a height even he had failed to reach. First he would fully control the world, then he would rewind the entire world. At that time, he would truly return to the past. As for everything in the present timeline, when his plan was completed, everything would rewind with time, thoroughly vanishing. Different from time travel, rewinding time would thoroughly erase everything from the future. Apart from him, everything from the present would be gone. Primordial gods, they would all go poof. Liu Yuan sighed. Time to put this to an end. The past started playing in his mind. A melancholic feeling surfaced as he recalled the many years he had walked alone in the darkness. It had truly been hard for him. Now, he was finally on the verge of success. Wait for me, he muttered inwardly, seemingly already seeing that young lady waiting for his return. But before that, he had something to finish with Chen Feng, whom he had yet to kill. Shwa. He tossed over a wristband to Chen Feng. Put that on, Liu Yuan said grimly. Chapter 815, Are you sure? You should already have the luck aura ability, right? Asked Chen Feng. Liu Yuan smiled. Yes. However, your comprehension of luck aura is above mine. He narrowed his eyes. Moreover, there are other powers hidden within you, some extremely weird existences. Chen Feng smiled. So that is why you haven't killed me yet? It was no wonder that Liu Yuan had kept him alive and had been talking non-stop. So it turned out Liu Yuan had his eyes set on what Chen Feng had. Do you know that villains tend to end up dead? Chen Feng asked. Liu Yuan shrugged. Yeah. However, from my point of view, you are the villain. Am I wrong? Shwa. They exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming. Villain. I understand now. Chen Feng understood. Since an unknown point in time, Liu Yuan had fully seen himself as the main character. With luck aura, he had given himself everything a main character should have. And thus, as time had passed, he had come to believe this as well. After all, this was also what Chen Feng had believed in the past. Ultimately, the cruelness of reality had awoken him from this delusion. Luck aura was nevertheless still luck aura, not some main character's aura. Liu Yuan's expression became cold. Put this on. All right. Chen Feng sighed. Are you sure you want me to wear it? Perhaps, after putting it on, something bad will happen, Chen Feng said solemnly. Put it on. Liu Yuan no longer had the patience to continue talking. Fine. Chen Feng picked up the wristband. It has been a while since I last used one of these, he lamented. It had indeed been a long time since he had used a wristband. Shwa. Luck aura activated noiselessly. It's useless, Liu Yuan's cold voice sounded. I told you, even though your luck aura is somewhat more advanced than mine, the nature of the godly power of luck is still similar. As such, your luck aura will never work on me. If we both use it at the same time, the most they can achieve is counteracting each other. Shwa. Radiance started swirling around him. At this instant, he activated his luck aura as well. I know, Chen Feng said indifferently. I only activated Luck Aura to counteract yours. Liu Yuan had a sudden ominous feeling. This feeling intensified greatly when he saw Chen Feng put the wristband on, to the point that he nearly instinctively tried to stop Chen Feng from doing so. Liu Yuan's heart leapt madly. No. Alas, it was already too late. The moment Chen Feng put the wristband on, his ability was officially linked with Liu Yuan's ability. The entire world, which was under the control of Liu Yuan's wristbands, became incomparably distinct to him. The entire world, the millions upon millions of life forms and wristbands, everything became like a bright shining star to him. In the sky, Liu Yuan was like an almighty star that was absorbing everyone's faith and energy. A faint string seemed to be connecting all the wristbands. So this was how he had been copying abilities. At first, the wristbands had merely copied the wearer's abilities. Subsequently, though, the wristbands had started absorbing the wearer's comprehensions as well. This was indeed quite scary. All the abilities copied by Liu Yuan were improving without stop. I see. Chen Feng finally understood. This differed somewhat from what he had initially pictured. He had believed that this would be Liu Yuan's weakness. So what if he had so many abilities? He was only one person and could only truly learn a few of the truly powerful abilities. As such, he would probably select a few abilities to focus on. The others would be left in their primary forms. However, it seemed like that wasn't the case. With the wristbands linking him and everyone else, all his abilities could improve without stop. This was indeed incredibly terrifying. Liu Yuan truly possessed all the abilities of this world, and those abilities were all similarly being pushed to the pinnacle. So this was where his confidence originated from. Chen Feng finally understood. However, had Liu Yuan ever imagined that? Chen Feng raised his hand. Shwa. Suddenly, a faint power began to operate. Liu Yuan and an extremely bad feeling, and his instinctive reaction was to snatch the wristband away from Chen Feng. After all, he had a passive perception toward danger. Therefore, he was clear that this crisis existed for real, as was the coming danger. He had to take the wristband off Chen Feng immediately. Unfortunately, the 12 seals he had personally placed were now hindering him. These 12 seals, which were supposed to be sealing Chen Feng, would take a tiny amount of even his own time to remove. And this little bit of time was sufficient for that power Chen Feng was unleashing to pulse out. Shwa, shwa. That power started pouring into the wristband. Go, Chen Feng said, his emotions surging. The way Liu Yuan controlled all the wristbands was by having a huge network similar to the internet. Each port was linked to a single person. What if a virus was dumped into this network? It was quite simple. Liu Yuan was absorbing the comprehension of the numerous life forms at all times, maintaining a synchronous connection with all these life forms. What if, suddenly, these people encountered some power that would perhaps mutate or even demote their abilities? Individually, such a mutation or ability demotion was a mere setback and wasn't particularly serious. However, what if this happened to everyone at the same time, and Liu Yuan, who was maintaining a synchronous connection with them all, received the same effect as well? This would be quite interesting, would it not? Swish. That power started spreading noiselessly, moving along Liu Yuan's network. That power seeped into every single person wearing a wristband. No physical contact or direct connection was required. This power only needed to be aimed at the various wristbands to start taking effect. This power was precisely the power of misfortune. This was a power only Chen Feng had control over, a power Liu Yuan hadn't gotten hold of. Bang! The terrifying power engulfed everyone. At this time, somewhere extremely far away, a certain powerful genetic warrior was in the midst of cultivation as usual. Suddenly, a black aura shrouded his body, though he himself did not realize it. He merely felt his heart throb slightly as he suddenly recalled the thing he feared most. During this crucial moment of his cultivation, his attention swayed. Next, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He didn't just fail to achieve a breakthrough, his strength was also reduced. His body had suffered a rather grave injury. At a different location, a certain person was fighting an intense battle with a mutated beast. Suddenly, his ability failed to work. Before he could even understand what was going on, he was injured heavily by that mutated beast. He had no choice but to destroy his own ability to obtain the final burst of energy he required to flee this place. At yet another different location, a certain person had been relying on a certain unique ability. one capable of granting the body incomparable flexibility, to dominate the nightlife industry here. For some reason, this ability suddenly failed, nearly crippling this person due to extreme exhaustion. Like a virus, that faint black aura infected everyone. Nearly everyone wearing a wristband suffered a setback, though the intensity varied. With the synchronous connection, all these setbacks were instantly directly shared with Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan had only managed to take a single step forward toward Chen Feng before he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bang! The intense pain that he suddenly felt caused him to halfway kneel on the ground. This power. Yet another mouthful of blood was coughed up. He felt like a pair of unseen black palms were grabbing at his heart, squeezing tightly. He felt like they could crush his heart at any time. Damn it, what power was this? He raised his head. Before his eyes, that previously unremarkable guy called Chen Feng suddenly seemed so very terrifying. Chapter 816, Pummeling Madly. Ability syncing was in effect the copy ability had received after numerous evolutions. This was what had ensured that Liu Yuan could surpass all living beings, maintaining all the abilities he gained from everyone at peak proficiency rather than them all being stuck at the primary level. Now, it was his greatest weakness. The setbacks that all of the life forms were experiencing were being shared with him, causing his entire body to ache in pain, and he had lost control over his body as well. Bang! Chen Feng punched out. Instantly, a powerful might erupted. Chen Feng's power as a god went through the usual amplification and blasted at Liu Yuan's body. With a punch, Liu Yuan was beaten into the ground. Bang! 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 Chen Feng did not stop attacking. He stepped forth as terrifying power converged in his hands. Each punch landed on Liu Yuan, blasting the power into his body. The attacks never stopped. Not even when Liu Yuan was already sprawled on the ground, not even when he was already bloodied all over. Everyone lapsed into silence. The various gods gulped, not daring to say anything. This Chen Feng was actually wiping the ground with Liu Yuan? This truly surpassed even their wildest imaginings. This was too astonishing. After all, this was Liu Yuan, a person that possessed every ability. This, bang, bang, bang. The sound of Liu Yuan being beaten up echoed without stop. Chen Feng's attacks were truly landing, and a terrifying shockwave was spreading all over. Liu Yuan's body was on the verge of collapse. Still not giving up, Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. This fellow had much greater endurance than he had imagined. Was this due to the numerous unique abilities he had copied in the past? This fellow, bang! Once again, Chen Feng erupted with strength. As for Liu Yuan, he was already covered with injuries, and his consciousness was getting blurry, to the point that he couldn't even see Chen Feng clearly anymore. Damn it, what power was this? Exactly? He had no idea. He did not know how Chen Feng had obtained such a power. In the past, Liu Yuan had been successful in all his endeavors thanks to luck aura. As such, as time passed, he had formed a strong reliance on luck aura. Everything had always progressed as he wished. Yet now that his luck aura had been neutralized by Chen Feng, with his luck even taking a bad turn, he was thoroughly dumbfounded. He didn't know how to deal with this. In fact, this was something Chen Feng had experienced before. Therefore, Chen Feng knew exactly how Liu Yuan was feeling. This reliance on luck used to be Chen Feng's greatest weakness as well. Because of this, he had nearly lost everything. When luck aura had been taken away from him, he had nearly given up on everything. Now he was letting Liu Yuan experience the same thing. He knew very well what Liu Yuan would feel, since Liu Yuan was similarly reliant on luck aura. Liu Yuan was completely clueless when it came to how to deal with this sudden change. Bang, bang. Chen Feng's punches rained down. He could feel that Liu Yuan's body was getting weaker and weaker. This body, which had been strengthened countless times, was now incomparably frail, mainly due to the excessive blood loss. Liu Yuan coughed up another mouthful of blood, his face deadly pale. He was truly on the verge of collapse. The strength Chen Feng had erupted with far surpassed that of an ordinary god. One could say that his strength had surpassed even that of a major god. However, he was clearly an ordinary god. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Liu Yuan was feeling extremely hateful. Did he have no options left? Liu Yuan clenched both his fists tightly. He had spent so many years arranging everything so as to reach this point. How could he allow his plan to fail now? However, He truly had no options. Perhaps there was indeed a way out of this. Unfortunately, due to his reliance on Lakora, Liu Yuan hadn't solved anything with his wits for a long time. As such, he was presently incapable of thinking of any way to deal with this sudden attack. He tried to think. Bang! A punch landed on his now bun-like face. He tried to think again. Bang! Yet another punch came, interrupting his thoughts. He truly couldn't even think properly under pressure anymore. Chen Feng would not give him a chance to think deeply. As for his body, under the relentless attacks, he wouldn't be able to last any longer. Soon, if Liu Yuan couldn't counterattack, he would probably be beaten to death just like this. Moreover, this would be a total defeat. Bang! Yet another punch landed. It was at this moment that Liu Yuan lost control over his emotions. He raged. Chen Feng, I hate you. Bang! Yet another punch landed on his face. Was there any way he could deal with this? Yes, quite a simple way. In fact, how did one deal with a virus-infected computer network? Sever the connection. In this network of connections set up by Liu Yuan, when someone died or lost one's ability, the connection would be severed. Liu Yuan would then be able to keep the abilities he had stolen from those people, even after they had died. This was a precautionary method he had prepared long ago. However, to do this when it involved his entire network, he was still hesitating. Bang! Bang! A punch landed on his nose. Even with his constitution surpassing that of the gods, he was still badly wounded. No, I can't give up just like this. There must be another way. He howled inwardly. He was unwilling to accept this. He would not give up. There had to be some other way. He possessed countless abilities and unimaginable strength. Moreover, all of the abilities he had copied were comparatively powerful. With so many abilities at his disposal, he was the strongest existence. Surely there was a way out of this. Is this an invasion of my network? Is this a virus, or something else? It does not matter how Chen Feng did it. There ought to be a solution. Let me think. I will definitely be able to think of something. If Lakora still worked, what would Lakora have me do? Bang! Another punch landed. What angle would Lakora tackle this problem from? Bang! A kick landed on his crotch. Oh, this angle. Bang! A powerful force seemed to be eroding his organs. Liu Yuan's thought process was interrupted without stop. With despair, he found that, without Lakora, he required much more time to process his thoughts. After all, it had been way too long since he had last used his brain. Chen Feng had no intention of giving him a chance to think. Time after time, Liu Yuan's thoughts were interrupted. His body became weaker and weaker. He was now bordering death. Finally, Liu Yuan gave up trying to think of a different solution. Sever! He howled. Under Chen Feng's intense beating, he finally countered with an intense burst of fury. Bang! 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 All over the world, at this instant, all the wristbands in existence burst apart. Shwa! Finally, the connections to Liu Yuan were severed, and instantly, Liu Yuan's body started recovering rapidly. Previously, he had been unable to heal as he had been simultaneously receiving all the damage that all the living beings in the world were suffering. And now, without the simultaneous damage, his body was healing at a speed fast enough to surpass Chen Feng's damage. However, there was no trace of joy on Liu Yuan's face. That was because, for survival, he had given up on something incredibly important to him. The millions upon millions of life forms and abilities. He had gained those things after many years of bitter planning. Everything was now gone. Chen Feng. Liu Yuan was filled with hatred. Chapter 817, The Liberated World. At a certain location, a middle-aged person enduring the pain caused by the decrease in his strength suddenly found that his wristband was broken. An expression of utter joy appeared on his face as he realized that this wristband had actually broken down by itself. He had tried so many methods to get rid of it, yet it had seemed like the wristband had become a part of him and refused to be destroyed. Each time he had tried to damage it, the damage had been redirected to him instead. Even worse was the fact that this wristband had occasionally controlled his body. This thing was like a demon, yet he had not been able to deal with it. He had given up on it, resigned to the fact that his and his children's future would be under the control of their wristbands. Unexpectedly, this thing had broken down on its own today. The middle-aged man stood up. After the feeling of pain vanished, he studied his wrist thoroughly. Apart from a red dot left by a needle, there was nothing on his wrist. The wristband had truly vanished. He howled with laughter. Ha 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 ha. I have regained freedom. At a different location, Similar sounds of celebration could be heard. Ha ha, I am free as well. Same here. A smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. It seemed like everyone had survived this. They were finally free from that damnable wristband. Hold on. That Liu Yuan fellow seems to have ascended to godhood as well. Yeah, he seems incredibly powerful, even without the wristband. If he decides to come and catch us, let's go fast. Bring our family with us as well. Yeah, no matter how strong he is, without the wristband, he won't be able to locate us. Yeah, and thus, a huge number of people left their homes. After experiencing the short era of Liu Yuan, they knew how terrifying it was to be under someone else's control. With that wristband controlling them, even suicide had not been an option. That was truly a life without freedom. HMPH. Even if I have to die, I am not willing to be controlled again. Agreed. Let's go. In this unique era, the world is particularly massive. Yeah. Soon, a huge number of people left. The population in the numerous human territories dropped rapidly. This was merely what was happening to the humans. The same was happening to the other races, such as the unique races, the beasts, the ancients, and all other life forms. All of them moved into the dangerous regions. They would rather die in those desolate regions than be subjected to control. As for Chen Feng and Liu Yuan's battlefield, those who received the greatest effect were the various gods. They had merely been invaded by the power of misfortune. However, with the disappearance of Liu Yuan's wristbands, they were no longer under control. We are free? They were still in a daze. The fight between Chen Feng and Liu Yuan had actually freed them from the wristband's control. How could they not be overjoyed by this? Bang, bang. The battle was still going on for Chen Feng. Liu Yuan's eyes gleamed coldly. You are courting death. As his body had begun to recover, he was no longer fearful of Chen Feng's attacks. Earlier, he had been dragged down by the numerous life forms and been helplessly beaten up by Chen Feng. As for now, Shua. Liu Yuan's body recovered at a rapid pace. The speed at which Chen Feng could deal damage to him was even slower than his recovery. Suddenly, the various gods awakened from their stupor. Go, help him. Yeah, let us destroy Liu Yuan together. This was the best opportunity to gang up on Liu Yuan. Otherwise, if Liu Yuan was allowed to fully recover, they would have to live their lives under someone else's control. As they thought of this, the various gods charged forth without hesitation. Swish, swish. Various godly powers blasted toward Liu Yuan. Damn it. Liu Yuan had an unsightly expression. Although these godly powers couldn't deal much damage to him, he was still of the opinion that he shouldn't have given up control over these gods. Earlier, all the gods had been affected as well and had similarly been sharing their injuries with Liu Yuan. With several thousand of them, the accumulated damage had been sufficient to hurt Liu Yuan quite a lot. As such, he had severed all his connections in a fit of anger. Now, when he thought about it, he was of the opinion that even if he could have not severed the connections with the various gods, the connections with the gods that were present here should have been maintained. Earlier, under Chen Feng's barrage and his great pain, he had been unable to think properly. This had resulted in him making an incorrect choice. Now that he thought about it, he was actually able to think of many solutions to deal with what Chen Feng had done to him. These were solutions that did not even require him to sever his connection with the wristbands. He would only have needed to use a combination of his abilities. So it turned out that he had indeed not been thinking clearly earlier. Liu Yuan sighed as he realized that over-reliance was indeed rather terrifying. Luck aura. Liu Yuan sighed sorrowfully. This ability had granted him smooth sailing all this while, but now it was the reason for his defeat. All his effort had been ruined. Bang! Another punch headed toward him. This time, Liu Yuan raised his hand and caught it. Did you think I would allow you to attack me as you wish? Killing intent erupted from Liu Yuan's eyes. Without all that damnable damage dragging him down, he had no fear of Chen Feng. Now it was time for this Chen Feng to die. Even if the entirety of his plan had been ruined and he now had to start afresh, nobody could stop him. So long as he killed this Chen Feng, he would be able to start his plan again. He would be able to once again gather those people up and subject them to his control. Bang! Numerous terrifying forces blasted at Chen Feng. However, before those attacks could reach Chen Feng, they were intercepted by the various gods. Those damnable fellows were helping Chen Feng. Liu Yuan's killing intent intensified. You all, let us do battle. The gods all had sharp gazes. Never before had any of them believed in something this firmly. They would rather die than be controlled once more. Liu Yuan howled, "Since you guys want to die, fine." Bang! His godly power surged out and the battle erupted. Liu Yuan's and the various gods' godly powers collided and interweaved in midair. If this were before, they would not have the confidence to face someone like Liu Yuan. But today, Liu Yuan had been gravely injured, had lost all his believers, and had been once again seriously injured by Chen Feng. Right now, Liu Yuan was as weak as he could be. And thus, the various journeyman gods attacked together. Bang, bang, bang. Terrifying godly powers exploded everywhere. At this moment, Chen Feng instead stopped his attacks. Qin Hai narrowed his eyes. Will Liu Yuan truly die from this? Chen Feng shook his head. I doubt it. These gods are too weak. All the major gods had died in their clash with the Sin God. Only these weak gods had been left behind. No matter how weak Liu Yuan was, he was not someone they could contend against. However, Chen Feng clenched his fists as he wondered if he himself would be capable of putting an end to Liu Yuan. After all, the first step of his plan had been to compel Liu Yuan to give up on everything. His second step was to put an end to Liu Yuan. Come! Chen Feng stepped forth. Just as he was about to attack, in the sky, the drifting clouds suddenly converged together and assumed the form of a picture. In that picture, only a single survivor was left standing, surrounded by numerous corpses sprawled all around. This picture was extremely indistinct, and it appeared rather bizarre. Yet Chen Feng still had a strong feeling that the sole survivor in that picture was precisely Liu Yuan. Chapter 818. These clouds. Chen Feng's heart trembled. So the meaning of this was the final victor of this battle would still be Liu Yuan? These clouds. And these hints. Had that girl reached this level as well? Was Liu Yuan, even without the numerous life forms under his control, still so powerful? Chen Feng had no answer to that. He took in a deep breath. In any case, I still have to give it a try, right? Sure. He condensed all his strength, and just as the various gods were duking it out with Liu Yuan, an incredibly mighty power shot out of Chen Feng's hand. This was the strongest power Chen Feng could erupt with at present. This attack utilized both luck and misfortune and was amplified by his fake nascent soul. Bang! A terrifying power erupted, instantly piercing through Liu Yuan's chest. Liu Yuan, who had still appeared so mighty earlier, appeared to have been directly killed by Chen Feng. Sure. Suddenly, the entire world lapsed into silence. The various gods looked at Chen Feng in shock. Holy shit, a one-hit go? They were all alarmed. This strength. As for Chen Feng, he frowned. That did not feel like an illusion. The impact had felt solid, proving that his attack had indeed hit Liu Yuan. Was he truly dead? Suddenly, a heavy sound echoed. Dong. Again. Dong. Everyone's hearts pounded together with this sound. What sound was this? Everyone instinctively looked in the direction this sound had come from. Astonishingly, the sound had originated from Liu Yuan's body, which was sprawled helplessly on the ground. There, something seemed to be pounding. Dong. Dong. Akin to the throbs of a heart. Slowly, the frequency of the poundings became concentrated. As for Liu Yuan's body, which had been utterly trashed earlier, it suddenly recovered and even appeared somewhat stronger than before. Boundless power seemed to be converging in his body. This. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled a certain ability. Name, 9 lives cat. Class, A. Function. Protects the user's heart when fatal damage is received. The power of the damage received will be converted into a recovery power to instantly heal the user. The user's strength will be fully recovered and will even increase. Limitation, only usable 9 times in a lifetime, with an interval of no less than 1 year between usages. It was actually this ability. Chen Feng was alarmed. This was an extremely rare ability, yet it was also incredibly useless. Why? Because this was an A-class ability. A class generally signified formidable battle prowess. As such, those that selected this ability would forever be weaker than their peers that selected a combat ability. A user of this ability would never be able to defeat those at the same level as them, since they would not have a combative A-class ability. And thus, despite this ability's astonishing survivability, it was rarely chosen. Moreover, 9 lives cat was an incredibly rare gene in the first place. Chen Feng could remember that, according to the formula, one had to be sure that the selected 9 lives cat had never used this ability once in its life. Otherwise, the cat's genes would not be usable. The number of times the cat had used this ability would be deducted from the person that had selected the genes of this particular cat. This was the saddest part of this ability. And thus, those that coveted this ability had to first use a unique method to kill a cat with 9 lives without giving it any chance to resurrect. This was also why very few people chose this ability. Yet this was an ability that Liu Yuan had. Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of something extremely terrifying. This was merely one of the many abilities that granted resurrection. There were various other resurrection abilities in existence as well. Even though they were all extremely rare, they still existed. And since they existed, wouldn't Liu Yuan have them as well? Definitely. After all, Liu Yuan had the abilities of nearly every life form in existence. If so, these resurrection abilities. Chen Feng hissed in shock. He finally understood the meaning of those clouds. If they continued fighting on in this manner, they would totally be outlasted by Liu Yuan due to Liu Yuan's collection of astonishing resurrection abilities. They would never be able to truly kill him. With hundreds or even thousands of resurrection abilities in his arsenal, could one truly kill Liu Yuan? Moreover, all of these resurrection abilities were unique. Some might resurrect someone who died from curse abilities, or from the abilities of fleshly bodies, or even from spiritual abilities. Regardless of the method used to kill Liu Yuan, he would have a way of resurrecting himself. Killing him was fundamentally impossible. Dong, dong. Slowly but surely, Liu Yuan fully recovered. His aura seemed to be even stronger now. As for the injuries he was still carrying from his battle with Yi, many of them had now healed. The Liu Yuan that was about to emerge from his resurrection seemed to be incredibly terrifying. Chen Feng did not hesitate. Retreat. Shua. Bringing Qin Hai and the others with him, he speedily fled. After all, they had already accomplished their main goal here. Even though they had failed to kill Liu Yuan, they had still severed his foundation and his rapid growth. In the future, they could slowly look for an opportunity to kill him. After all, they could afford to wait now. Shua. Chen Feng and the others instantly vanished. When the surrounding gods saw this, they all blanked. Left. Just like that, Liu Yuan had resurrected. He appeared even stronger now. They had initially believed that Chen Feng would continue his barrage of attacks, allowing them to sneak some cheap shots at Liu Yuan as well. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng had departed without any hesitation. They all exchanged glances in dismay. Shortly after, they were all startled awake from their stupefaction. If even Chen Feng had fled, what were they doing? Staying here, waiting for death? Shua. Instantly, the various gods fled as well. As the heartbeat's frequency increased, Liu Yuan finally completed his resurrection. Shua. He woke up from the darkness. A mighty power shrouded his body. His previously injured body was now fully healed. The Sin God had various cards up his sleeve. As such, facing death, he had erupted with numerous trump cards capable of instantly killing major gods. As for Liu Yuan, he only had one trump card, his seeming immortality. What he had put the most effort in, the only collection of abilities he had truly organized among his numerous abilities, was his collection of recovery and resurrection abilities. These abilities had been reorganized to create a complete recovery system for himself, with each of these abilities closely interlinked together. As such, he did not fear death. On the contrary, after being killed, he would come back even stronger. This was his ultimate trump card. He howled with laughter. Hee. Amid his wanton laughter, his body continued its transformation. He had returned. Bang! A surging aura blasted out. Chen Feng, don't you want to fight? And the damnable gods, don't you guys want to take advantage of the chaos? Damnable fellows, let me show you guys what true strength look like. Shua. A terrifying aura converged around him. It was at this instant that Liu Yuan finally opened his eyes for the first time since his resurrection. His sharp eyes gleamed and numerous razor-sharp beams shot straight toward the distant horizon. Bring it on! He shouted. Next, he stood there dumbfounded. His tsunami-like surging aura even paused awkwardly, not knowing where it should actually head. Where were the enemies? Liu Yuan had a stupefied expression on his face as he looked at the empty battleground around him. Chen Feng was not here. The various gods were not here either. One could say that, within 1,000 miles, there was not a single life form. You all. Liu Yuan sensed the boundless power converging within his body, waiting for the right moment to erupt. His heart, which had previously been brimming with a heroic mood, went taut. How can you guys be like this? Chapter 819, You guys are too excessive. At a certain location, a young lady was carefully drawing a painting. Chen Feng should have received her message already, right? After all, that was Chen Feng. If so, what should she do next? The young lady was softly drawing a painting when she suddenly chuckled as she saw what the painting was. So this was what was going to happen? In that case, this should end not far in the future. However, who would be the one to survive till the end? The young lady frowned as she started reflecting on this question seriously. At this time, Liu Yuan, who had just awakened from his resurrection, was searching for enemies crazily. Everyone seemed to have vanished. Liu Yuan, who was brimming with energy, had no way to release his pent-up energy and could only forcefully blast his accumulated energy at a nearby mountain. Bang! The entire mountain crumbled. Only now did Liu Yuan feel better. What followed next was a sneer. Do you guys think it will end if you flee? Hee. Chen Feng, do you know that I am at my weakest presently? When my strength grows, what will you use to fight me? Escaping now was an idiotic choice. Liu Yuan was still furious. Those idiotic fellows believed that this would be the end? How naive! They must have believed that without the numerous life forms supplying him faith, he would have no way of growing. Hey! He was Liu Yuan, the true number one person of this world. Even Chen Feng was not his opponent. Who could stop him? Since he was so powerful, he could once again regain what he had lost earlier by forcing those people to put the wristbands on again. The solution was indeed that simple. He departed. He remembered that there was a city of ancients nearby. This city had a population of 3 million. This would be his first stop. Liu Yuan decided this might be somewhat troublesome. However, he did not mind personally visiting all the cities worldwide to once again make them his believers. What was there to fear? He moved like the wind. Shortly after, he reached the city. Bang! A terrifying attack was unleashed on the empty air above the city. The originally tranquil city was suddenly engulfed by a boundless radiance. A radiance as bright as the sun itself. Bang! 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 Accompanied by that golden radiance, a majestic and divine aura descended upon this city. Liu Yuan was way too clear on what these so-called ancients and humans most lacked and feared. He was also clear on the most efficient method of completely forcing them to submission. It was precisely absolute strength. Bang! A terrifying attack instantly blasted at the center of the city. Instantly, the place where the chief and the core figures of the city normally resided was disintegrated. A mushroom cloud soared as the bright explosion engulfed the entire city, a sight akin to the arrival of the apocalypse. Naturally, despite the showy and excessive effect, this attack only destroyed the city center. So long as the so-called chief, who was adept at inciting the feelings of the population, was eliminated, the rest could be easily dealt with. These people would ultimately still submit before him. Done with the show he intended the residents to see, Liu Yuan slowly headed toward the ground. Submit or die. His ice-cold voice resounded throughout the city. From the void, he walked down toward the ground. Each step and each footprint was extremely casual and slow, yet with each step he took, a shiny gold radiance was left below his feet. His divine aura oiled out, seemingly boundless. This should do it. Liu Yuan had a tranquil expression. Under his divine pressure, not a single soul dared make a sound in the entirety of the city. Excellent. Liu Yuan's mouth curled up, forming a smile. Finally, he landed. He had no choice but to land. After all, if he wanted them to wear his wristbands, he had to land so he could personally pass them the wristbands. However, when he neared the ground, he felt that something was off. Was there some sort of plot here? Was this the work of Chen Feng again? Yet another ambush. Instantly, Liu Yuan's vigilance rose. He forcefully stopped his descent. This Chen Feng. He spread his senses around to confirm that there was no danger before slowly continuing his descent. When he finally landed, he understood the source of the earlier odd feeling. This city was completely devoid of people. That's right, the city was completely empty. Liu Yuan was dumbfounded. Where were they? Where was the huge ancient race? In such a huge city, not a single one of those 3 million souls could be found. What's going on? Liu Yuan was thoroughly stupefied. Something had to be wrong. Liu Yuan spread his senses around once again, and his heart chilled when he confirmed that this city indeed empty. What had happened? He was horrified. Could it be that Chen Feng had sensed his arrival and had killed everyone first? Chen Feng was not such a determined person. Liu Yuan decided to take a look around, and thus, he roamed the city, targeting those items that the original owners had been unable to take away in time or that still had some warmth in them. Finally, he found the reason for all this. This city and its people hadn't died. Rather, they had all left. The instant the wristbands had been destroyed, everyone had immediately packed up and moved. Littered on the ground everywhere were broken wristbands. Liu Yuan clenched his fists tightly. All gone. All gone. Since this city was empty, what was the point of his showy appearance earlier? Liu Yuan looked to the city center. The ruins of the destroyed building seemed to assume the form of an emoji sneering at him. This caused an inexplicable anger to rise within Liu Yuan. Bang! He attacked once again, destroying the ruins of the destroyed building. You all actually decided to leave this city? Liu Yuan was filled with anger. His eyes flashed as scene after scene played in his vision. A powerful deduction ability activated. He wanted to see exactly where those fellows had gone. Shwa, shwa. Countless figures and scenes flashed past, unable to be joined together into a complete picture. HMPH. Liu Yuan snorted coldly. Such a scene signified that someone was trying to mess with his deduction ability. Only gods were capable of this. In short, those ancients had not only packed up and left in haste, but they had also immediately begun to believe in a new god. With the blessing of their new god, they had all departed. They deserved death. Killing intent surged in Liu Yuan's heart. Those damnable ancients would rather believe in some journeyman or elementary god than him, a true god surpassing even the major gods. How ridiculous. Slowly, some scenes became clearer in his vision. This allowed Liu Yuan a better view of what had happened. At present, the 3 million ancients were traversing a certain dangerous forest. At any given time, someone was dying or unable to keep up with the main party. This was, in fact, an incomparably bitter journey. So this was the life they had decided upon? Liu Yuan's gaze burned. He couldn't believe that these fellows would rather live such a life. One ought to know that under his control, they would be able to enjoy life with the greatest technology humans had to offer. Wasn't that better? How idiotic. He could hear the sounds of the scene he was seeing as well. Keep at it. Don't give up. Some people were encouraging their companions. Unfortunately, the deaths did not stop, and some were no longer capable of keeping up. I can't continue on anymore. This is too tiring. This is too dangerous. Some people were on the verge of collapse. Idiots. Liu Yuan was merely evaluating their choice coldly. Just look at them. Regretting their choice now, serves them right. However, just as Liu Yuan was thinking that they would finally give up, the leader of the group spoke. You guys are giving up just like this? Have you guys forgotten your lives before? Do you guys not know that if you stop now, that demon king will come for you? Have you guys forgotten the fear of being controlled? As these words resounded, these seemingly helpless people actually started moving once again. This was quite the astonishing recovery. The mere mention of that demon king could actually bring forth such an effect. Finally, the scene vanished from Liu Yuan's vision. He wanted to see clearly what was going on, but he couldn't see anymore. HMPH. Serves you right. He felt somewhat proud. Just look at those people. Due to their choice, they were now better off dead than alive. Forget about that casualty rate, they were even being hunted by some demon king. But then, who exactly was the demon king they were speaking of? Liu Yuan pondered this question for a long time. Suddenly, his complexion became extremely unsightly. He had suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that this so-called demon king was actually him? What the FCK? Chapter 820. The final godly power. The entire world was in chaos. Every life form had escaped into the unexplored regions, even though those regions were brimming with danger and were not a good place to live. The various life forms sought shelter from the various gods, then completely vanished from Liu Yuan's senses. Liu Yuan traversed nearly half the mainland and still failed to find a single person. Only the shells of the various flourishing cities were left. Why had this happened? Liu Yuan's heart swayed slightly. However, his heart became as firm as stone again shortly after. Let alone emptied cities, even if the cities were fully destroyed, so what? So long as he succeeded in his plan, the entire world would be restarted, as time would rewind. At that time, everything would return to the correct beginning. You people will not be able to defeat me. Liu Yuan stood up, his gaze firmer than ever. He was Liu Yuan, the strongest in the world. He had countless healing and resurrection abilities. Even with his serious injuries, he was recovering without stop. So what if he didn't have any believers? He finally gave up on his stubborn desire to gather believers. It was a waste of time and energy. He had wanted to assemble all the power in the world to fight Chen Feng. This would give him the highest success rate in their clash. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng had made use of what he had done to deal a blow to him. How ridiculous. If he couldn't make use of those believers, he wouldn't bother anymore. After all, his final goal was different. Liu Yuan gathered his attention and looked into his own body. It wouldn't be long before he achieved his final goal. Soon, he took in a deep breath. As long as he finished this final step, he would be able to truly return to the past. At that time, everything in this version of the world would no longer have anything to do with him. Chen Feng, the various gods, continue hiding. Then they could continue hiding as they wished. After all, there wasn't much time left for them anyway. Liu Yuan vanished. This time, he wasn't heading toward the various cities. Rather, he was heading toward his original target. He wanted to use the shortest time possible to rewind time. Nobody could hope to stop him. At a certain location amid a continuous mountain range, Chen Feng and the rest were watching on as everything unfolded silently before his eyes. Radiances swirled about. The humans, ancients, and various races had all followed different gods and headed toward the unexplored regions. If Liu Yuan wanted to manually look for them in the unexplored regions, he would probably be exhausted to death. Has everyone entered those regions? The majority of the various life forms are now concealed. Liu Yuan shouldn't be able to find them now. That's good. Chen Feng heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, Liu Yuan's plan wasn't wrong. After all, he was too strong. If he could locate those believers, he would be able to force them all to become his believers again. Chen Feng and the rest would be slowly pressured by him until they died. Fortunately, Liu Yuan had finally given up on this. Since the numerous life forms had scattered into hiding, the difficulty level of locating them was incredibly high. For Liu Yuan, this was not even worth his effort. Thus, he had opted to give up on doing so. If Chen Feng's guess was correct, Liu Yuan's next target would be his true goal, the goal he had ascended to godhood to achieve. What do you guys think this actual goal is? Chen Feng asked with a smile. Qin Hai shrugged. What else? In fact, Liu Yuan's goal was very clear. Returning to the past, this was something everyone wanted. However, Liu Yuan would pay quite a bit more than an average person to achieve this. In fact, they did not even need to try to guess his next step. Soon, they began to receive updates. A certain god died at Liu Yuan's hands. A certain god escaped from Liu Yuan with grave injuries. And so on. These gods were those that had never worn a wristband before. Liu Yuan was gathering godly powers. The various abilities and godly powers he had were still not sufficient for him. To control the entire world, he had to first control all of this world's core godly powers. Chen Feng's group looked for the forest goddess to find out about the core godly powers of this world and were told that there were a total of 3,000 core godly powers. So long as one was able to control all 3,000 core godly powers, one would be able to control the entire world in the truest sense. This was also why the Sin God had been trying to cultivate more gods in the past. That was because he had wished to truly control the world. This applied to both Liu Yuan and Yi. Theoretically, there was no upper limit to the number of gods allowed to exist. However, the number of gods that could control core godly powers was capped at only 3,000. This was, in fact, quite simple to understand. It was similar to how there were many colors in existence, yet they were all made up of a few base colors. However, the gods cultivated by Yi, coupled with the gods that had existed since the primordial era, were still not sufficient to meet this requirement of 3,000 core godly powers. So Liu Yuan only had two methods. The first choice was to cultivate those gods himself. The second choice was to obtain the power by force. He has obviously given up on self-cultivation. Chen Feng was sure, controlling the world and gathering all the believers would be the easiest method to cultivate gods. This had been the optimal choice for Liu Yuan. Unfortunately, the plan had been completely ruined by Chen Feng. Now, he could only choose the second method. He had once controlled the entire world. As such, Liu Yuan already had control of the powers of those that had used the wristbands. At present, what he was seeking was precisely the gods that had never used a wristband. Suddenly, Kong Bei said, "How about the past?" Since Liu Yuan had control over the transmigration and luck abilities, it would be quite simple for him to return to the past. Yi's idea of controlling the world was a type of control through the various gods under him. What about Liu Yuan? He alone would be sufficient. That was the scariest part of all this. Moreover, he could even return to the past and duplicate those gods' godly powers if he wished to. He should already have control over the powers he can obtain that way. That is to say, the powers of the places and points in time that he has been to are probably all under his control now. The only thing he still lacks is the present and future. Chen Feng was sure. Qin Hai frowned. "Can you not sense it with luck aura?" Chen Feng shook his head. "No. Their luck auras were counteracting each other." However, they suddenly thought of a certain someone, a young lady capable of painting the future. "Looks like we have to pay her a visit." "Hold on, look, what's that?" In the sky, the various clouds started converging together and assumed the form of a single digit, a 3. No, the 3 only appeared shortly before trembling and changing into a 2. It was also at this exact moment that they received news from Duma that Liu Yuan had appeared somewhere yet again to destroy a certain god. With this, Chen Feng's group understood what this number signified. There were only 2 core powers remaining before Liu Yuan had full control of the 3,000 core godly powers. 2. Chen Feng and the rest were shaken. So Liu Yuan had actually gathered so many of them. I guess it should be harder for him toward the end, right? Kong Bei inhaled deeply. 3,000 godly powers that are the true essence of the powers needed by the world. The final 2 that he lacks will most definitely be the hardest to obtain. However, before he even finished speaking, the digit in the sky transformed into a 1. Shwa. They all lapsed into silence. 1? Their hearts trembled. It was also at this moment that the forest goddess told them that Liu Yuan had just paid her a visit. She had not resisted, allowing Liu Yuan to duplicate her power. Everyone sank into silence. So one of the final 2 had been the power of the forest goddess. That was acceptable. After all, how could the core essence of a world exclude the power of forests? If forest is also one of them, Chen Feng had a vague guess about this. Right at this instant, the second part of the forest goddess's message arrived. If her guess was correct, the final core power should be misfortune. Bang! Chen Feng's heart trembled. So that was the case. Misfortune represented curses and disasters, and it was one of the essences of a world. If Liu Yuan wanted full control of the world, he would have to find Chen Feng. It was no wonder that he had not killed Chen Feng previously and had merely asked him to put on the wristband. So it turned out his actual goal was Chen Feng's power of misfortune. How did he figure out that you hold the power of misfortune? Kong Bei could not understand. With Chen Feng's luck aura, Liu Yuan's luck aura shouldn't have worked on him. So how could Liu Yuan deduce that the power of misfortune was under Chen Feng's control? Toward this question, Chen Feng merely smiled bitterly. Through the process of elimination, Kong Bei was instantly speechless. Chapter 821. The only way. Therefore, I am his target. Chen Feng wore a solemn expression. All those godly powers had been copied by Liu Yuan, and Liu Yuan's next goal would surely be Chen Feng. He would try to get the power of misfortune through force, or perhaps he would think of a way to make Chen Feng put on the wristband. The moment he succeeded, the world would rewind. Chen Feng, Kong Bei, Qin Hai, all these people would cease to exist. Everything would be gone. This is getting troublesome, Chen Feng muttered. However, he soon thought of something. Was it truly possible for one to rewind this world after obtaining full control? After all, Chen Feng remembered that, among the 3,000 core powers, time was not included. Number. Controlling the world is exactly what it says. Controlling the world. Everything can be controlled apart from time itself. After all, even the world itself exists in the river of time. As such, even the world itself cannot control time, unless the time god. Duma was certain. After all, he himself had once touched upon the power of time. Naturally, the power of time he had touched upon was an incredibly low level one. I once obtained a small amount of the power of time by fluke. I am able to recover a short duration of time. My daughter is capable of the same. However, there is a price for that. My lifespan is the price. Duma lamented. Lifespan? Yet you still dare to use it? Kong Bei exclaimed in admiration. "Oh, my lifespan is 90 million years." Duma stated calmly. "Everyone." "Yeah, I almost forgot you're a turtle," Kong Bei lamented. Suddenly, Duma gaze, filled with killing intent, landed on him. "Oh, a majestic turtle," Kong Bei added hastily. "Hmph." Duma snorted before continuing. "The law of time is mysterious. However, others have stumbled upon some extensions of the law of time before, such as my recovery of time or Kong Bei's transmigration. However, making use of such low-level time powers requires a cost for each use. My ability requires payment in the form of my lifespan. As for your transmigration, you should rejoice in the fact that you have never messed with the past. Although your time travel involves true body moving through time, transmigration is actually a projection into a different point in time, a projection that is in incomplete disharmony with the entire world. Your aura when you transmigrate is like a bright shining lamp, easily detectable," Duma said with a sneer. Kong Bei was dumbfounded. It was no wonder that they could transmigrate easily without receiving many effects. Hold on, this did not seem right either. Kong Bei suddenly recalled something. But Qin Hai clearly. Duma rolled his eyes. "Why else would I have accepted him as a disciple? I sensed an intense power of time from him. That was why I forcefully kept him with me so I could study him. To accomplish that, I exhausted 5,000 years of my lifespan. And thus, the Qin Hai you people see now came into being." Qin Hai's eyes widened. "I thought you accepted me because of my astonishing talent." Duma coughed awkwardly and added, "Yes, that was one of the reasons." Qin Hai. So this was the actual reason he had been kept behind in the past. Chen Feng brought them back to the main topic. Therefore, if Liu Yuan wants to rewind time, he has to first control this power of time, which is independent from the 3,000 core powers. That's right. Duma was sure. Such a power is something that one can only gain understanding of through transmigration and reincarnation. Transmigration, reincarnation. Suddenly, Chen Feng realized something. Wang Yao. So the reason Liu Yuan had taken Wang Yao was so he could train her into the time god. So, that was why. Hold on. If that was the case, why had he suddenly transmigrated after his death back then? Even with luck aura. Could that be the work of Liu Yuan as well? After all, Liu Yuan, who wanted to control all 3,000 core powers, would not allow the godly power of luck to be left on an alien world. If so, had that been the work of Liu Yuan? There was also Wang Yao's reincarnation. When Chen Feng recalled Liu Yuan's capability to erase one's memories imperceptibly, this was quite possible. Now that Chen Feng thought about it, was reincarnation something a mere organization could accomplish? Perhaps even that organization had been assisted by Liu Yuan. Everything seemed to click together. That experiment had in fact been Liu Yuan's tool for filtering possible candidates for the position of time god. Countless people were allowed to reincarnate. Only the one who was able to return alive would be entitled to receive his assistance to ascend to the position of time god. This was the only logical explanation for that experiment. In Liu Yuan's search, numerous talented boys and girls had died just like that. Their only goal had been to return alive because the act of reincarnation contained the complexities of time as well. Chen Feng and the others had believed that destruction of the experimentation ground would be the end of it all. Never had they expected that the destruction of the experimentation ground was but the beginning. Perhaps that was also the moment that those eyes from outer space started paying attention to Wang Yao. They were all incomparably shocked. So it turned out that everything was the work of that Liu Yuan. So it turned out that the final keys deciding the fate of this world were in the hands of Chen Feng and Wang Yao. Suddenly, Chen Feng laughed. In short, Wang Yao is safe for now? Yes. Duma was certain. Since she needed to be made the time goddess, she was most definitely concentrating on cultivation. Liu Yuan would not dare to interrupt her cultivation. Naturally, regardless of whether she could successfully comprehend the power of time, she would remain imprisoned in outer space, being forced to contemplate the power of time. What if she fails? Kong Bei asked suddenly. If Wang Yao failed, wouldn't Liu Yuan have done all this for nothing? Not possible. Duma shook his head. Since Wang Yao has already obtained the seed of time, it is only a matter of time before she obtains full comprehension. Even if she doesn't want to obtain comprehension, the passing of time will drill the comprehension into her being. So that was the case. Chen Feng finally understood. As far as Liu Yuan was concerned, Wang Yao was nothing but a time machine. After he obtained full control over the world, he would return to outer space to retrieve his time machine. Then he would rewind time, returning to the era he longed for. As such, for the sake of this world and for Wang Yao, Chen Feng had to survive this. He could not allow Liu Yuan to obtain the power of misfortune as well. Have you thought of what to do? Jumu asked softly. Based on their understanding, Liu Yuan would probably arrive soon. After losing the faith of the various life forms, this fellow with terrifying strength had decided to forget everything and focus purely on gathering the 3,000 core powers. Then rewind time. They were completely incapable of defeating this fellow who presently had 2,999 core godly powers under his control. Chen Feng would not be able to, nor would any of them. They were aware that Liu Yuan was strong. However, they had never imagined that he was this strong. Back then, if Liu Yuan hadn't been willing to give up on his believers, consisting of all life forms, he would have been killed by misfortune alone. That had been their one and only chance to defeat him. Unfortunately, Liu Yuan had indeed been willing to let go of his faith. Liu Yuan was now even more terrifying, to the point they had no hope of contending against him. Is there no other way? Chen Feng looked at them. Everyone maintained their silence. Liu Yuan has an undying body. Apart from the 2,999 core godly powers, he also has the unique abilities of the various life forms under his control, including the genetic abilities of humans and the unique bloodline abilities of some other races. Chen Feng was sure that there was no chance he could defeat Liu Yuan in a direct confrontation. And the moment Liu Yuan arrived and got a hold of him would be the end for this world. Everything would come to an end, unless... Suddenly, Chen Feng raised his head. Chapter 822, Mental Collapse. In outer space, Wang Yao, who was focused on cultivation, suddenly felt her heart throb. Suddenly, she looked toward that planet. At this moment, she felt an intense pain in her heart as an indescribable sadness surged within her. This feeling, she knew that something had happened to Chen Feng. She shut her eyes in pain. Liu Yuan, had he finally succeeded? Chen Feng. Suddenly, Wang Yao recalled the words Liu Yuan had said before he left. He had said that Chen Feng would definitely die. Regardless of whether his plan succeeded, he would give her a choice. She was aware of what he wanted. As such, she should be able to make the correct choice. If they returned to that era, she would be the time goddess of that era and Liu Yuan's successor. She would be the one true god. At that time, how hard would it be for her to resurrect Chen Feng? So long as he could return to that era, Liu Yuan would not mind. Wang Yao sighed. So it turns out this is also part of your plan. She knew that each step had progressed as Liu Yuan planned. Despite the small mishap, everything had ultimately progressed as he wished. Wang Yao shook her head, no longer thinking about this. This was out of her control anyway. The only thing she could do was cultivate the power of time. She only had two options, passively comprehending time or manually cultivating time, the latter of which would hasten the comprehension process. No matter what, she would revive Chen Feng, even if the price was the destruction of this world. Different from Chen Feng, Wang Yao was not someone who would consider her friends, family, or anything like that, since she did not have any of those. The only person she cared about was Chen Feng alone. I will definitely revive you. Wang Yao's gaze became resolute. Faintly, the power of time flowed around her. At this time, when Liu Yuan arrived within the deep mountain range, he was welcomed by an absolutely empty mountain range. Chen Feng was no longer here. Liu Yuan used luck aura to search for Chen Feng, but he was unable to find anything. This shouldn't be the case, as even though he couldn't use luck aura directly on Chen Feng, he could still find Chen Feng through others who were not immune to luck. Therefore, he was looking for Chen Feng using the process of elimination. If he located everyone, then the sole location he couldn't see would be Chen Feng's. After all, Liu Yuan was strong enough to scan the entire world. Now, the entire world was laid bare to him. Every corner of the world was in his view, yet no trace of Chen Feng could be found. How was this possible? Liu Yuan dared not believe it. Transmigration? Past? Future? Not possible. All channels had been sealed by him. Even he himself could not travel through time now. So where was this fellow hiding? Or perhaps he had committed suicide. As Liu Yuan thought of this, his heart leapt violently. That should not be the case. right? Suicide would return the godly power to the origin of all things. This also signified that after being given up by Chen Feng, the power of misfortune would return to the world and lay dormant until the day came when a new god gained comprehension over the power of misfortune. This would be an extremely rare occurrence. That shouldn't be the case, right? Luo Yuan's heart was all twitchy now. He had been waiting far too long for this day. He had finally been able to ascertain with luck aura that all of the 3,000 core powers were active in this world. This was why he had decided to return now. In his plan, the time of his return had been fixed, as this was precisely the time where all the core powers appeared. Initially, he had indeed planned to kill Chen Feng. However, after finding out that Chen Feng had control over the power of misfortune, his only thought had been to first capture that fellow before forcing him to put on a wristband. In fact, his initial plan hadn't been wrong. At that time, Luo Yuan had still been without a divine seat. If he killed Chen Feng, he might even have inherited Chen Feng's misfortune godhood. That might be why his luck aura had proposed killing Chen Feng when the plan was still being drawn. However, he had failed to emerge victorious in that divine seat trial. That idiotic Yi had gifted the divine seat to Chen Feng just so he could destroy Luo Yuan's clone. From that moment on, everything had changed. His only choice had been to wait until he captured Chen Feng alive. Unfortunately, the day had not come. And now, that fellow had committed suicide. Damn it. Luo Yuan was furious. This single action of Chen Feng's had halted his entire plan. After all, with the death of Chen Feng, he would have no choice but to patiently and carefully search for and capture all the fleeing believers. Next, he would have to start slowly cultivating gods, waiting for the various apostles to finally qualify to take on divine seat trials. And lastly, he had to wait until a person with talent in the domain of misfortune appeared, ascended to godhood, and became the misfortune god. Only then would Luo Yuan be able to copy and obtain this power, obtaining full control over this world. Even so, the appearances of divine seats were completely random. It might be a misfortune divine seat or a divine seat belonging to another godhood. If it was any other godhood, he would be able to use his luck aura to alter the chance of its appearance. Unfortunately, misfortune was a domain that totally ignored his power of luck. If he dared to use luck aura on it, perhaps the divine seat of misfortune would hide forever and ever. What if he let the divine seats appear naturally? Then, well, there were more than 100,000 of them. The mere thought of this made Luo Yuan furious. The probability of getting his desired divine seat to appear was likely lower than the chance of getting his desired card in one of the loot boxes of the card games he played when he was young, right? He had been scheming for so many years and had finally reached this step with great difficulty, yet now he had to start gathering believers and cultivating gods, then wait for RNG to smile upon him? Chen Feng, screw you. Luo Yuan's furious voice resounded through the sky. He had truly never imagined that a day would come when a single suicide would cause him such a big trouble. Perhaps Chen Feng hadn't committed suicide. No one would do something like that, right? However, when Luo Yuan recalled Chen Feng's history and sacrifices for humanity, he had no choice but to accept the fact that this was indeed a possibility. Chen Feng, are you truly dead? Never in the past had Luo Yuan so wished for Chen Feng to be alive. Alas, no traces of Chen Feng were found. 1 day, then 2 days, then 7 days. Time passed. Chen Feng never appeared. He had truly vanished. One might say that he had truly died. After 1 month, Luo Yuan finally gave up in despair. He finally confirmed that Chen Feng had indeed committed suicide for a so-called righteous reason. Moreover, he even thought of a way to confirm Chen Feng's death. It was quite simple. Why was Chen Feng immune to the power of luck? Because he had been alive. If he was dead, he should no longer be immune to luck. Therefore, Luo Yuan activated his luck aura. Is Chen Feng dead or alive? He asked. For the very first time, luck aura answered a question about Chen Feng, dead. A nice cold thought surfaced as Luo Yuan's eyes went wide. He was finally sure that Chen Feng was truly dead. Luo Yuan was still unwilling to accept this. How did he die? Luck aura started deducing. It only answered after a long time. Suicide. Luo Yuan. He stayed silent for a long while before smiling bitterly. So Chen Feng had truly committed suicide. He would not be able to obtain more details, since Chen Feng had possessed the power of luck while alive. As such, Liu Yuan would not be able to obtain more information. The nearest he could get was confirmation of Chen Feng's death. What could Liu Yuan say? How brave of him. You won. Liu Yuan was furious. He was obviously the one laughing at the end. So why was he feeling so uncomfortable now? What the hell was this sort of victory? Chapter 823, Mental Collapse, Part 2. Chen Feng had died, and Liu Yuan was deep in despair. Helpless, he had no choice but to bring this world under his control yet again. Those people had escaped to the numerous wastelands and corners of the world, and Liu Yuan had to bring them back. Not only that, he couldn't even kill casually. Otherwise, those people would choose to die rather than obey him. Perhaps this was due to his bad track record. Thus, Liu Yuan's journey to regain his believers was a long one. For some reason, his plan to rewind time had been leaked. Now, almost everyone knew that he wanted to destroy the world as they knew it. As such, nobody was willing to follow him. Ultimately, Liu Yuan had no choice but to conquer them by force and erase their memories. As the strongest existence in the world, he began his journey to gather believers. In this period of time, only 2 believers had broken through into the apostle realm. This rate was quite pathetic, in all honesty. After all, he had far too few believers. If this were before, when he had controlled everyone, there would be someone would entering the apostle realm every minute. 1 month, then 2 months, then 3 months. Time passed. Each day, Liu Yuan visited the numerous corners of the world, looking for the people that were trying their best to hide. After a long time, Liu Yuan finally reached 3 million believers. That's right, he had only gathered 3 million believers in 3 months. A lot of races would rather accept death than follow Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan had no choice but to patiently explain things to these people. If this were before, one would not dare to imagine that a person as powerful as Liu Yuan would bother explaining his actions to some bugs. Yet now he had no choice but to do just that. I am indeed planning to reorganize this world. However, my followers will not be reorganized, he said. A simple explanation. Yet some actually bought it and followed him. Since this world was destined to be destroyed, it was better to follow someone like him than to die, right? And thus, a large number of people submitted. Half a year later, finally, one of Liu Yuan's apostles ascended to godhood for the first time. However, somewhat regretfully, the divine seat that fellow ascended to was that of a certain god. Was it the culinary god, or the gourmet god? Liu Yuan wasn't quite clear. In any case, it was a useless god as far as he was concerned. It did not matter, though. Liu Yuan was still optimistic that the future would be beautiful. Following the first one, more of his apostles would definitely ascend. Indeed, as the number of his believers increased, coupled with the great effort he put into rearing them, during the second half year, 10 of his believers ascended to godhood. Naturally, all of them failed to ascend to the godhood he wanted. Instead, a bunch of odd gods appeared. No, this was not enough. And thus, Liu Yuan started gathering even more believers. Naturally, Liu Yuan used his trump card for this. I am planning to reorganize the world. This new world will require new gods to manage. I will not make you guys wear wristbands anymore. Those willing to submit to me will have a chance to become gods. As for the rest, all shall be erased. And thus, he gained even more believers. They became resonators and apostles, and they trained without stop to ultimately become gods. During the third half year, 12 apostles tried to ascend. During the fourth half year, 50 apostles tried to ascend. During the fifth half year, 100 apostles tried to ascend. During the sixth half year, 1,000 apostles tried to ascend. The number increased greatly. Alas, not a single one of them was able to stumble upon the godhood of misfortune. Not a one. Was he so unlucky? Liu Yuan was unwilling to accept this. Could it be that Chen Feng had actually? Suddenly, Liu Yuan recalled that Chen Feng had been missing for a very long time. Is Chen Feng alive or dead? Dead. The answer given by Lakora was still as concise as ever. It was either a yes or number. There might be things Lakora did not know, but Lakora never gave a false answer. Thus, was this just bad luck on his part? Godhood of misfortune, where are you? Liu Yuan sighed. He knew the probability of stumbling upon the godhood of misfortune was low. However, he had never imagined it to be this low. He shook his head and once again continued working hard on his believers. This was incredibly similar to the grind one had to go through in games when one wanted to obtain legendary equipment. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. The number of gods increased. With Liu Yuan's hard work over these few years, now half the world had submitted to him. At this point, Liu Yuan stopped going out to look for more believers, as it was pointless. At present, he already had millions upon millions of life forms under him. That was half the population of this world. The other half were still hiding in various locations, and looking for them would be too much work. After all, this world was too huge and those people were spread everywhere like ants. Moreover, they were hiding with the blessings of gods. As such, it would be quite time-consuming to look for them. However, it did not matter. What Liu Yuan needed to focus on was helping his believers break through without stop until they became gods. And thus, gods appeared without stop. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. There had never been an era with so many gods. Even the era of the creation Godhead had less than 100,000 gods. Yet now, under Liu Yuan's effort, after 20 years, the number of gods reached 100,000. This number was quite terrifying. And yet Liu Yuan was not satisfied. Among the 100,000 gods, not a single one of them had obtained the godhood of misfortune. Trash. You're all trash. Liu Yuan was furious. If this was some loot box card game, he would have dropped the game long ago. He had originally believed himself to be the final victor. However, who would have expected that he would fail to gain full control over the world even so long after Chen Feng's death? Liu Yuan could imagine how, even in death, Chen Feng was still sneering at him. Liu Yuan raged. Damn it. It had been 20 years. It was this very day that, suddenly, someone claimed that Chen Feng's belongings had been found. Bring them over. Liu Yuan became spirited. Soon, a small piece of paper was brought over. On top of it were some fading words. Do you think that your victory is assured with my death? With all my power, I have hidden the power of misfortune amid the radiance of a different godhood. You will never be able to find it. Perhaps the power of misfortune already resides within one of your subsidiary gods. I shall be waiting for the day he overthrows you. Bang! Liu Yuan destroyed the piece of paper, not leaving even ashes behind. It was no wonder that he had been failing to find misfortune. That bastard had actually hidden the power of misfortune in a different godhood. So among those damnable fellows, one of them could very well have the power of misfortune. Very good. If so, Liu Yuan's eyes gleamed coldly. On the next day, he commanded all the gods to put on wristbands. This gave rise to a huge panic among the gods. Lord, you promised that we would not have to wear the wristbands. Yeah? You clearly promised us that. Lord, you are the supreme god king. You can't go back on your word. The gods were all alarmed. They knew what wearing the wristbands signified. They also knew that putting on the wristband signified true fear and helplessness. Once they put the wristbands on, they wouldn't even be able to die anymore. Chapter 824, Mental Collapse, Part 3. Put it on. Liu Yuan decided to rule with an iron fist. After all, he now controlled half the world. He wasn't the lonely commander from all those years ago. And yet, some would rather die than obey this command. I am not your opponent, nor have I ever thought of rebelling. I was the first to follow you, yet I never imagined that you would go back on your word. As an illustrious god king, he erupted his godly power, committing suicide then and there. Liu Yuan was alarmed. Damn it. There actually existed someone who would rather commit suicide than put the wristband on? Truthfully, Liu Yuan was not afraid of the chaos that might arise from this suicide. Rather, he was worried about the possibility of the holder of the power of misfortune committing suicide. There shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? Damn it. He could not allow any other gods to commit suicide. Liu Yuan was truly given quite a fright by that suicide. He activated his unparalleled godly power as he decided to use force to make those gods put wristbands on. Alas, this action alarmed even more gods. Not allowing suicide and forcing them to put on the wristbands, in other words, Liu Yuan was afraid that they would commit suicide. Heavens! What exactly was he planning to have everyone do? As they thought about this, their fear intensified. Some of them decisively committed suicide. These were the people that had experienced that era. As such, they were clear that the wristbands would turn them into nothing but puppets. As for the ones who did not commit suicide, they decided to rebel. A certain god noticed something. He does not dare to kill us. More and more gods realized this and started shouting. As a god king, it seems like if he kills us, he might be adversely affected as well. That is why he is trying to use this method to exert control over us. Yeah, we are gods. He doesn't dare to wantonly kill gods. This might be related to the laws left behind by the creation god. Some gods started shouting. Next, the gods that had been hesitating to kill themselves vigorously rebelled. They could all see Liu Yuan's hesitation and fear. Believing that they had discovered the truth, they rebelled. Bang, bang, bang. Various godly powers surged out as the various gods erected their defenses. You all. Liu Yuan's killing intent surged. To hell with the god king can't kill gods and the laws left behind by the creation god. Such things did not exist. The sole reason he did not dare to kill wantonly was his fear of accidentally killing someone hiding the misfortune power, returning that power to the world. That was his only misgiving, and that did not signify he truly didn't dare to kill any of them. Unfortunately, to the various gods, his hesitation seemed to be due to imitation left by the creation god. Thus, the gods rebelled. Among the 100,000 gods, at least 80,000 rebelled. These were all gods that Liu Yuan had personally nurtured. He did not even get the chance to say anything before he was engulfed by a huge number of godly powers. Being attacked by gods he had personally nurtured caused an intense anger to burn within him. Bang, bang, bang. Boundless godly power spread everywhere. What would a battle between 100,000 gods look like? Now, this scene was here for everyone to see. The astonishing number of godly powers alarmed the entire world. Shortly after, the escaped gods began to spread the truth. Those who had yet to submit to Liu Yuan laughed heartily as they heard this. It seemed like their decision back then had been correct after all. What would a farmer do when the plants they had planted reached maturity? Why, harvest them all. Of course, this was precisely what they saw Liu Yuan doing. He was harvesting the results of his hard work. The so-called not needing to wear wristbands, the so-called nurturing gods, those had been lies. His final target had always been having everyone wear a wristband. And thus, a great war erupted. Everyone was waiting for the end of this war. Could the 100,000 gods obtain the final victory? Perhaps Liu Yuan would truly be killed by the gods he had personally nurtured. The mere thought of this caused one's heart to pound in excitement. Alas, 3 days later, the battle ended. From the battlefield, only a single person walked out, his body soaked in blood, radiating a terrifyingly cruel atmosphere around him. That person was precisely Liu Yuan. At this instant, the entire world lapsed into silence. Liu Yuan had obtained victory. On the battlefield, 100,000 corpses were left. It was said that Liu Yuan had initially had some misgivings but had erupted in anger after being injured by the continuous attacks. As such, he had ignored everything and slaughtered all the gods there. At this instant, the entire world trembled in fear. The ground itself was dyed red with blood. From this day onward, none of his subordinates dared to resist him. Put on the wristbands, he commanded coldly. He had decided to kill the 100,000 gods so he could awe everyone. After the first kill, he had decided to no longer hesitate and kill them off as a warning to others. At the very least, from today onward, everyone would obediently listen to his commands. As for the other half of the world, the half that was still not under his control, not much thought was needed. With his history of slaughter, the members of the other half of the world would never be willing to submit to him. As such, Liu Yuan had no intention of wasting his energy trying in vain to recruit them. He would rather spend his energy and time nurturing more gods. In any case, the moment he obtained full control over this world, everything else would be meaningless. For now, he had to focus on nurturing more gods. This time, everyone had to wear a wristband. This time, not a single person dared to disobey him. This time, if the power of misfortune was indeed hiding among his subordinates, he would be the first to detect it. Soon, under Liu Yuan's iron-fisted rule, a new round of breakthroughs began. During the first year, 3,000 gods appeared. During the second year, 5,000 gods appeared. 10 years later, the number of gods under Liu Yuan reached 100,000 once again. This was an astonishing number. Alas, the power of misfortune was still nowhere to be found. The power of misfortune had totally vanished. He had no way of locating it. There were times that even began to doubt Chen Feng's death. However, luck aura confirmed time and again that Chen Feng was indeed dead. Moreover, Chen Feng had indeed vanished for 30 years. After all, Liu Yuan had more than one deduction ability. Each time he verified Chen Feng's death, he did it with over 300 abilities. All his abilities returned the same answer, dead. As such, it was impossible for Chen Feng to have faked his death. He had no way of hiding from all of Liu Yuan's abilities. However, where was the power of misfortune? Nobody knew the answer. This was the sole godly power immune to the power of luck, as they were arch-enemies. It has been 30 years. Liu Yuan stared into the distance. Was the probability of misfortune's appearance truly so low? Or perhaps there was something wrong in the way he was nurturing gods? Liu Yuan could not answer his own question. He had a feeling that he had been doing something wrong. Thus, Liu Yuan resorted to superstition. Before the next batch of believers tried their hands on ascending, he told them to wash their hands more. For the next batch, he told them to wash their faces more. For the subsequent batch, he told them to wake up very early in the morning and break through at the same time. Alas, it all seemed pointless. Perhaps he should try using luck aura. However, there was no point in that. The moment Liu Yuan tried to use the power of luck to search for misfortune, he could sense an intense feeling of disgust rising from the power of luck. That's right, disgust. This was not one-sided disgust. In fact, both luck and misfortune were disgusted by each other. Ultimately, Liu Yuan gave up on this misfortune. Where exactly was the divine seat that held this power? What exactly had Chen Feng done before his death? Liu Yuan felt like his emotions were collapsing all over again. Chapter 825. About the corpse. It had been 30 years. Liu Yuan looked into space, anxiously waiting. The misfortune godhood. He was sure that this godhood still lacked an owner. If it had truly appeared, his power of luck would have pointed that person out in anger so he could eliminate that disgusting misfortune. And yet he had felt no such thing. Misfortune was truly missing. As for luck, it definitely did not want misfortune to appear. As such, relying on luck to look for misfortune would be pointless. However, what Liu Yuan could not understand was he truly so unlucky? Throughout the years, he had nurtured more than 200 or even 300 gods, accomplishing a feat even he had failed to accomplish. Yet were none of them the misfortune god? He truly could not understand this. Where exactly was misfortune? Year 30 of the Liu Yuan calendar. The world had entered a long period of peace. To be precise, half of the world. That was because Liu Yuan only had half the world under his control. The other half was still filled with hatred for him. Nevertheless, this was still Liu Yuan's era. These years, his focus had been on the godhoods, allowing the world to return to a peace of sorts. After all, Liu Yuan's goal was to rewind time. He would not waste his effort on managing or ruling a world that could vanish at any time. As such, he did not care much about this world. That was also why the remaining half of this world not under his control was able to obtain a temporary peace even though they were still hidden in various corners of the world. As for Liu Yuan, he was the almighty true God, an existence all living beings could only look up to. Since time immemorial, only 3 existences had reached such a level: the creation god, the sin god, and finally, Liu Yuan. The stages of godhood were separated thusly: minor god, elementary god, journeyman god, major god, and the final stage, one normally impossible to reach, true god. Chen Feng had once had the chance to reach this stage. If he had been able to continue growing with his numerous believers until he was a major god, followed by an accumulation of several decades, he would truly have had a chance of reaching this stage. Unfortunately, he had merely become a major god before being defeated by Liu Yuan. A true god was a unique existence. The Yi from back then had maintained a certain degree of combat power even after defeating over 100 major gods all by himself. From this, the might of a true god was apparent. As for Liu Yuan, he seemed even stronger than Yi. Liu Yuan had been silently accumulating strength and gathering abilities for so many years. How could he not be strong? Using such a unique method, he had grown and accumulated without stop until he had finally reached a unique realm. becoming a true god. Only true gods had the qualification to control the world. And thus, before the next true god appeared, Liu Yuan was unstoppable. And if there was one thing one could learn from history, it was that a new true god would not appear for a long period of time. Not only that, at present, there weren't even any major gods. How lamentable. As for the gods nurtured by Liu Yuan, regardless of their strength, they were still merely Liu Yuan's dogs. At present, the only major god in existence was the forest goddess. She was the smartest goddess, the only one that had always maintained absolute neutrality, ignoring whether she could even reach the true god stage in the first place. Even if she managed to reach that stage, she would probably still maintain her neutrality. Given Liu Yuan's intelligence, he would definitely not seek trouble with this neutral party for no apparent reason. Even back when he had gone looking for her, he had merely copied her power before leaving. Moreover, he had only acquired the most basic copy of her power. After all, his goal was to rewind time, not to defeat all gods. When will such a life end? AI, well, at least there are no wars anymore. Hee. Have you forgotten how we used to live? Yeah, that was a few decades ago during the era of Chen Feng. Sigh, that was totally the best era ever. Everyone lived a good life. There was sufficient food for everyone and all sorts of technological advancements for everyone to enjoy. The present era is no different than the era of the barbarians, right? We have no entertainment whatsoever to speak of. Entertainment? We are lucky to be alive. Sigh. If we hadn't tasted the previous era, it wouldn't matter. However, it is easy for one to start partaking in the pleasures of life, yet it is extremely hard to give up on them. True. A lot of life forms shared this sentiment. After all, a huge majority of them had experienced that era. Unfortunately, none of them dared to say this to Liu Yuan's face. As for the life forms hiding in the various corners of the world, although they had maintained a certain level of technology, it was nevertheless still incomplete and crude. They were living rather primitive lives. These days, it was hard to even stay alive. Unknown to anyone, at a certain location amid layers upon layers of clouds, a certain young lady was solemnly painting. Flowers bloomed all around her, painting an exquisite natural picture. The young lady was extremely serious, her head occasionally bobbing to the side as she smiled. Suddenly, she stopped painting. "Time for you to die," she softly said. Her voice was gentle, yet her words were alarming. "Fine." Behind her, a youth who was seated cross-legged stood up helplessly. Puh! He stabbed his chest with a knife. Pa! He fell to the ground, dead, with blood everywhere. Shortly after, his corpse grew cold. As for the young lady, she was still painting. She couldn't be bothered with the corpse. After a long time, a faint energy swept past. This energy, containing an abstruse and enigmatic power, brushed past the youth's body to confirm that he was indeed dead and then left. After a while, the young lady shook the little bell she had on her hand. Ding! The door to the room opened. Duma walked in helplessly and looked at the cold corpse. Dead again? Sigh. Shwa. Godly power converged in his hands as he resurrected the corpse. Is there a need for this? Duma laughed bitterly. You make me feel like some cheap resurrection machine bought from the mall. Come on, I am the one suffering here, the resurrected youth grumbled. Without a doubt, this youth was precisely Chen Feng. It had been 30 years. Each time the young lady sensed that Liu Yuan was about to search for Chen Feng, she would tell Chen Feng. Then Chen Feng would have to die for real. This was the only way he could avoid Liu Yuan's detection. He had to truly die. Naturally, to avoid detection, all he had been doing for the past 30 years was cultivating, hiding, and sitting by the window and staring outside. The 100,000 corpses. TSK, truly violent. As for misfortune, he was still alive. As such, how could misfortune appear? Liu Yuan would never be able to find misfortune in his entire life if this continued. They were playing a game of timing. They would first have Chen Feng die for real, then Duma would resurrect him. There was no weak link whatsoever in this plan. Of course, this method was only helpful when it came to hiding from Liu Yuan. If Chen Feng wanted to truly put an end to Liu Yuan, he had to first ensure that he was sufficiently powerful. Back then, he had utilized his huge amount of faith to advance all three of his godhoods to the major god stage. As for his 30 years of cultivation, he had been trying his best to fuse all three godhoods. That's right, fusion, like creating a brand new color by mixing three different colors together. What would be the result of the fusion of misfortune, luck, and Chen Feng's unknown godly power. What would appear from this fusion? Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. He had spent 30 full years on this. Finally, after 30 years of bitter cultivation, he was able to fuse all three godly powers slightly, producing a unique godly power, a power never seen before. Perhaps this was a high-tier godly power. Chapter 826, Origin of the Nascent Soul. Shua. Chen Feng raised his hand. In his hand hovered a flame-like power. It appeared very weak, as if any random breeze would extinguish it. You have actually succeeded in the fusion. Duma exclaimed in admiration. Back when Chen Feng had first said that he wanted to fuse his godly powers, Duma had merely looked at him like he was an idiot. After all, not only was the fusion process exceedingly difficult, it also required time. Who would actually go and cultivate for 30 years right before the final boss battle? Nobody would give him such a chance, especially not Liu Yuan. However, it was truly unexpected that Chen Feng had thought of faking his death. No, to be precise, he had truly died. And thus, Liu Yuan, who was on the verge of success, landed in an awkward situation. Instead, it was Chen Feng who was taking advantage of this situation to increase his strength without stop. If Liu Yuan knew the truth, he would probably be infuriated to death, right? That was very possible. Duma sighed deeply. Life is indeed filled with changes. Among the numerous life forms that had come into being on this world, humans had unlimited potential. The genetic abilities created by humanity were extremely unique. In a sense, genetic abilities were precisely what strengthened humanity, the race with unlimited potential. Liu Yuan was the perfect example of this. With a single genetic ability, he had slowly transformed until he had reached this height, becoming a true god. As for Lady Xiao, she too had accomplished much relying on only a single genetic ability. If she faced Liu Yuan directly, she would not be able to take even a single casual attack from him. However, when it came to sensing and perception, she could easily outplay Liu Yuan. This was especially true since Liu Yuan's power of luck did not seem too enthusiastic when it came to looking for misfortune. How strong are you now? Duma was filled with expectation. Chen Feng, having fused three godly powers, should be extremely powerful, right? Chen Feng shook his head. I don't know. How strong was he now? He didn't know. However, he should be at a level where killing a major god was extremely easy, right? He was unsure. After all, major gods hadn't existed in quite a while. A true god? Duma guessed. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. How was it so easy to reach the true god stage? Duma coughed awkwardly. Nevertheless, this is a good start. Chen Feng was very satisfied. The three godly powers finally began to fuse. It won't be long before all three become an entirely new godly power. At that time, I will truly transform. Even if I can't become a true god, I will at least be a peak major god. Chen Feng was sure about this, as he could clearly sense that he was quite formidable now. Truthfully, he had a very odd feeling. The so-called fusion was actually just the miniature person within him holding a godly power in each hand and forcefully mixing them together. That's right, mixing them. The amplification power originated from this fake nascent soul. When Chen Feng had tried fusing the godly powers of luck and misfortune, he had seen the miniature person within him grab at the two godly powers and forcefully mix them together, and thus a new godly power had been birthed. This wasn't the fusion of three godly powers in the truest sense, as it was essentially the fusion of two godly powers, two powers that were innately hostile to each other. What exactly was the power Chen Feng had gained after his godhood? He couldn't make sense of it. Ignoring luck and misfortune, what exactly was this fake nascent soul? Chen Feng had a feeling that he had to figure this out first. In the past, he had been too weak to do so, and after he'd become a major god, he had been busy dealing with Liu Yuan. After all, studying this fake nascent soul was no easy feat. Now that he was free because he'd faked his death, apart from cultivating, he had nothing else to do. Thus, now was the perfect time to study that thing. What exactly was it? Spirit was filled with suspicion. Is this the byproduct of you and the ex-luck goddess? Chen Feng. Sister, can you not be so melodramatic? This miniature person seems to like the godly powers of luck and misfortune a lot. The misfortune goddess said. The consciousness of this miniature person was most definitely Chen Feng's consciousness, since it synced itself with each motion of Chen Feng's. What they were trying to figure out was the essence and origin of this miniature person. So long as the power of luck and misfortune approached the miniature person, they would be fused together. The miniature person was behaving like some sort of unique converter. This effect was especially pronounced after the start of the fusion. The fake nascent soul had appeared to glow with splendor after that brand new godly power seemed to completely fuse with him. Do you guys feel anything? Chen Feng asked after thinking about it. This thing seems like he has actually eaten both luck and misfortune. Spirit was instantly alarmed. The misfortune goddess was startled as well. After thinking about it, that appeared to be the case. To hell with the so-called fusion of three. In fact, this fellow was actually absorbing both luck and misfortune and transforming them into its very own power. The so-called new godly power was actually this fellow's power. Excessive. Spirit was furious. She had always believed that this new power was a result of the fusion. The misfortune goddess was filled with doubt. But why would you have something like this within you? No idea. Capable of absorbing two powers and transforming them into his own? If this was truly the case. Wait a bit. Chen Feng left and dragged Duma, who had ascended not long ago, into the room. Next, he got Duma to carefully transmit godly power into Chen Feng's body. Carefully, the godly power was manipulated so it would drift near the fake nascent soul. Swish. As his godly power neared the fake nascent soul, it vanished completely. It had truly vanished. Chen Feng remembered that a long time ago, something like this had happened a bunch of times. Subsequently, he had blamed it on Xiao Ying and had forgotten about it. Now that he looked at it, even as this was happening, Xiao Ying was taking a nap far away. At present, when that godly power vanished, only the fake nascent soul was around. What in the world? So it turned out that this fellow was capable of automatically absorbing godly power. Not only that, he would also gently transform the absorbed godly power into his own. Indeed, as Duma's godly power vanished, Chen Feng discovered a brand new clump of power within him. This was quite a wondrous scene, and it left Chen Feng dazed for a long time. Great star-sucking skill. One Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. Shortly after, he discovered that the power converted from Duma's power was different from what he had. To be precise, this new godly power was even more powerful, as it possessed the characteristics of luck, misfortune, and Duma's godly power. It felt extremely powerful. This fake nascent soul seemed to have devoured the properties of all three godly powers. Chen Feng proceeded to try to collide with Duma's godly power. Instantly, Duma's godly power was destroyed. This was despite Chen Feng only exerting a small portion of his power. The property of this new godly power far surpassed everything and was able to easily eliminate Duma's godly power, which was of a rather impressive quality. I seem to understand somewhat now, Chen Feng said in amazement. First, this fake nascent soul was seemingly capable of absorbing spiritual energy to push his defense to the maximum. Second, this fake nascent soul was capable of stripping the properties of godly powers, allowing his own godly power to possess the properties of the stripped godly powers. If so, one final question remained. How exactly had this thing come into being? Chen Feng was sure that this thing had not appeared for no reason. Moreover, the more he thought about it, the more familiar it seemed to be. This was quite an odd feeling. Devour, absorb numerous powers. Suddenly, Chen Feng's gaze shifted and landed on the distant sleeping Xiao Ying. He instantly hissed in shock. That couldn't be the case, right? Chapter 827, a fresh sequel. Xiao Ying? Chen Feng was alarmed. This thing couldn't have been created by Xiao Ying, right? Xiao Ying couldn't have laid eggs in his consciousness, right? As Chen Feng thought of this, his line of thought seemed to immediately clear up. Even more terrifying was the fact that when this idea surfaced, he couldn't get rid of it. Answered. Everything had been answered. Since the fake nascent soul had appeared, Xiao Ying had constantly been in a deep sleep. Chen Feng's thoughts cleared up. Could it be? This was truly. He felt a sense of discomfort as he thought of this. Suddenly, Spirit's eyes shone. Wow! So the fake nascent soul is your and Xiao Ying's child? He actually used your consciousness to give birth to a child. Awesome. The misfortune goddess was similarly awed. She always maintained a steady disposition, but now her eyes were glowing. Speculation. This is merely speculation. Chen Feng wiped his sweat. This was even more terrifying than facing Liu Yuan himself. Although various intelligent life forms of various shapes and marriage between races were normal in this era, Xiao Ying was, after all, his bro. He saw Xiao Ying as a bro, yet Xiao Ying had gone and made a baby for the both of them. How excessive. Moreover, this wasn't an ability Xiao Ying was supposed to have. Something was wrong somewhere. Chen Feng took in a deep breath. He glanced over at Xiao Ying. Since a random day, this fellow seemed to have been deep sleep all the time. Occasionally, he would wake up. However, he would always return to sleep shortly, forever sleepy. Chen Feng knew that Xiao Ying was in fact a snake. However, Xiao Ying had nevertheless still evolved numerous times. Why was he in constant hibernation? Something was definitely wrong. Chen Feng took in a deep breath, then forcefully woke Xiao Ying up. Xiao Ying awoke in a daze. "Ah, what is your present strength?" Chen Feng asked. He had always known that Xiao Ying was growing in strength. There was no helping that. Xiao Ying was capable of absorbing even godly power and had long been no weaker than Chen Feng. If Xiao Ying hadn't been deep asleep all the time, Chen Feng would have dragged him out to help out with things long ago. Woo! Xiao Ying transmitted a series of thought to Chen Feng. Not sure. A clear thought was transmitted to Chen Feng. Xiao Ying's life was a simple one. Eat and sleep. That was all there was to it. During this period of time, did you? Chen Feng carefully probed, but he had no idea how he should pose his question. Holy SHT. How was one supposed to even ask this question? Have you given a birth to a baby recently? As my bro, how can you take advantage of me? How was he supposed to ask this question? This was way too awkward. Furthermore, Xiao Ying was a snake. Xiao Ying, can you shift your form to the side? Spirit and the misfortune goddess were brimming with excitement. Stop communicating with thought transmissions. Although it is the easiest method since this is the sea of consciousness. Spirit shifted her wide eyes around and continued, since you are already a god, can you talk now? Can you shift your form? You should be capable of both. Right? Why not demonstrate it? The misfortune goddess was also filled with expectation. This had so much potential for drama. If Xiao Ying's shifted form was a handsome and smart youngster, this drama would be even more interesting than that TV series they had watched not long ago. You too. Chen Feng gazed at the sky helplessly. So it turned out that even gods could be young lovers? Xiao Ying transmitted a question mark to Chen Feng. After all, this was the easiest method to communicate in the sea of consciousness. Xiao Ying was inquiring if he should shift as requested. Chen Feng sighed. Do it. He also wanted to see Xiao Ying's current level. After all, this was his bro, someone who had followed him from the very beginning. He could still remember the early days when Xiao Ying had still been hiding within his sea of consciousness and secretly eating spiritual energy just to grow. Unexpectedly, after so many years, he had reached such a level. Godhood. Perhaps. A faint radiance swirled around. Xiao Ying began to transform within Chen Feng's consciousness. Spirit and the misfortune goddess watched on with expectation. Even Chen Feng was feeling somewhat expectant. This feeling was not unlike the feeling of a father hoping that his son could soar like a dragon. Xiao Ying had finally grown up. Shwa. The swirling radiance converged, ending the transformation. Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Spirit and misfortune goddess were dumbfounded as well. This was completely different from their expectations. You. Spirit's eyes widened as she stared at Xiao Ying, not knowing what to say. They had imagined countless times what Xiao Ying's humanoid form would look like. However, this appearance, this form, was not one they had ever expected. Not even in their wildest dreams. Xiao Ying had a height of 140 centimeters. That's right. Xiao Ying's was extremely short. Chen Feng had once imagined that this fellow would assume a form with a humanoid head and the body of a snake. After all, Xiao Ying was an illusory snake, right? And thus, he had prepared himself to welcome whatever form Xiao Ying assumed. Alas, this form he was staring at. Xiao Ying wasn't just short. On Xiao Ying's forehead were two furry protrusions, resembling dragon horns as depicted in the legends. This was an evolution. The Xiao Ying from back then had evolved countless times and had absorbed a great amount of godly power. Finally, Xiao Ying had evolved to the strongest form, a draconic form. Compared to Chen Feng, Xiao Ying had the strongest bloodline in the truest sense. Naturally, Xiao Ying being a dragon now wasn't the main source of their shock. After all, although draconic evolution might seem weird, this was nevertheless an era of gods. Gods were everywhere. No specific race would be the subject of prejudice. The biggest source of their stupefaction was the fact that this shorty here had quite a stunning and incredibly beautiful appearance. Naturally, this wasn't the most surprising thing. After all, pretty boys were quite popular and trendy nowadays. However, what was truly shocking was what came when their gazes traveled downward. What's the deal with those two clumps on Xiao Ying's chest? As Chen Feng's gaze reached this part, his gaze instinctively moved upward to note that there was no Adam's apple there. This might be a unique characteristic of his race, he comforted himself. After all, there were many races in this era. As the Prince of Snakes and having evolved into a dragon, it was nothing weird for Xiao Ying to have a somewhat larger chest. Next, Chen Feng's gaze continued downward. He sank into a long silence over what he saw. He heaved an extremely long sigh and sorrowfully said, "We promised each other to be brothers for life. So where has that thing on your lower body gone to?" Spirit glared at him ferociously. "Piss off." Next, both she and the misfortune goddess helped Xiao Ying put on some clothes. That's right, Xiao Ying was a female as well. What's wrong with me? Xiao Ying was puzzled. Evidently, she was clueless about what was going on. Chen Feng maintained his silence. He recalled his feeling of wishing for his son to soar like a dragon earlier before looking at the clothed Xiao Ying before him. That was stunningly beautiful. Finally, his gaze landed on the distant fake nascent soul. A thought suddenly surfaced. Perhaps there would be a sequel to the Onichichi series, one soon. Chapter 828. Astonishing strength. Why was Xiao Ying female? Chen Feng could not understand this. Because of how naughty she had been when they first met, them always communicating through thought transmission, Xiao Ying signing the marriage contract with Ming on his behalf, and the way Xiao Ying's attitude conformed to his expectations. He had never seen Xiao Ying as a female. Initially, he had merely seen Xiao Ying as a pet and had never considered her gender. Later, he had treated Xiao Ying as a bro and had thus stopped considering everything else. Now it seemed like he had been gravely mistaken. Especially since that fake nascent soul's attributes were nearly identical to Xiao Ying. Suddenly, the sea of consciousness lapsed into silence. It would be pointless to ask Xiao Ying about this. After all, apart from sleeping and eating, this fellow was completely clueless about everything. Naturally, Chen Feng was somewhat excited after finding out that Xiao Ying was a loli as well. No, he should not think such thoughts. Xiao Ying was a bro, even if this bro was a she. Chen Feng shook his head as he discarded those thoughts. He looked at the fake nascent soul and gently asked, "Xiao Ying, do you know what's up with this thing?" Xiao Ying gave Chen Feng a nod glance. "My creation, of course." Chen Feng nearly vomited blood in shock. Even Spirit and the misfortune goddess were alarmed. Evidently, none of them had expected Xiao Ying to be so calm while saying such a thing. So this thing was truly Xiao Ying's child? The child of you and Ming? Asked Chen Feng. "Nope, yours," Xiao Ying replied seriously. Shwa. Once again, the sea of consciousness lapsed into silence. Sigh. Spirit mourned for Wang Yao. Just look at this. She hadn't been gone that long. Yet Chen Feng already had a child. A resounding boom erupted in Chen Feng's mind. Mine? Instantly, scenes from numerous melodramatic plots he had watched played before his eyes. Yeah? Xiao Ying tipped her head to the side and continued, "After my draconic evolution, my body transformed. My original form was a shell of consciousness that was subsequently shed during the evolution. I felt like it was quite a waste to just throw it away. As such, I allowed it to fuse with your consciousness to give birth to a body with no consciousness." Oh, so that was the case. Suddenly, Chen Feng understood. Spirit sneered. "You seem quite disappointed." Hearing that, Chen Feng. He coughed awkwardly. Chen Feng summed it up. In short, the fake nascent soul is the shell you left behind after your draconic evolution? Not quite. Xiao Ying gave it some thought and explained. It would not have transformed with a mere shell. For this thing to come into being, part of your consciousness had to fuse with the shell. Chen Feng. In short, this thing was still the child of him and Xiao Ying. Fine. He could accept this setting. Ever since he found out that Xiao Ying was in fact a little dragon lily, his acceptance level for drama had increased. How much more dramatic could this get? He wasn't scared anymore. And thus, Chen Feng finally understood the origin of this fake nascent soul. Perhaps it was due to Xiao Ying's terrifying attribute as an illusionary snake, or perhaps it was due to Chen Feng's unique consciousness. When the two merged and with the unknown assistance of luck aura, a unique fake nascent soul was created, one capable of devouring godly power and making that godly power his. If so, suddenly, Chen Feng thought of a certain person. If Liu Yuan could copy everyone's abilities, why couldn't he do the same? If he could absorb all 3,000 core godly powers and assume control over time itself. Oh, that did not seem like it would work. Chen Feng recalled that many of the so-called 3,000 core powers were now exclusive to Liu Yuan. Moreover, not all of them were offensive powers. As such, it wouldn't even be possible to bait Liu Yuan into unleashing those powers. He had no choice but to give up on this idea. If so, he could only grow stronger. Liu Yuan had merely copied all abilities to help him become stronger. Now, he no longer had anything new to copy and had to rely on himself to continue growing. Chen Feng, with his fake nascent soul, was different. He could absorb everything in existence, devour everything and then make it his own. Thus, the more godly powers Chen Feng allowed the fake nascent soul to devour, the stronger he would become. He did not need to think about the so-called core godly powers, nor did he have to consider whether the powers he absorbed were useful powers. He only needed to absorb them to increase the strength of his godly power. If so, what if he could absorb every godly power? At that time, with the assistance of the fake nascent soul, how powerful would he be? The mere thought caused Chen Feng to surge with emotion. Perhaps the time had come for him to leave his hiding. He had initially believed that he would have to fake his death for a very long time before he was sufficiently powerful and wait until Liu Yuan was on the verge of a total mental collapse to eliminate him. That would take a very long time. Now, Xiao Ying had given him a new option. Naturally, before leaving, Chen Feng tested Xiao Ying's present strength. As a new dragon lady, Xiao Ying's strength could only be described with the word terrifying. Back then, Xiao Ying had been capable of freely shifting her body between the illusory world and the real world. Now, Xiao Ying could do the same to attacks. Bang! Chen Feng's attack shot out. Just as it was about to land on Xiao Ying, she raised her hand. Instantly, Chen Feng's attack transformed into an illusion. Just like that, that powerful attack phased through Xiao Ying's body without doing any damage whatsoever. This was Xiao Ying's present strength. It was incredibly shocking. One could say that she was second only to Liu Yuan. I can no longer devour. Xiao Ying slanted her head and regretfully said, all my previous abilities have been given to him. The only ability I kept for myself is the state-shifting ability. The simpler an ability was, the stronger it could be. There was no need for accumulation or cultivation. This single ability was sufficient to make Xiao Ying comparable to a true god. Perhaps, one day, Xiao Ying would actually become a true god. After all, Xiao Ying, having evolved into a dragon, was not in existence a normal god could compare to. However, at present, the scarier person was Chen Feng. Not only did he have the fake nascent soul at his disposal, but he also had both luck and misfortune at his side. In fact, Xiao Ying's fake nascent soul wasn't overpowered in any way. After all, the growth of this fake nascent soul was incredibly difficult and complicated. Fortunately, with luck and misfortune, this was not such a difficult feat. This was especially true since these two opposing powers were now working together. Shwa. The brand new godly power bloomed. Once again, Xiao Ying waved her hand as she tried shifting the attacking godly power into an illusory form. Shockingly, this new godly power shifted much more slowly than ordinary godly powers did. Evidently, this new godly power was somewhat immune to this shift. This was merely a fusion of three godly powers. What if there were more? Perhaps the resulting godly power would be completely immune to this shift. Chen Feng was filled with expectation. Shortly after, Chen Feng and Xiao Ying finished their preparations and set off. Their target, all the gods still not under Liu Yuan's control. Chen Feng was sure that he wouldn't even need long to gather all their powers. Chapter 829, Challenge. Year 31 of Liu Yuan's era. The dusky sky continued to give off an oppressive feeling. Although only half of the world was under Liu Yuan's control, this half of the world was the center of the planet, the largest continuous region in the world. The dense aura emanating from this civilization shone brightly upon various hidden life forms. He seems to have gotten even stronger. Yeah, when the 100,000 gods rebelled, I thought his era would end. Sigh. Who could have guessed this result? Countless life forms sighed. Liu Yuan was too powerful, to the point that everyone despaired at his strength. A lot of the life forms lived in constant fear, even ones that weren't living within the region ruled by Liu Yuan. Everyone was afraid that one day, this part of the world would be conquered by Liu Yuan as well, subjecting them to lives worse than death. They were all waiting for a powerful existence to rescue them. Alas, the hero they hoped to see never arrived. What did arrive was an odd and mysterious person. He was clothed fully in black, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. He appeared in region after region, challenging various gods without stop. Challenging gods? What is he planning to do? Is he sick? In the present world, everyone is bitterly cultivating to become stronger. Why is someone triggering internal strife? No idea. They could not understand his purpose. However, they couldn't reject his challenges. Once, a god rejected the challenge. As a result, the black-clothed man chased after him just to beat him up, putting him in an awkward conundrum. Thus, they had no choice but to accept the challenges. Fortunately, that black-clothed man did not seem to have any intention of killing them. Even after challenging numerous gods, not a single one had been killed. From minor gods to journeyman gods, every god was challenged. After all, the gods in this part of the world were from the earlier era, and they were rather low in amount. After the black-clothed man finished here, he moved on to the part of the world ruled by Liu Yuan. This was the moment the various life forms not under Liu Yuan's rule were shocked. He actually went to Liu Yuan's territory. Heavens! The gods there are somewhat terrifying, right? Forget about their strength, the main issue is their number. Moreover, Liu Yuan is there as well. If the black-clothed man ends up captured, things will be truly dangerous for him. At this instant, countless life forms had their gazes focused on Liu Yuan's empire. What exactly was that mysterious person trying to do? Soon, that mysterious person began to challenge the 100,000 gods there. Regardless of whether or not they accepted his challenge, he would charge forth and deliver the challenged party a beating, forcing them into a fight. Such a brutish and idiotic method shocked the life forms not under Liu Yuan's rule. He is finished. Has this guy gone crazy? Does he think that he is still in the other half of the world? Doing this in Liu Yuan's territory will attract Liu Yuan's attention. At that time, I reckon he will die without even realizing how it happened. Yeah? Countless people were alarmed. Sure enough, it wasn't long before even Liu Yuan took notice of this person. His first impression was that this fellow was courting death. Liu Yuan did not care about the lives of the gods under him. However, he could not tolerate others messing about in his domain. His plan could not be messed up by some troublemaker. He had spent 30 years bitterly nurturing gods and was already in a bad mood. As such, he would not allow anyone to create trouble. This lasted until he heard the slogan the mysterious person seemingly yelled all the time. In the course of the mysterious person's challenges, these were the only words he said. I am not a god. My goal is to ascend to godhood. You are all gods with trashy godhoods. If I ascend, I will most definitely ascend to a higher tier godhood. Thus, before that, I shall first defeat you trash gods as proof to myself and as a drive to make myself stronger. The moment these words spread, countless people were alarmed. So this fellow was not a god yet? Could it be that? Damn it. If we had known that earlier, we would have kept him on our side. Capable of challenging a god without being a god. After ascending, he will be at least a major god. If he receives specialized care, he will probably be able to challenge even Liu Yuan. Heavens. It's over. How did we allow him to go over to Liu Yuan's territory? Who knows? This fellow is quite an idiot. He kept silent while he was here. The moment he arrived on Liu Yuan's side, he started yelling his slogan. How excessive. Yeah? Sigh. Liu Yuan will most certainly kill him. Yeah? They were all deeply worried. They knew that they had probably missed their sole chance. However, surprising them all, Liu Yuan did not kill this person. On the contrary, he actually allowed his subordinate gods to accept the challenge one by one. He even issued an order saying that each of them had to accept the challenge at least once. That's right, this was Liu Yuan's command. Higher tier godhood. Liu Yuan smiled. He knew that what he had been waiting 30 years for might have finally arrived. Perhaps he had been looking in the wrong direction all along. Only those that were powerful enough, such as this mysterious person or that Chen Feng, would be qualified to challenge the godhood of misfortune. Perhaps this was the way to go about it. Since that fellow wanted to challenge gods, Liu Yuan would allow it. Moreover, in order to ensure that his luck aura would not interrupt the arrival of the godhood of misfortune, Liu Yuan made sure to not get involved in anything regarding that person. Naturally, he also had to ensure that the challenger stayed alive. Thus, with Liu Yuan's secret protection, Chen Feng's journey of challenges proceeded incredibly smoothly. Nearly 100,000 gods were challenged by Chen Feng. This was incredibly smooth. It far surpassed even Chen Feng's own imagination. In his original plan, he had expected Liu Yuan to not get involved after yelling those words. Unexpectedly, the anxious Liu Yuan had decided to help him in his growth. How perfect! Indeed, his decision to die had been the correct one. If he had merely escaped or gone missing, with Liu Yuan's character, the moment a mysterious challenger appeared, Liu Yuan would have been filled with suspicions. Only by truly dying for 30 years had Liu Yuan finally forgotten about him. Even when a mysterious person appeared, it never crossed Liu Yuan's mind that this might be Chen Feng, merely the appearance of a talented person. Chen Feng was filled with gratitude toward Liu Yuan. At present, the strength within him was off the charts. After all, he had over 100,000 godly powers contained within him. With the fusion of the fake nascent soul, a brand new power would be formed. At present, both luck and misfortune were working overtime, and the fake nascent soul was surrounded by various powers. Evidently, the digestion of these powers was still going on. Suddenly, Chen Feng said, "I have a feeling I am about to break through." Break through? Their hearts trembled. Chen Feng was already a major god. If he were to break through, he would be a true god. As they thought of this, their eyes shone. In other words, the moment Chen Feng was done fusing all the new godly powers he had gained, he could probably gain comprehension of the profoundness of a true god and truly become a true god. That progress was quite logical. After all, he had absorbed more than 100,000 godly powers encompassing all aspects of life. Wouldn't the combination of all these powers be equivalent to a true god? Chen Feng frowned. Still lacking something. He had an uncomfortable feeling, as if the path had been open but was now covered by a barrier. "Perhaps I should look for," he said. Suddenly, Duma appeared. "Hold on. Xiao sent me here to do something." Chen Feng sighed as he heard this. Xiao would only look for him for one single reason. Chen Feng committed suicide. After a long time, Duma resurrected once again him. However, this time around, the resurrection took a very long time. It nearly failing toward the end. Even after the resurrection, Chen Feng had a pale expression. "I don't think you can continue doing this." Duma sighed. "A trace of a true god's aura is already contained within you. When you are done with the fusion, I will no longer be able to resurrect you. At that time, any death will be a true death." Chapter 830, Controlling the World. "Perhaps the moment you become a true god, your concealment will be exposed," Duma said with a solemn expression. He was no longer capable of keeping up with Chen Feng strength-wise. When Chen Feng broke through to the true god stage, they would not be able to hide the fluctuations from the breakthrough from Liu Yuan. A casual investigation would reveal the truth about Chen Feng. Next, the anger Liu Yuan had accumulated over several decades would most certainly result in a huge battle. What would the odds be like in a battle between Chen Feng, as a new true god, and Liu Yuan, a veteran true god? Duma was unsure. Chen Feng suddenly recalled what he had wanted to said before this suicide. "There is still one godly power I have yet to fuse with." What? Duma was clearly still stuck on the previous topic. The next day, Chen Feng brought them and visited a unique existence, the forest goddess. That's right. It was precisely this forest goddess that had been completely neutral and hadn't gotten involved in the affairs of the world at all. In Yi's era, Chen Feng's era, and the subsequent era of Liu Yuan, the forest goddess had never become anyone's enemy and had never thought of getting involved with any party. This was how she had stayed alive until today. In Chen Feng's eyes, this person had always been an enigmatic existence. Naturally, he did not realize that as far as the forest goddess was concerned, he was the enigmatic one. "You are actually still alive?" She didn't dare to believe this. Given Liu Yuan's strength, how could anyone hide the fact that they were still alive from him? I have merely been maintaining a low profile," Chen Feng said in a low voice. The forest goddess shook her head and sighed. Indeed, none of these fellows were simple existences. "What do you want?" She was aware that since Chen Feng had come, he definitely had something he needed from her. When Liu Yuan had visited, he had requested her godly power. She had given him what he wanted, as she had known the price she needed to pay if she wanted to remain free in this land. "I need your godly power," Chen Feng said solemnly. "The basic version?" the forest goddess said with a faint smile. What Liu Yuan had wanted was merely her type of godly power as part of his collection. As such, she had given him the basic version of her godly power. That is fine. Chen Feng paused, then coughed and added, naturally, it would be even better if you could give me an updated portion of your godly power. An updated version of her godly power was in fact quite an excessive request. One ought to know that with this request, the forest goddess would have to duplicate a copy of the entirety of her present power. She shook her head. Fine. After all, this was not the first time she had met Chen Feng, though their relationship had never been a harmonious one. However, compared to the era of Liu Yuan, she much preferred the era of Chen Feng. She stretched out her hand. Take it. Boundless godly power converged around Chen Feng. One after another, the power unique to the forest goddess appeared. This was the terrifying power of the only peak major god that had survived from the primordial era to the present era. Bang! The surging power charged at Chen Feng. Chen Feng realized how strong the forest goddess was. He was made aware of how lucky he had been when he first crossed swords with her back then. Bang! He was totally submerged in the godly power of the forest. Fortunately, Chen Feng was not the same as before. With 100,000 godly powers within him, he had quite a lot of endurance. As such, he was able to take on this intense godly power. Bang, bang, bang. Gradually, the godly power calmed down. At this instant, the power within Chen Feng finally reached a certain summit after undergoing numerous transformations. His next point of growth was the point where he would enter the true god realm. Can't grow anymore. His gaze was sharp. The only way he could grow further was by breaking through. After fusing with the godly power of forest, the barrier that seemed to have been obstructing him appeared to have blurred. Chen Feng had a feeling that so long as he wished so, he would be able to enter the true god stage anytime he wished. Aren't you neutral? Chen Feng couldn't help but have a sense of respect toward this goddess. He had never expected that, during his crucial moment, it would be this forest goddess that provided him with this crucial aid. One ought to know that even when Liu Yuan came, she only gave him a small amount of a basic version of her godly power. The forest goddess chuckled. True neutrality does not exist. So-called neutrality is merely a position one assumes to gain better conditions, a position one assumes before discovering the proper person to put one's weight behind. Now I have found that person. As she finished her words, she looked at Chen Feng silently. Chen Feng instantly understood her motivation. He expressed his gratitude earnestly. Many thanks. Next, he left speedily. There was no helping that. Even though this senior forest goddess appeared so young, she was, in fact, incredibly old. Perhaps she had chosen Chen Feng due to his character. The gaze she had looked at Chen Feng with had been filled with kindness, greatly resembling the old granny that used to take care of him. What else he could do but run? However, shortly after leaving the forest goddess's territory, a servant of hers came bearing a message. I sensed the power of misfortune and luck in your body. I don't know why you have 3 godhoods in you. However, be aware that the moment you become a true god, all these godhoods will vanish, leaving behind only a single godhood, the single divine seat of a true god. Bang! Everyone's heart trembled. So these divine seats would all vanish? Suddenly, Chen Feng realized something. It would not matter if his or the luck goddess's divine seat vanished. However, if the misfortune goddess's divine seat vanished and returned to the world and was subsequently obtained by Liu Yuan, his strength would. How can this be so? His head ached. In short, if he wanted to become a true god to face Liu Yuan, he had to take the risk of Liu Yuan being able to obtain full control over the world at any time. What is the rate of ascension on Liu Yuan's side? Chen Feng asked. A huge bunch of them ascend every single day. Duma rubbed his head. Based on the present speed, the moment the godhood of misfortune becomes available, it will reappear in no less than 3 days. In short, I will only have 3 days. Chen Feng sank into silence. Duma shook his head. Not quite. 3 days is merely the maximum length of time you might have. It is also possible that the instant you break through, the godhood of misfortune will reappear, allowing Liu Yuan instant control over this world. Chen Feng. They seemed to have stumbled upon their biggest problem yet. What will happen once he controls the entire world? Chen Feng asked with a sigh. Things will get very dangerous. Duma shook his head. True godhood is the highest stage of godhood. World controller signifies an entirely different realm. It signifies the realm of an existence such as the creation god. In that realm, all living beings are under one's control. Every flower, every tree, every blade of grass, every single life form, every inch of soil, every single god, and every single godly power. If one wishes to, the entire world can be destroyed with a mere thought. Duma finished his explanation expressionlessly. Chen Feng and the rest sank into silence. So a world controller was actually so scary? What about me if I have broken into the true god stage? Chen Feng asked. Duma smiled bitterly. You will still be under his control. So that was the case. Chen Feng sighed. It was no wonder that Liu Yuan was ignoring everything and focusing solely on gaining full control over the world. The so-called mysterious person and the forest goddess were existences he couldn't care less about, because there was no need to care. So long as the godhood of misfortune reappeared, he would become the world controller. Mysterious person? Enemy? True god? Mere jokes. Was Liu Yuan stupid? No, he had never been stupid. Chapter 831, Look at the size. Is there truly no other ways? Chen Feng rubbed his head. Everything had been progressing too smoothly for him recently. It had reached a point where he believed he would be able to easily eliminate Liu Yuan. Unexpectedly, the greatest trap of all was waiting for him. If he dared to become a true god, there would only be a slight window of opportunity before Liu Yuan obtained total control over the world. In his original plan, Chen Feng had hoped that, after becoming a true god, even if he was immediately discovered, he would still be able to survive and grow some more, eventually becoming strong enough to prevail over Liu Yuan. But now, forget about surviving, he would definitely be discovered by Liu Yuan, and Chen Feng himself would have to be the one to start the fight. Otherwise, the moment Liu Yuan discovered the godhood of misfortune, he would gain total control over the world. Even with Chen Feng being the one to start the fight, things would only work out if the godhood of misfortune chose to reappear at a later date. Otherwise, if the godhood of misfortune reappeared somewhere immediately after he became a true god, it would all be over. Luck? Chen Feng smiled bitterly. He believed that his luck would not be too bad. After all, the power of luck was fused within his godly power. Sadly, the same was true for Liu Yuan. How lamentable. Luck would not work when dealing with Liu Yuan. Is this purely a matter of luck? Chen Feng was unwilling to accept this. This involved the fate of the entire world, yet it had to depend on luck. Chen Feng could not accept that. Furthermore, even if Chen Feng broke through into the true god stage, would he truly be able to defeat Liu Yuan? Unlikely. As such, he needed more time. Otherwise, even if the first issue, that of the godhood of misfortune, was resolved, he could still be killed by Liu Yuan at any time. Facing an enemy at such a level, Chen Feng couldn't rely on luck alone, despite him having some confidence in his luck. Let me give it some thought. He sank into contemplation. Time. True god. The world. Chen Feng's thoughts spun rapidly. Suddenly, he looked at the innocent Xiao Ying in his sea of consciousness. Perhaps there was a solution to this. At present, in the territories ruled by Liu Yuan, the furious Liu Yuan received a report that the mysterious person had vanished. That's right, he had vanished. After challenging all the gods, that fellow had decisively vanished. This caused Liu Yuan to be incomparably furious. He had even begun to doubt the long-dead Chen Feng. Unfortunately, even after using luck aura, he received the same answer as always: Chen Feng was dead. As such, he could only give up on the thought that this was Chen Feng's conspiracy. Liu Yuan raged. Don't you guys know to stop him? The underling spoke cautiously. Respected God King, you told us to accommodate him in everything he does. Shwa. Liu Yuan's expression darkened. It seemed like this was indeed what he had said. He rubbed his aching head. That mysterious person had gone missing. Perhaps that fellow had gone to challenge a godhood after challenging all the gods. That was quite possible. As Liu Yuan thought of this possibility, he became somewhat excited. Immediately watch all locations attentively. The moment someone succeeds in a godhood trial, report it immediately. I have to know the locations of the challengers and the godhoods they obtain, Liu Yuan said solemnly. Yes, the various gods answered. With their godly powers, especially those that were good at deducing, it would be quite easy to locate a challenger whenever one appeared. Good. Liu Yuan heaved a breath of relief. He had to obtain that mysterious person. However, He felt like he was getting somewhat easily irritated. This did not fit his character. A vague sense of crisis kept enveloping him. Was he thinking too much? Liu Yuan frowned as he wondered. He had planned in secret for so many years and had never been so worried. And now, after dominating the world for 30 years, there no longer existed an opponent for him. And yet he was still busy constantly scheming, trying to gain total control over this world. Why did he feel all jittery? Was it because success was now so near? Liu Yuan shut his eyes. He felt like he had to adjust his mindset to calm himself. Chen Feng was already dead. He could not allow himself to keep being influenced by Chen Feng like this. That damnable 1% chance of failure had already been dealt with. 1%. Right. Soon, Liu Yuan realized something. Shortly after, he began to deduce once again. This time, he arranged his entire plan once again and used luck aura to deduce his success rate. On top of that, several hundred analyzation and deduction abilities were used as support. Ultimately, he obtained a result: 100% success rate. Now, nobody in this world could stop him. He was the core of half the world. As for the other half, they could only struggle while standing at death's door. Even the strongest of them was merely a major god. Among them, a true god could never appear, let alone one that could withstand him. With Chen Feng's death, nobody remained that could threaten him. As for the future, unfortunately, the moment he obtained full control over the world and rewound time, there would no longer be a future. Liu Yuan spoke steadily. Let's just proceed according to the plan. Finally, he regained his calm. However, he never could have imagined that his deduction had a small issue. Indeed, in this world, nobody could stop him. But what about a different world? A clear sky, blue seawater, and a golden sandy shore. It had been a very long time since Chen Feng had seen such a view. Naturally, one could not forget about the refreshing girls on the beach. They were all filled with vitality, especially the jiggling clumps of meat whenever they moved. Looking at them having fun, smacking volleyballs around, an incomparably comfortable feeling emerged within Chen Feng. So big, so fair. TSK, this is life. Chen Feng lamented. Hee. A gloomy voice resounded beside him. Don't you think that you owe me an explanation? Calm down, said Chen Feng. What is there to explain? Look, Liu Yuan is going to control the world. As such, I can only hide here. In any case, your crystal palace is located on an alien world. Isn't it perfect how you and Xiaoying can summon each other to your own worlds? I am only here to hide. I will leave not long after, Chen Feng said with a smile. The one that had appeared and was talking to him was precisely Ming Yi. That's right, this was the crystal palace of the great male lead, the stallion, the owner of a harem, Wang Chun. When everyone had ascended to godhood, Wang Chun had naturally done the same. After experiencing countless arduous hardships and numerous tribulations, he had finally ascended. As for the godly power he had gained, it was one that ultimately transformed the world of the Crystal Palace into a true alien world. Naturally, he alone could enter this world, as well as the Xiaoying, who had a contract with Ming Yi. As for Chen Feng, he could only enter thanks to the synonymous spiritual energy he had with Xiaoying. Back then, this was precisely how Ming had gotten the wrong target to sign the contract. Is that even what I am talking about? Ming was furious, so furious that her majestic breasts jiggled. What I am saying? She pointed at Xiaoying to the side and continued, why is he a she bastard? What she had signed was a marriage contract. Had Chen Feng not mentioned that Xiaoying was his bro? Why was his bro a female? Oh. Chen Feng sank into silence. True, even though Xiaoying had not been able to assume a humanoid form back then, she had still been usable. She could have been long or short, soft or hard. Yet now, with her new humanoid appearance, it was indeed somewhat unfavorable for Ming Yi. Suddenly, Chen Feng waved his hand. Come, Xiaoying, turn into a dragon. Let your wife take a good look at the size of a dragon. Ming Chapter 832, Who will be the one? In the world of the Crystal Palace, Wang Chun and the Shenwai sisters were watching from far away. They always maintained a certain distance from Ming Yi. After all, in this world, she was the Demon King. If not because Chen Feng had requested to see him, Wang Chun would not have dared to even approach Ming. In his memories, when he did a certain underling of Ming's that one time, he had almost ended up being hung up and beaten by Ming Yi. He would have literally been hung on the city gate and received 30 days of whipping. Thus, He hoped that Chen Feng could deal with Ming. Only then would he have the opportunity to truly rule the entirety of the Crystal Palace and turn this place into a true harem. As for the real world, Wang Chun had forgotten about it. Even though the real world was wider and more beautiful, for Wang Chun, the world of the Crystal Palace, which was the size of a city, was enough for him. After all, the real world contained the likes of Chen Feng and Liu Yuan. He had no intention of going out there and courting death. The smitten Shen Yi stared at Chen Feng. Elder brother Chen Feng has become even more handsome now. Chen Wei approved of this judgment. Not bad at all. Wang Chun. This was precisely the reason he did not want to be in the same world as Chen Feng. That fellow absorbed all the attention. Wang Chun had always been of the opinion that Chen Feng was not a good friend, merely an ordinary one. Suddenly, Wang Chun asked, "What do you two think about Kong Bei?" Shen Yi frowned. "Huh? Why are you suddenly asking such a disgusting question? Look at this." Wang Chun was very satisfied. If he had a choice in who to befriend, he much preferred Kong Bei. He had always believed that even though Kong Bei was destined to never be with a partner because of his looks, he would nevertheless have a huge number of friends of the same gender. Suddenly, a crisp sound could be heard. A crack appeared in the world. Wang Chun looked up at the sky of the Crystal Palace with a solemn expression. A crack had appeared there. Chen Feng was too strong, so strong that this world could not sustain the weight of his existence. Shen Yi was somewhat anxious. "Master, no worries." Wang Chun smiled and clenched his teeth as he said, "I can still hold on. They are all fighting. I have to do my part as well. Let us help you." The Shen Yi sisters began to help Wang Chun mending the crack in this world. Slowly, the crack vanished. "What exactly do you want?" Ming asked with a gloomy expression. After finding out that Xiao Ying was female, her mood was very unstable. "To break through," Chen Feng said solemnly. He had to break through, and this was the only place he could select to do so. This was the only place that Liu Yuan couldn't discover. This was also the only place he could hide from Liu Yuan and continue growing until the point he could contend against Liu Yuan. As for Liu Yuan, he would have to continue with his game of loot boxes for now. In any case, he would never be able to draw the loot he desired. Ming shook her head. "Not possible. Even if you break through here, the godhood of misfortune will still go away. After becoming a true god, all his divine seats would go away, regardless of the world he broke through in. As such, so long as Chen Feng became a true god, the godhood of misfortune would become vacant." There was no doubt about that. At that time, Liu Yuan would obtain control over the world. It was pointless for Chen Feng to break through here. "I know," Chen Feng said solemnly. "As such, I hope that you can separate Spirit and the Misfortune Goddess from me. Transform them into their true selves." Shwa. They raised their heads abruptly. Turning into their true selves. Spirit and the Misfortune Goddess had been residing in Chen Feng's body for a long time. Due to what the Luck Goddess did back then, even though Spirit had managed to regain the godhood, she now existed in the form of a consciousness and could only exist within Chen Feng's consciousness. As for the Misfortune Goddess, she hadn't even awakened in the truest sense. She had been in this state ever since she regained her consciousness. "You are the Nether Goddess," Chen Feng said solemnly. "You might not be able to display your true power in our world, but here, you are the strongest god." He had once learned from Wang Chun that in this world, there were two almighty opposing existences. These two had unique capabilities. If they were to join hands, this would definitely be doable. Ming rejected this without the slightest hesitation. "Not possible. Join hands with that slut? What kind of joke was that?" At present, this world was divided into two realms. That slut was in charge of the divine realm and Ming was in charge of the nether realm. Ming was happy with this arrangement and had no intention of seeing that slut even once. She was certain that the slut shared the sentiment. Since that was the case, why bother even trying to ask her? "The two of you are the only two gods of this world," Chen Feng said with a bitter smile. Ming sneered. "We are also arch-enemies." Chen Feng, to truly enable Spirit and the Misfortune Goddess to obtain new lives, he needed the joint effort of these two gods. After all, in this world, only when the two of them joined hands would this world's full power be displayed. This was the basic requirement to unleash the world's power. Even though this was merely a miniature world, it wouldn't differ much from a world that existed in reality and should be governed by the same set of rules. Suddenly, Ming said, "Their godly powers are already almost fully fused with you, right? If they leave you now, They can only take with them a small amount of godly power. They will have to start their cultivation from scratch. Chen Feng nodded. Both Spirit and the Misfortune Goddess had indeed sacrificed a lot for him. Ming curled her lips. They are fine with this? They occupied such important divine seats, those of misfortune and luck, yet they would only be at the level of a minor god. They would likely be challenged for their godhood the moment they appeared. They could very well die soon after. Yes, they are. Chen Feng shrugged. Before killing Liu Yuan, I will have them stay here. Ming glared at Chen Feng. So this fellow was already treating this place as his own home? In this world, Wang Chun is the true main character, Ming reminded Chen Feng. Huh? Chen Feng stared into the distance. As Wang met his gaze, he trembled and instantly fled with the Xinyi sisters, no longer even daring to look at them. Ming, what useless trash. Look, he seems to have no objections, Chen Feng said with a smile. Ming snorted. In that case, you can start considering a real issue. If I join my godly power with that fellow's, who will direct this process? Chen Feng was somewhat confused. Direct. What did that mean? Are you stupid? Ming calmly explained. You are aware that after obtaining all the powers, Liu Yuan will obtain control over the entire world. In this world with only two gods, the same is true. Since our godly powers have to join to grant new life to the two goddesses, someone must direct this newly joined godly power. Who do you think is more fitting to take on this role? How are you sure that after I hand over my godly power, she will not do something else with it? For instance, maybe she'll kill me and then kill all of you. As Chen Feng heard these words, he sank into silence. Chapter 833, The Damnable Setting. Naturally, you should be the one to take on the directing role, Chen Feng said without the slightest hesitation. Due to the relationship between Xiaoying and Ming, he trusted Ming more. Ming laughed heartily. And you think that the other person will agree to this? Naturally, the other party would arrive at the same conclusion as Ming. If I had boundless godly power, I would probably kill that person before helping you resurrect the two goddesses, Ming said without the slightest hesitation. Chen Feng. Only now did he realize the crux of the issue. These girls' relationships were way more complicated than he had imagined. This trashy Wang Chun couldn't even manage his harem properly. This should have been simple. Your grudges. Chen Feng could only try to tackle the issue from this angle. He. Ming sneered as she looked at Chen Feng. This is a grudge that has accumulated for ages. It would be better for you to be smarter. I remember a certain saying from your world. Do not force a kind husband like me to do a bad thing, and do not force that slut to become a good wife. Chen Feng was dazed for a long time. Such a saying exists. I will give you her address, Ming said politely. If you can persuade her, I will agree to your request. Chen Feng's eyes shone. For real? Of course. Ming looked over at the naive, cute, and obedient Xiaoying to the side before sighing. After all, my life is already tied to this fellow. All right, Chen Feng agreed. Wasn't it merely persuading a different big shot of the Crystal Palace? That shouldn't be too hard. This was a very unique world, a world with only women. Moreover, this world was based on the Crystal Palace. As such, the other party was most definitely a beautiful young lady as well. Chen Feng seemed to remember that, in the story of the Crystal Palace, no one true villain existed. Thus, Chen Feng followed the address and found the so-called Divine King. In fact, she was truly the Divine King, as she was the ruler of the Shen faction, the faction the Xinyi sisters were in. Her name was Shen Wang. Beautiful, young, and bright. This was the Shen Wang that Chen Feng saw. She was a beautiful young lady that caused one's heart to flutter. She appeared to be quite amicable. Hello. Chen Feng went forth and greeted her, then told her his request. The beautiful young lady agreed cheerfully. Her sole condition was that Ming accompanied her for one night. Chen Feng thought he had heard incorrectly. Did she mean to have Ming play with her for a bit? No, you heard correctly. I want her to accompany me for one night, the beautiful Shen Wang said, a big smile on her face. In her eyes was an expression that Chen Feng was extremely familiar with. He breathed in a mouthful of cold air. In short, this beautiful Shen Wang was a girl lover. Chen Feng's heart leapt. In his memories, Ming seemed to have a rather normal sexual orientation. It was no wonder she had been so angry when she found out that Xiaoying was female. Hold on, did this not mean that their relationship was in fact not as he had imagined? He immediately went to Wang Chun to find out more. Instantly, he was horrified by what he learned. In the past, The two had been best friends. This had lasted until the day the beautiful Chen Wang went over to Mingyu in her sleep and did something improper to her. Chen Feng was quite curious about the improper thing she did. In any case, Mingyu was utterly disgusted by the tact and defected from the divine palace immediately. Bringing along a bunch of her underlings, she went to the other side of the world and ultimately conquered half this world for herself. What damnable plot is this? Chen Feng was somewhat stupefied. This stupid plot, even Gideon wouldn't dare to write something like this, right? In his memories, this didn't seem to be the plot of the original The Crystal Palace. Well, the plot my world is based on is not the original plot, Wang Chun said meekly. My world is based on some fan fiction I read somewhere. Chen Feng. In short, to fulfill his dream of having a harem, this bastard Wang Chun visited some NSFW fanfiction websites just so he could have a different version of the Crystal Palace. Holy SHT. What useless nerd. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. In short, the essence of this world. That's right, Wang Chun said meekly. It's a world of fan service. Chen Feng. What in the world? Wang Chun coughed somewhat awkwardly. That is why the girls of this world are so easy to conquer. If this were the original world, I think I would have been torn apart by them long ago. At least Wang Chun was not entirely stupid. Chen Feng glared at Wang Chun. Fine. This was a piece of fanfiction. No wonder the plot had developed so weirdly. When he thought back, he seemed to recall that the gaze Shinyi looked at him with was indeed somewhat odd. Hold on. If this was a world of fan service, who did they service? Wasn't this a female-only world? Chen Feng was filled with doubt. Me. Wang Chun raised his head and puffed his chest out proudly. I am the main character. Chen Feng. Finally, he knew exactly what world this was. So it turned out that this wasn't just an all-female world. This was a world where all the females were extraordinarily beautiful and had zero concept of the relationship between different genders, allowing Wang Chun to roam free and brainwash them as he wished. In short, this so-called the Crystal's Palace was the true harem of Wang Chun. Fine. Chen Feng rubbed his aching head. Subsequently, his lips curled up into a smile. He looked at Wang Chun sinisterly. What if I try my hand on Shinyi and the others? Hiss. Wang Chun's hands trembled. Bro, please don't mess around. He was truly terrified now. He had been brainwashing these girls here because there were no restrictions regarding contact between different genders. He had been absolutely unrestrained because he used to be the only man in this world. If Chen Feng messed around in this world, Shinyi and the rest would probably accept his advances without any hesitation. How terrifying. Of course, that wasn't true of Ming. Wang Chun smiled bitterly. Bro, it's my bad. He had constructed this harem with utmost care. He did not want to have a competitor. He did not wish for the plot to develop with him wearing the green hat. Don't worry. I don't have the time for that, Chen Feng said grudgingly. So it turned out this fellow was aware of exactly what he had done. Truly. Forget it. After all, this was his private matter. Chen Feng had a sudden melancholic feeling. Do you have any way of helping them reconcile with each other, or just reach a temporary compromise? Wang Chun shrugged. No. Chen Feng glanced at him. Aren't you the male lead? Oh, Wang Chun appeared to be somewhat at a loss. In the original plot, these two were supposed to be the final bosses. If I try to make advances on them, it will have to be at the very end. In the setting of this world, the two of them have independent thoughts and aren't susceptible to brainwashing. As such, my protagonist aura has no effect on them. Moreover, based on the original setting, the story will end after the conquest of the final bosses. I don't even know if this world will continue on after that. Wang Chun shrugged. As such, I have never intended to conquer the both of them. This was why he had never bothered with those two. In any case, those two were existences he couldn't hope to touch. What should I do, then? Chen Feng's head ached. He had never expected this to happen. He had to now think of a way to persuade the female lead of a piece of fanfiction. Fanfiction that was supposed to be fan service. What were the characteristics of this female lead? What were the differences between her and the original work? He had no idea. At present, Shen Wang was an unknown factor. Nobody knew how this fan edition of Shen Wang would behave. What a scam. Chapter 834. Dear, select your world carefully. This is quite troublesome. Chen Feng sank into a short silence before suddenly recalling that perhaps one person would know the answer. Who? Wang Chun asked as his eyes shone. Chen Feng pointed at this world. The author. Wang Chun's mouth drop. Isn't this fan fiction? Look for the author of this fan fiction then, Chen Feng replied calmly. Wang Chun smiled bitterly. How is that possible? Fanfiction authors were the hardest to find. The reason for that was rather simple. The army of censors would regularly sweep through the internet for indecent content, and these were the greatest threat to the authors of adult fan fiction. As such, the authors of such works were normally scattered everywhere. It was extremely normal for them to regularly change their online handles or the place they posted. As such, it was extremely hard to locate these authors even in times of peace, let alone times of chaos like this. After all, adult fan fiction was generally written by the supernerds on the lowest rungs of society, which had possibly been the ones most likely to perish in the genetic era. After experiencing the descent of the primordial, the descent of the gods, Yi's Sin era, Chen Feng's glorious era, Liu Yuan's control era, and the chaotic era that followed after Liu Yuan's wristbands were broken by Chen Feng, as mere ordinary people, could these authors have even survived this long? Wang Chun did not have an answer. Perhaps the author was long dead. How will we know without trying? Chen Feng asked with a smile. Fortunately, I am very good at locating people. Shwa. Light swirled about as luck aura activated. Wang Chun was astonished to see this. I thought you couldn't use that ability? Due to Liu Yuan, it had been a very long time since Chen Feng had dared to use this ability. I can still lightly use it when I'm in a different world. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Shwa. Light swirled around. A succession of coordinates appeared before Chen Feng's eyes. This was the limit of what he could obtain. He didn't dare to further use his luck power. Even though they were in two different worlds and he was screening himself with godly power, Chen Feng was still unsure of whether he would attract Liu Yuan's attention if he used the power of luck excessively. With these coordinates, we can return and look for him, Chen Feng said. Fine, Wang Chun agreed with a sigh. They had no choice but to leave this place and head toward the coordinates. Fortunately, they ultimately found the address and arrived before a shabby yet still somewhat luxurious house. There is hope. Chen Feng was hopeful. Wang Chun went and knocked on the door. A gloomy voice sounded from within. Who is it? Delivery? Wang Chun answered with a low voice. Leave the delivery at the door. Oh, the delivery has already been put down. We have also received notification that your water meter is broken. The delivery guys also repair water meters nowadays. We are operating a business with a PO box. That's probably a false report. I am taking a shower. My water supply is fine. We detected that your electricity might be. I am watching a video. There might be a gas leakage here. We need to do an inspection. No, it's working fine. I am cooking here. Wang Chun was instantly speechless. He had never expected that would be seen through before saying much. Chen Feng was speechless as he saw this. Seems like I am still not smart enough. Bang! He proceeded to kick open the door. The two of them were instantly startled at what they saw. Inside the building was a chubby middle-aged man wearing messy clothes. In the living room was a huge bathtub. The middle-aged man was submerged within the bathtub, seemingly trying to save half the water by submerging himself in the bathtub to raise the water level. And the TV in the living room was indeed playing a movie. This was an adult movie. An ancient gas stove was boiling water, and some silicone toys were visible within the water. The loud sound of the door being kicked down alarmed the fatty. He blanked shortly before suddenly saying, "Did I forget to close the door? Oh, well, just leave the delivery there. When I am free, I will give you a good rating." Instantly, Chen Feng and Wang Chun sank into silence. Frolicking night wind? Chen Feng asked with a sigh. The fatty was horrified. Huh? How do you know this pen name of mine? Chen Feng. It's indeed him, Wang Chun confirmed with a bitter smile. Bang! They directly knocked him unconscious and took him away. They couldn't even stay a second longer at a place like this. In all honesty, for him to be living such a life in this era, he was quite talented. To be safe, they carried the fatty to a certain cave. After a long time, the fatty woke up. Bro, I was wrong. I will no longer steal silicone toys. I truly have no idea who they belonged to before. I merely picked them up to boil and disinfect them so I can use them as well. If I knew that they were yours, I definitely wouldn't have touched them. The fatty screamed miserably. Chen Feng. So those things had been picked up. Scary. Wang Chun was rather shocked as well. How about the gas stove? I picked that up from a garbage heap. The fatty cried a tearless cry. The monitored and controlled world is too scary. Therefore, I escaped from the monitored part of the world. However, the non-monitored part of the world is now living a primitive life. As such, I had no choice but to use such a method to maintain some quality of life. Chen Feng. Fine. He rubbed his head. I am not interested in all this. Now, tell me, do you still remember the things you wrote with the pen name Frolicking Nightwind? Yes. The fatty nodded frantically as he realized something. I wrote a lot. That pen name was one I used to write about the Crystal Palace, with emphasis on adult fanfiction. For instance, the story about the Shinyi sisters. Wang Chun interrupted him. Shut up. Ah? The fatty was frightened by the shout. I don't need to know about the adult fanfiction. Wang Chun gnashed his teeth and continued. You only need to tell me about a certain fanfiction you wrote, the one that was even drawn as a comic. Do you understand me? Oh. Fatty appeared rather disappointed. That work is not explosive enough. It was supposed to be adult fanfiction as well. However, in order to publish it as a comic, I was forced to delete a lot of indecent scenes. Yes. That is precisely the version I am asking about, Wang Chun said with a fierce expression. If you dare to mention anything else, I will instantly kill you. Oh. The fatty trembled in fear. Let me give it some thought. Which ones did I delete back then? It has been too long, I can't remember them anymore. However, I have numerous original copies here with me. Do you want to take a look at these instead? The fatty passed over his wristband while trembling. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Wristband? Don't worry, the fatty explained. You don't need to put this one on to use it. No internet connection is required either. It was modified by me into a single edition and can be used like a personal computer. Look, Shwa. He turned the screen on. Next, a folder named Studies appeared. Within were numerous folders with names such as Physics, Chemistry, Biology, and so on. A particular folder named Biology was opened, and a world of porn appeared before them. That is only natural, right? The fatty said awkwardly. Within this folder were the numerous pieces of adult fan fiction he had written in the past, and the vast majority of them were focused on the Crystal Palace. There were nearly 20 works featuring the Shinyi siblings as the main characters. When Wang Chun saw this, his complexion became ashen. One could only imagine his expression when he actually began searching through them. Do you want me to help you with this? Chen Feng asked when he saw Wang Chun's unsightly expression. Wang Chun hastily stopped him. There is no need for that. It was better for Chen Feng to not see the contents of these. Thus, he clenched his teeth and did the work personally. He read every single adult fanfiction pertaining to the Crystal Palace in here before finally locating what he was searching for. Naturally, having read everything, he did not appear well. Which character did you want to know about? When the fatty saw what Wang Chun was pointing at, he continued, Oh, I remember now. This is the special edition I wrote after deleting a whole bunch of adult content and adding Yuri content to get published back then. What do you guys want to ask about? Shen Wang, what is the setting for her character? Chen Feng asked. Fatty gave it some thought before saying, I gave her a tragic childhood, allowing her nature to undergo a great change, changing even her sexual orientation so as to keep her consistent with the worldview of the characters in this book. In the future, she and Ming will love and hate each other, and after numerous fights, their misunderstandings will be solved and they will ultimately get together. Unfortunately, this book was dropped by the publishers before I could even finish it. They cited the indecent Yuri content as immoral or something. What the hell, right? Back then, they were the ones hinting at me to write Yuri content. The fatty became furious as he thought about this. Chen Feng. So it turned out the two of them were in fact a couple. I understand now. Do you still have the script for the latter parts of the novel? Chen Feng asked. Nope. However, their misunderstanding is the core of the book. The two have known each other since they were young yet do not understand each other, resulting in their separation, and so on. I can still roughly remember the storyline, the fatty said. Excellent. Write it down and I will let you go, Chen Feng said. Fatty was getting excited. He had initially thought that he would die today. Surprisingly, these kidnappers were actually fans of his past work. What a good feeling this was. Suddenly, Wang Chun thought of something. Hold on. So you have never forgotten the setting for the character Shen Wang? Fatty nodded. Wang Chun gnashed his teeth. In other words, even if I hadn't read all this, you could still have told me about her. Yes. The fatty began to cry a tearless cry. But earlier, You only said that you were looking for that book. I was assuming that you were merely looking to download a full copy of the story. That's why I directed you to the folder. He. Wang Chun was so infuriated that he started trembling. Earlier, he personally read nearly 20 books depicting Shen Yi being subjected to numerous experiences. Wang Chun was totally infuriated as he recalled what he had read. After 1 hour, Chen Feng and Wang Chun left smoothly. When they returned to the harem world, Chen Feng already had an idea for the future development of the two gods of this world. It wouldn't be long before the Yuri arc began. Naturally, Wang Chun still had an unsightly expression on his face. In fact, his head looked rather green at the moment. How pitiful, Chen Feng lamented. This is what you get for cultivating the world of an adult fan fiction as your ability. Chapter 835, Liu Yuan's Suspicions. Wang Chun. Let the world progress as dictated by the author. Allow Mingyu and Shen Wang to discover each other's identity and realize the misunderstanding. So long as they discover this naturally, the setting of this world will take into effect, Chen Feng said. Wang Chun nodded. All right. With this, the conflict between the two would soon end. That would be the time for Chen Feng to enter the true god stage. In Liu Yuan's territory, countless apostles were prostrating on the ground. A dignified gaze would sweep past them occasionally, causing them to tremble all over. This was Liu Yuan's will, a will of utmost majesty. At present, a bunch of new gods were before him. Unfortunately, misfortune was not part of this group either. He sighed. Where are you? Misfortune was now his biggest hurdle to obtaining full control over the world. The possibility obviously existed, and the godhood had obviously been made vacant. Why was it refusing to appear? He nurtured batch of gods after batch of gods like vegetation. 30 years had passed, yet misfortune hadn't appeared even once, causing him to collapse mentally. There was also that mysterious person. Liu Yuan sank into silence. The escape of that mysterious person angered him somewhat as well. However, this also caused Liu Yuan to finally start seriously considering whether he had missed something. Why had he failed to locate that mysterious person? That shouldn't be possible. Even without knowing that person's name and appearance, with luck aura, nobody could hide. Was it because his version of luck aura was too weak? Liu Yuan frowned. However, he had only been using luck aura for searching. As such, the fact that his luck aura was a low-level one shouldn't matter too much. If so, what exactly was the problem? Liu Yuan raised his head and looked at the world before him. He recalled that, a long time ago, he had hidden from the detection of other gods by hiding in outer space. But both this planet and outer space were under his control. Nobody should be able to escape to outer space. In fact, if that mysterious person had escaped to outer space, Liu Yuan would have long ago discovered him. After all, the Stormtech company's monitoring system was not something to be looked down on. Or perhaps this person was like Yi, who had hidden on the Twin Horns world. That was the best location to hide. Unfortunately, the Twin Horns world had already been assimilated into this world. It no longer existed as an independent world. If so, where else could someone hide? Liu Yuan frowned. He had an odd feeling. This odd feeling was a hunch originating from his various perception and intuition pertaining, as well as numerous passive abilities that he had copied. Although he did not know exactly what was going on, he still felt that something was wrong. That mysterious person was definitely an important clue to this. Furthermore, the fact that he was totally invisible to the luck aura's detection amplified the importance. World hiding. Vanishing. Liu Yuan shut his eyes and suddenly recalled something. He flipped his hand and a hovering book appeared above his palm. That's right, this was Wang Chun's ability, an ability to turn a world within a book into an alien world. However, this book of Liu Yuan's was unique and was different than the book Wang Chun had selected. Back then, when Liu Yuan discovered this ability, he had acknowledged that this was an extremely unique ability among the various abilities in existence. As such, Liu Yuan had paid close attention to this ability. Unlike Wang Chun, Liu Yuan had not selected the Crystal Palace. As far as he was concerned, this ability was similar to his copy ability, an ability filled with potential. As such, why would he select a trash fanfiction like the Crystal Palace to be his constructed world? After all, he already had a woman that he loved. As such, his interest in other women was quite lacking. Therefore, he had selected a book that was more suitable for him. This was a rather established book from a certain established website, Godly Model Creator. From that book, he had learned the world constructing ability of the main character. This was also how he had become so powerful. Naturally, he was too busy to truly grow that world. As such, in that world, he was still a minor character. However, that did not affect his active learning from that book. In fact, he had benefited greatly from that. Initially, this secret had belonged to him alone. After all, he was the only one able to push this ability to such great heights. That fan fiction of the Crystal Palace was nothing but a place for one to fulfill one's wishes. How could he place much importance on Wang Chun? But now, he was finally regarding that world of the Crystal Palace seriously. Chen Feng was dead. However, his friends were still alive. As such, the mysterious person could very well be Wang Chun, Kong Bai, or the others. For example, Luo Yuan's brain spun rapidly. That beloved disciple of Chen Feng's, Wu Hu. If he was the one putting on a disguise and challenging all the gods, it was quite possible that he would indeed be victorious in all the challenges, because he was Wu Hu, because of that unique ability of his. Interesting. Luo Yuan's mouth curled up into a smile. Since he is the disciple of Chen Feng, he might inherit the godhood of misfortune as well. Luo Yuan was feeling expectant. Perhaps that mysterious person had indeed gone missing to try ascending to godhood. I will give you the time for it. However, Luo Yuan's gaze became cold. The moment of your ascension will also be the moment of my appearance. As for this book, he lowered his head to look at the hovering book. The strength of the world within this book was much weaker than he had imagined. That Sun Yushan fellow, his first summon, was an existence that could be easily killed. As such, he had allowed the book to develop naturally just to wait for the final scene of the book. Perhaps when the book reached its end, he wouldn't even need the godhood of misfortune anymore to obtain full control of this world. Luo Yuan smiled coldly. You people are not the only ones with an alien world on your side. At this time, within the world of the Crystal Palace, Chen Feng's group was making their preparations as well. To ensure that they could reach their grand goal, to allow the two gods of this world to reconcile, they were pushing forward the plot of this world. The two gods had hidden Yuri tendencies. This was confirmed by the fact that Ming did not seem to reject Xiao Ying's identity as a female too strongly. What they needed was time. With Wang Chun's urge, time passed rapidly. Chen Feng and the rest carefully pushed along the events of this world according to the author's original plot. Ultimately, the drama between the two gods reached the peak, and their Yuri tendencies were completely unlocked. Wang Chun was filled with melancholy. So is this the ending of this book? All the foreshadowing had been done for this book. As such, when the truth had ultimately been revealed, this world's plot had naturally developed accordingly. Moreover, this was an all-female Yuri world. As such, the predetermined ending wasn't too out of place, and Ming naturally accepted her fate. What was left was to extract the two godhoods from Chen Feng. His gaze became firm. All along, he had never intended to allow Luo Yuan to get his hands on these godhoods. After all, the godhood of misfortune was too important, the key for Luo Yuan to control this world. This would be an extremely dangerous step. Even if the probability of Luo Yuan obtaining it was merely 1 in 10,000, Chen Feng would still not take the risk. As such, he had to extract the godhoods from himself. As for Luo Yuan, regardless of whether he was waiting for misfortune's appearance or the mysterious person's breakthrough, it would all be for naught, as he was waiting for something that didn't exist. In the world of the Crystal Palace, Ming and Shen Wang, having reconciled, were presently converging their unparalleled godly powers. A resplendent radiance enveloped Chen Feng. The godhood extraction had begun. Chapter 836, World Creation. At present, within a different world, Luo Yuan was following behind the footsteps of a certain someone. 1 step, 2 steps. Before him was a boundless radiance, seemingly unfolding the story of a legend. Luo Yuan's eyes widened, and he watched on as everything unfolded before him. His heart was filled with shock. So this was what it meant to create a world. Before his eyes, the tooth was standing in the void, hovering above a destroyed planet. Origin, the god that created heaven and earth. An incorporeal power began to bubble. The fragments, the planet, and the comets around began to revolve according to the law of that power. Everything was seemingly under the youth's control. The youth spoke his second sentence indifferently. Earth, the hollow primordial chaos. Stars began to converge. The planet exploded into various fragments, yet with the utterance of this sentence, the fragments all converged together again to assume the form of a sphere. The fragmented stars converged together as well, coming together to form a brand new planet, a planet that was so very bright and resplendent. The youth spoke his third sentence. The darkness of the depths. The sphere began to transform, and indentations started to appear on it, giving birth to abysses, canyons, edges, corners, and marks. Slowly but surely, it became a planet with life. The youth spoke his fourth sentence. God's spirituality traverses the water's surface. Splash, water appeared on the planet, filling the valleys and gorges, giving birth to oceans and rivers. The entire planet became complete, and the youth stepped on the sea surface casually. God says, "Let there be light." Light appeared, as if the everlasting sun had been there since time immemorial. And yet the light that had appeared wasn't the light of the sun. The youth pointed at the void. There, the moon, which had long since been destroyed, appeared yet again. Just like that, it appeared slowly, hovering where it used to hover. And thus this planet came to possess a moon. By my name, revolve. The final power burst out of his hand. The entire planet became flawless as the atmosphere appeared. Everything that had been lost returned, returning this planet to the perfect state it had been in during its creation. Liu Yuan watched on silently, extremely shaken. This was his very first time witnessing the creation of a world at such a close distance. He had never experienced the era of the creation god. As such, he was aware of what his flaw was. This was also why he had selected this book as his alien world. This book had a complete world creation process. This book had settings that were somewhat similar to the genetic era. That was why he had selected this book. Different from the lustful Wang Chun, Liu Yuan had a clear purpose in selecting this book. The only difference was that he had very little time to stay in this world, as this world required utmost care from its creator for it to develop. As for Liu Yuan, he had millions upon millions of abilities, each of them needing a certain amount of growth. Some of them could be developed through the wristband alone, but there were some that were unique, such as this book's ability, which he had to care for personally. As such, Liu Yuan had decided to let this book develop naturally. After all, this godly model creator's main character had a copying ability as well. It detailed the story of someone who ultimately changed the world through great effort in cultivation. The early parts of this book contained the growth of this youth. Those had not helped Liu Yuan much. What he had truly wanted from this book was this final scene, the creation of the world. Now he had seen what he had wanted to see. With his very own eyes, he had witnessed all the steps of the creation of a world. Hidden in the void, he had witnessed everything. So this was true world creation? Liu Yuan had gained great understanding from this scene. He had a feeling that perhaps he did not even need the godhood of misfortune anymore to become a world-controlling god. Or perhaps, if he could copy the ability of this main character. Liu Yuan was tempted. Based on the plot of this book, next would be the arrival of the kingdom of heaven. That was the moment where the illusory world and reality combined. Just as Liu Yuan was preparing to make a move, the youth suddenly stopped. So it turns out that you are trying to witness the process of a true ascension? The youth said, a faint smile on his face. Liu Yuan blanked. Who was this youth talking to? When he raised his head, he saw the youth's gaze piercing through the void, looking at him. Instantly, his body chilled. He had been discovered. Hold on, how had this youth figured out his line of thought? Instantly, Liu Yuan realized something. This youth had read his mind earlier. It was also at this moment that Liu Yuan suddenly realized a terrifying truth. With this book ability, the world became a true existence. Since Ming could make a move for real, the same naturally applied to this youth. Furthermore, different from Ming, the person before possessed truly terrifying strength. Liu Yuan had always been looking down on the strength of this world. However, he had forgotten one important point. The youth before him had reached the realm of world creation, a realm far above his own. The youth spoke calmly. Sorry. In my world, I am the actual main character. Not good. Liu Yuan had an ominous feeling. Flee. This was his instinctive reaction. Alas, it was too late. The youth lifted his hand. Destroy! A terrifying radiance swept past the void and landed on Liu Yuan. Even though he had immediately tried to leave, he could still sense the terrifying strength. Puh! He coughed up a mouthful of blood before his consciousness returned to the real world. The clone he had created had actually been instantly destroyed by the youth. How scary! A trace of fear surfaced in Liu Yuan's eyes. So this was what strength comparable to the creation gods looked like. Damn it! He had initially planned to make use of this book to gain comprehension of world creation, becoming a true god of creation. Unexpectedly, he had ended up nearly being killed by the book's main character instead. How hateful! Liu Yuan's eyes gleamed coldly as he vowed that, one day, he would destroy that person as well. However, it was precisely at this moment that he watched with horror as the azure book floating above his palm transformed into countless light particles and dissipated. That world had vanished. In a daze, Liu Yuan looked in the direction those particles were headed, totally dumbfounded. How was that possible? That youth was so strong that he could use his own alien world to affect this world? So had the main character overthrown him and obtained full control over that world? No, that wasn't right. The moment that youth had created a world, he had already been an existence on the level of the creation god. As for Liu Yuan, because he had tried to take a peek at a power that surpassed his realm, he was suffering the backlash. This. Liu Yuan sank into a long silence. He had once tried doing what Wang Chun had, summoning the characters of the book. It was rather unfortunate that he had only managed to summon that Sun-something guy, who was just a mere villain in the book. Moreover, he was an extremely weak villain. This was while Liu Yuan had always regarded the world within the book as weak. He had never expected that the moment that youth reached the realm of world creation, he would become so powerful. I have been careless. Liu Yuan knew the reason behind this. If he had done as Wang Chun had and accompanied the main character in his growth, fighting together with him, he might perhaps have become good friends with that main character. However, he had not done that. He had allowed the book to progress naturally until the finale before going there to harvest his fruits. He had forgotten that the main character had grown to such a terrifying level. As such, his plan had backfired. I still underestimated him. So this is the strength of a god of creation? After becoming the controller of the world, will I be stronger? Liu Yuan was filled with expectation. He knew that the shortcut he had tried to take had been completely sealed. Moreover, he had even lost the entire book. As for where had the book gone, only that youth knew. Liu Yuan no longer had anything to do with that world. Regardless, this did not mean that Liu Yuan could not advance his plan. After all, he was Liu Yuan. Perhaps. Liu Yuan's eyes shone as he thought of something. Shwa. Luck aura activated. His body flitted and instantly appeared in a different corner of the world. There, amid a bunch of trash, a pile of discarded books could be found. One look at the pile and one would know that these books had been printed during the era of peace. Liu Yuan flipped the trash over easily. Next, he walked to the pile of books, then found a familiar book. You then. Chapter 837, Kill. In the world of the Crystal Palace, a faint radiance converged. In the middle of it was Chen Feng, and at his sides were Ming and Shen Wang. Their energies met and interweaved in midair before assuming the form of one big heart. Chen Feng was dumbstruck as he saw this. Two misses. Can you two stop with the excessive public display of affection? Chen Feng was speechless. Indeed, they had reconciled, as per the original plot. However, this was too much, right? They could even show off their affection while fusing their energy. Hee. Ming glanced at him. Isn't this what you wanted? Chen Feng, don't mess around. He rolled his eyes. Don't forget that we are still bound by the contract. If you continue to mess around, I will summon you randomly in the future, and I'll pick times when you two are getting intimate to do so. Ming, fine. She stopped messing around. Shwa. The energy converged, and finally, the two were done fusing their energy. Bang! The entire world trembled. When Ming and Shen Wang combined their energies, they accomplished what Liu Yuan had always wanted, combining all the godly powers of the world. Now, the two were the controllers of this world. Borrowing the unique power of the Crystal Palace, slowly, the consciousnesses of Spirit and the Misfortune Goddess drifted out before slowly entering the two bodies that had been prepared for them. Finally, their consciousnesses returned to the outside world. Not only that, with their departure, both of their godhoods were slowly shifting out of Chen Feng. godhood shifting. Chen Feng's eyes shone when he noticed this. So long as the shift was a success, he would no longer have to worry that Liu Yuan would obtain them. He would then be able to break through as he wished. Shwa! A beam of light descended and slowly condensed. Alas, right at this instant, the world began to tremble, alarming everyone. Next, they saw a person they were all familiar with appear in midair. That person was precisely Liu Yuan. Bang! That person shattered space and stepped into this world. Chen Feng's heart jolted. Liu Yuan? Why had he appeared here? Bang! The world trembled as that person truly descended upon this world. Wang Chun's expression changed greatly. Stop him. He joined hands with Shen Yi, Shen Wei, and the others to try to stop Liu Yuan. However, Liu Yuan's mere aura was sufficient to knock them all away. Wang Chun and the rest coughed up blood as they were flung away. Liu Yuan was too powerful. Bang! That person landed resoundingly. Liu Yuan's gaze merely landed on Wang Chun for a split second before he noticed a distant figure that caused him to doubt his eyes. That was Chen Feng. Chen Feng. Liu Yuan was in shock. You are actually still alive? He found this totally inconceivable. He had confirmed Chen Feng's death more than 1,000 times. Each time, the result had been the same, confirmation of Chen Feng's death. Moreover, he had even obtained the scene of Chen Feng's death from his deductions. How could Chen Feng still be alive? And how could Luck Aura have failed to detect this fellow, who used the same power? How was it possible? How was it possible for this fellow to have been able to hide from him? Liu Yuan was ashen-faced. It was no wonder that, even after several decades, he hadn't been able to find the godhood of misfortune. Since Chen Feng was still alive, how could the godhood of misfortune have appeared? No, that did not seem right. He had obviously confirmed that the godhood of misfortune was vacant when he had confirmed Chen Feng's death. Damn it. Liu Yuan had an unsightly expression. But then again, it no longer mattered. Since you have been discovered by me, you can no longer hide, Liu Yuan said with an ice-cold expression. Instantly, his senses locked down on Chen Feng. How did you appear here? Chen Feng asked. He remembered that Liu Yuan had not selected the same world as Wang Chun. Indeed, I selected a different world. However, Liu Yuan smiled self-mockingly. That main character called Su Hao was too strong and easily defeated me, then broke free of my control. As such, I was able to construct a new world. This time, I selected the Crystal Palace. Interesting, right? Liu Yuan asked with a faint smile. Chen Feng sneered. Seems like he failed to kill you. Prior to entering that world, I thought for a long time before finally deciding to send my clone. If I had entered personally, I would be dead. Being lucky is a good thing after all, right? Liu Yuan said calmly. Although Su Hao was the main character of that world, Liu Yuan was sure that out here, he was the true main character. On top of that, he was also this world's sole tyrant. Although I haven't spent much time developing the new world I constructed, it is, after all, exactly the same as this one. As such, a link of sorts was established. And thus, I have arrived here. Liu Yuan finished with a smile. Suddenly, Ming's eyes gleamed coldly. You killed them. Since Liu Yuan could be here, that signified that the world he had constructed was already fully under his control. Yet that world had surely only been constructed recently. How could he have obtained control over it so fast? It was very simple. He killed both Ming and Shen Wang, and he even copied both their godly powers. As such, Liu Yuan had been able to swallow that world for himself. Liu Yuan shook his head as he lamented. This is why I was never willing to select this world. This world is too weak. With ease, everyone in that world was exterminated. Next, that world was destroyed and used as a springboard to reach this world. Well, it does not matter. That world no longer exists. However, this world is still here, right? As Liu Yuan finished his words somewhat casually, everyone was utterly shocked. He had indeed destroyed an entire world, even though it was a fictional world. The moment it had been constructed with the ability, those people had become true living beings. Yet Liu Yuan had directly killed them all, the entirety of the Crystal Palace. The moment I entered the Crystal Palace, I knew that I had to come here, as a very ominous aura could be sensed. However, I never imagined that it was actually you, Chen Feng. Liu Yuan's killing intent surged. The 30 years he had wasted had caused him to develop an extremely deep hatred for Chen Feng. This was a person he had to kill no matter what. Chen Feng remained silent. Not far away, The shifting process was on the verge of completion. You are trying to buy more time, right? Liu Yuan smiled sinisterly. However, do you know why I have allowed you this time? Because the cruelest way to deal with someone is to destroy all their hope during the imminent moment of success. You have allowed me to experience an entire 30 years of such cruelty. Now I shall repay this favor. Bang! A powerful radiance streaked through the air. This was the power that Liu Yuan had duplicated from the other world's Ming. Bang! That power pierced through the air and forcefully inserted itself between the powers of Ming and Shen Wang. With this, their powers, which had previously been in harmony, were instantly out of sync. The godhood shifting failed. Liu Yuan said, a menacing expression on his face. However, he was somewhat astonished to find that Chen Feng hadn't tried to stop him. Rather, Chen Feng had merely watched on coldly as Liu Yuan foiled the godhood shift. Wang Chun, lock down the world, Chen Feng said coldly. All right. Wang Chun resisted the pain he was feeling and speedily left with Shen Wang and the rest. They actually departed this world and returned to reality before locking down this world. Liu Yuan frowned. Chen Feng rubbed his fists. Before this, you were nearly killed by Su Hao. As such, with your cautious nature, you would most certainly use only your clone to come to this Crystal Palace world, right? Therefore, you are merely a clone. Therefore, there was no point in stopping you. I just have to kill you and then restart the process. In any case, I am also quite curious. After this world is locked down, severing your connection with the outside world, will the real you outside receive any news from here after I destroy this clone of yours? Can he even find out that I am actually still alive? Chen Feng asked with a sharp gaze, his killing intent surging. Scheming? Chen Feng had never feared anyone in terms of scheming. The moment Liu Yuan had entered this world, Chen Feng had already seen through him. Liu Yuan nodded. You are very smart. He was indeed a clone. After experiencing that incident with Su Hao, he no longer dared to use his real body to visit locations that might pose him any danger. The creation god of an alien world could very well threaten him. As such, he had opted to use a clone. Chen Feng's plan was completely correct. Alas, you are not my opponent, Liu Yuan said with an ice-cold gaze. Regardless of how smart your brain is, strength is what matters. Chapter 838, Helpless. In the world of the Crystal Palace, an earth-shattering battle had erupted. As for Wang Chun and everyone else, they were locking down the world, ensuring that the aura here couldn't leak outside. Otherwise, if the true Liu Yuan were to appear here, it would be over for them. Cracks appeared in the sky without stop. Wang Chun could only smile bitterly. Could this world truly last any longer? Shen Yi was anxious. Will this truly work? We have to make it work. Wang Chun clenched his teeth. Don't worry. Ming and Shen Wang will not watch on as the world is destroyed. The Shen Yi sisters nodded resolutely. Gather all the sisters of the Divine Shrine. Also, gather those of the Nether Realm. Shwa. Light swirled about as they continued transmitting their powers to the world. Fortunately, the people of the Divine Shrine and the Nether Realm had reconciled their differences. At this moment, everyone in this world was transmitting their powers to the world. They were doing this to stabilize this world. In the past, they had cultivated without stop, absorbing the power of the world to gain strength. Now they were returning their power to the world, increasing the world's stability. The cracks in the world began to heal. Wang Chun clenched his teeth. Hopefully we can hold on. In truth, based on their past experience with the Twin Horns world, at this moment, releasing the lockdown on this world to allow this world to sync with the real world would be the proper choice of action. After all, this world was currently akin to an overfilled balloon. So long as an exit was created so that the excess gas could be vented, stability would be regained. Alas, that wouldn't help their present situation. Liu Yuan's clone had to be locked in this world. Chen Feng's plan was very clear. Chen Feng wanted to lock this clone here so he couldn't escape. This was the first action they had taken upon Liu Yuan's arrival. This was the only way to ensure that the real Liu Yuan would not notice what was going on. We should be able to hold on for some time, Wang Chun said as he gazed at the sky. Chen Feng, everything's relying on you now. Bang! With a deafening boom, Chen Feng's new godly power, the product of fusion, erupted. For the very first time, that formidable power collided with Liu Yuan's clone, creating a terrifying shockwave in midair. Alarmingly, even against power at such a level, Liu Yuan's clone did not dissipate the power of a true god. Liu Yuan had a look of contemplation. No, still somewhat lacking. If this were the power of a true god, I would already be dead. But I am still able to heal from this. Shwa. His body, which had nearly been destroyed, was instantly restored. That's right, this was Liu Yuan's power, shared even to his clone, unlimited healing. Having copied a huge number of restorative abilities, Liu Yuan possessed an astonishing ability to heal. The only way to deal with him was complete destruction. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Feng erupted and began beating Liu Yuan up. A rain of fists landed on Liu Yuan's body. Bang, bang, bang. Liu Yuan was punched into the ground itself, to the point his entire body was nothing but a pile of mangled flesh. The clear sound of flesh being beaten resounded in the air as blood spluttered about without stop. This was no different than a living flesh blender. Alas, even facing such a beating, Liu Yuan's clone was still alive. His body was suffused with a faint radiance as he healed without stop. He could not be destroyed, nor could he be killed. This was the moment that the most terrifying aspect of Liu Yuan was made apparent. Even a clone that only possessed a portion of his strength was capable of this. What about his real body? The mere thought caused them all to sweat profusely. Ming had an odd feeling. This clone is very unique. Chen Feng nodded. Liu Yuan's clone was directly propagated from his real body. It inherited the strength of the real body and is somewhat different from regular clones. This is also why he has so few clones, but each clone is incredibly powerful. However, the disadvantage of using such clones is the reduction of his strength if a clone is destroyed. Very well then. Ming stood up. Eliminating this clone would affect the real body's strength as well. Splendid. Let's destroy this clone first. Then, Shwa. Light swirled around as Spirit and the Misfortune Goddess's godhoods were temporarily set aside. With Liu Yuan here, the separation would never succeed. Rather than try to complete the separation while Chen Feng fought Liu Yuan, they might as well work together to destroy this clone. One could never forget that this was their world. Shwa. Ming and Shen Wang instantly stepped into the battlefield. Liu Yuan was alarmed by their arrival. Bang, bang. Ming erupted with her strongest might. At the same time, Shen Wang's power, which was of a completely opposite attribute, blasted at Liu Yuan as well. Yin and Yang, two completely different powers, erupted within Liu Yuan's body. Instantly, his body was ripped apart as the terrifying power fluctuations engulfed his entire body before exploding. Bang! A boundless radiance shone from the center of the explosion. Is it over? Everyone wondered as they looked over. Alas, right at this moment, the badly mangled clump of flesh on the ground began wiggling and reforming together. Liu Yuan was still alive. What damnable ability is this? Everyone was horrified. Was this a worm or lizard bloodline? They had no idea. What they were sure of was that Liu Yuan didn't just have a huge number of healing abilities at his disposal. He had also gathered a huge number of regenerative bloodlines as well. This fellow was too terrifying. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. The abilities of millions of life forms. Indeed, after using the wristbands to control the world for so many years, Liu Yuan's strength was this terrifying. His strength was not something that could be measured with logic. His choice to fake his death back then had indeed been the correct choice. The complete Liu Yuan was much scarier than he had imagined. Ming looked at Chen Feng. What do we do now? This fellow was too strong. Even after insta-killing him, he could still heal. How were they supposed to fight such an opponent? Chen Feng looked at Ming instinctively. Time? Since Ming and Shen Wang were both world controllers now, they could simply freeze Liu Yuan's time, then kill him. With that, wouldn't all his abilities stop working? Ming shook her head. Not possible. That wasn't possible. Even as a world controller, there were still certain things that were out of their control. Time was one of those. After all, the world itself was established in the river of time. How could the world be able to control time as it wished? Apart from some minor branches of abilities in the time domain, there was no way one could control time, not even if someone was the world itself. Liu Yuan sneered. How idiotic. Thinking of sealing him up with time? How naive. One ought to know that even in the outside world, amid the many abilities, very few touched upon the domain of time. As such, How could such a tiny world have anything related to the domain of time? Shen Wang frowned. Then what can we do? They had never expected that this would be the result. They couldn't kill him at all. Bang, bang, bang. They tried numerous methods, such as attacking both individually and together, with energy of numerous attributes. Alas, Liu Yuan never stopped healing. His healing ability was truly alarmingly powerful. But what if they continued with the godhood separation? Bang! Liu Yuan started shooting everywhere like he was some madman. After all, he did not fear death, nor could they kill him. With him creating disturbances, the separation couldn't be completed. After all, Liu Yuan also possessed formidable combat power. At present, they were completely helpless against Liu Yuan's clone. Chapter 839. Impossible to unravel. What if we restrict his power? Chen Feng looked at Ming and Shen Wang. After becoming world controllers, the two of you should be able to regulate the laws of this world, right? Ming shook her head. That won't work. His power does not originate from this world. Chen Feng. He had almost forgotten that. This was like how, when Ming had arrived in the outside world, she had not been subject to the laws of the world outside. For the same reason, Liu Yuan's power wasn't restricted by the laws of this world. In short, the power they gained as world controllers was completely useless against Liu Yuan. So world controllers were this weak? Chen Feng did not dare believe that. Since he is incompatible with this world, his power won't be restricted by this world's limitations. Similarly, he will be rejected by the world. His body will suffer immense damage from each attack. He would have been reduced to ashes long ago if not for his restorative power. Ming was feeling very helpless. What could they do against a person with an undying body? At present, as they stopped attacking, Liu Yuan was given a chance to catch a break. He howled with laughter. Ha 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 ha. He was aware of the reason they had stopped attacking him. Isn't this surprising? Isn't this exciting? Liu Yuan laughed like a madman. You bunch of idiots. You guys actually believed that you could destroy me with such a method? How naive. Now, have you guys realized how strong I truly am? Ha ha. Bang, bang. Chen Feng started raining punches down on Liu Yuan again. Alas, it was pointless. Just this much? With this speed? Liu Yuan kept sneering. You can't even defeat my clone, yet you dream of defeating my main body? Bang, bang. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly as he punched down furiously. His punches, which was suffused with his new godly power, were incomparably terrifying. This power. Liu Yuan's heart throbbed, as he seemed to sense something. This new godly power of Chen Feng's seemed to contain misfortune. After numerous punches, he seemingly understood something. What if this power was copied? Perhaps he would be able to obtain partial control over the world. After all, this power contained misfortune. If this godly power could be copied, he would obtain a partial power of misfortune. This would definitely work. Liu Yuan was tempted. Moreover, it seemed like Chen Feng had yet to realize this. Liu Yuan smiled at this realization. Liu Yuan continued to provoke Chen Feng. Come at me, Chen Feng. Are you this weak? HMPH. Chen Feng did not answer. Bang, bang. He continued transforming his new godly power. Chen Feng seemed to be testing out the usage methods of his new godly power with Liu Yuan as the punching bag. He was trying to see which combination would be the effective one to defeat Liu Yuan. This was quite a sensible choice for their present situation. As for Liu Yuan, he did not mind at all. After all, this was a brand new godly power he was experiencing firsthand. Each time the new godly power hit his body, a shockwave was unleashed within his body and he absorbing a tiny amount. Each punch of Chen Feng's supplied a small portion of the new godly power to him. With this, he also gained a small amount of the power of misfortune with each punch. Liu Yuan focused on extracting the traces of the power of misfortune before slowly converging them together. He was sure that the moment he compiled enough to form the complete power of misfortune, he would become a world controller as well. Haha, what a blockhead. Chen Feng was delivering to him precisely what he wanted. Liu Yuan had a crazy look on his face as he said, come at me. Bang, bang, bang. Liu Yuan was attempting to anger Chen Feng. Come. Kill me and Wang Yao will return to you. Kill me. Indeed. With his provocations, Chen Feng began to fight him in close quarters. They were drenched in blood from their bitter battle. The strength of each punch was capable of shaking one to the core. Chen Feng, Ming felt like Chen Feng was in a bad condition and wanted to advise him. However, she ultimately shook her head. Shen Wang sighed. We only need to focus on guarding this world. She could feel that the world was getting unstable. If the three of them continued working together against Liu Yuan, this world might collapse for real. With Wang Chun and the rest's strength, they had no way of stabilizing this world. As such, the two of them could only focus on protecting this world. This was the only way to stabilize this world's existence. As for Chen Feng, he was fighting Liu Yuan one-on-one. The two were completely drenched in blood, the ground trembling non-stop as shocking fluctuations spreading everywhere without stop. Faster, hit harder. Come, don't stop. Ming. Shen Wang was still anxious. Is this really fine? Ming shook her head. Don't worry, it is enough for us to focus on stabilizing the world. This clone of Liu Yuan's is already completely cut off from the outside world. Without knowing the real situation here, Liu Yuan's real body will not dare to come hastily. Moreover, he doesn't know that Chen Feng is here. Therefore, our best chance is to exhaust this clone to death. So long as he can't contact the real body, it will be fine. We can focus on godhood separation after that, Ming said coldly. Shen Wang frowned. How long will this take? In any case, we don't lack time at all, Ming said unhurriedly. At present, with Chen Feng faking his death, the real Liu Yuan had no real competition. Whether it took 1 year or 10 years, everything was worth it. As for Liu Yuan, hey, after a powerful clone, one that was nigh undefeated, vanished in this world, would he dare to enter personally? No, he wouldn't. In fact, the real Liu Yuan was indeed conflicted about this. Unknown to them, Liu Yuan had experienced something very terrifying before this. He had already faced a certain terrifying youth. That youth had easily destroyed Liu Yuan's clone. He hadn't even taken Liu Yuan seriously, yet the destruction of Liu Yuan's clone had been instantaneous. Moreover, that youth hadn't bothered severing the clone's connection with the real world because he wanted to take the opportunity to come out into the real world to destroy that book, key to that youth's world. That youth called Su Hao was too terrifying, as was the strength of the world within Godly Model Creator. What about the world of the Crystal Palace? Liu Yuan's initial assumption had been that this world was extremely weak. After all, Ming had once appeared in this world and Liu Yuan had seen her through the wristband. However, Liu Yuan suddenly realized the flaw in his thoughts. Back when he had summoned Sun Yushan from the world of Godly Model Creator, that fellow had been incredibly weak as well. However, the main character had still ended up being so terrifyingly powerful at the end of the book. Therefore, the way in which he had judged their strength was definitely incorrect. In the world of the Crystal Palace, Ming Shen Wang could very well be much more terrifying than he had imagined. Perhaps his clone sent there had been instantaneously killed as well? The mere thought caused Liu Yuan to tremble in fear. Go there with his real body? No way. That was way too risky. What exactly is happening there? Liu Yuan narrowed his gaze as he stared into the distance, waiting for the result. Provided he could even receive a result. Chapter 840, The Two Golden People. Within the world of the Crystal Palace, Chen Feng and Liu Yuan were still engaged in close combat. Will he be in danger? Shen Wang asked as she looked at Chen Feng. She could see that Chen Feng did not have much of an advantage. This was especially true since Liu Yuan was fighting like a madman who did not care about his life. Chen Feng had sustained quite a few injuries. Ming shook her head. No worries. With Xiao Ying around, he will be fine. If she was going to be worried about someone, it wouldn't be Chen Feng. She had personally witnessed Xiao Ying's strength, which was now one of Chen Feng's powerful trump cards. If Chen Feng encountered any actual danger, Xiao Ying would come out. Even in this situation, Chen Feng hadn't called Xiao Ying out. It was apparent that Chen Feng still had some confidence. He was also keeping Xiao Ying hidden for any sudden trump cards of Liu Yuan's. As such, there was no need for them to be worried about Chen Feng right now. That fellow was a deep schemer. Moreover, she doubted that Chen Feng would truly go crazy and lose his reason over Wang Yao. So what exactly was Chen Feng thinking? Perhaps Chen Feng was of the same opinion as her and wanted to buy more time. Bang, bang, bang. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread everywhere. The fight between Chen Feng and Liu Yuan became even more intense. A little bit more. Liu Yuan was in ecstasy. He could clearly feel the power of misfortune from Chen Feng's punches. which was suffused with the new godly power. As time went on, his comprehension of the power of misfortune was growing. Ha ha. Thanks, Chen Feng. This idiot seems to have forgotten about the power of misfortune. TSK. Each punch of Chen Feng's contained the power of misfortune. For Liu Yuan, with his copy ability, this was extremely good news. Punch after punch, time after time. Liu Yuan wished he could simply lie on the ground and be beaten by Chen Feng so as to allow the power of misfortune to be sent into his body. He was enjoying this greatly and had zero intention of resisting Chen Feng's punches. However, he was clear that if he actually stopped resisting, Chen Feng would grow suspicious. Thus, Liu Yuan had to resist. He had to resist earnestly, with all his might. Moreover, he had to give Chen Feng the impression that they were evenly matched. Thus, he unleashed numerous attacks on Chen Feng as they engaged in this bitter struggle. Inwardly, Liu Yuan kept track of the progress: 98%, 98.1%, 98.2%. Chen Feng punched without stop, and Liu Yuan forcefully suppressed his delight. During such a crucial moment, he could not allow Chen Feng any suspicions. He had to make sure Chen Feng kept beating him up. Bang! Yet another punch landed. Bang! Bang! The progress continued. 99.93%, 99.98%. Liu Yuan's heart throbbed. Here it comes. One more punch was all it would take. So long as this punch landed, he would succeed and could proceed to become a world controller. The sound of that punch was already by his ear. Come. Liu Yuan was extremely agitated. Bang! He focused his senses on the coming terrifying power as he prepared to welcome Chen Feng's final eruption and baptize himself in that attack. Unexpectedly, the sound of the coming fist suddenly vanished. Liu Yuan was somewhat dumbfounded. Stopped. He lifted his head and looked forward in a somewhat flabbergasted manner. Chen Feng had actually stopped his attack at such a crucial moment. Damn it. What in the world? Liu Yuan cursed inwardly. Was Chen Feng not a man? He. Suddenly, Chen Feng smiled. Being beaten up is very comfortable, isn't it? What are you talking about? Liu Yuan said fiercely. He was still feigning his anger, not willing to reveal his true goal. He. Chen Feng smiled. Has your absorption of the power of misfortune gone smoothly? Liu Yuan was instantly shocked. So Chen Feng had actually seen through him? Nevertheless, Liu Yuan feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? Chen Feng shook his head. Since you enjoy being beaten up, let me lend you a hand. Shwa. Chen Feng strode forth and instantly appeared before Liu Yuan. Bang! A punch shot out. Instantly, a terrifying power bloomed. The strength of that attack caused Liu Yuan's heart to palpitate. Despite the strength of the attack, due to how much Liu Yuan was anticipating having the power of misfortune, he still decided not to erect any defenses. Bang! The punch landed. Liu Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. In his chest was a huge hole left behind by Chen Feng's penetrating punch. Blood poured out without stop. As for Liu Yuan's regenerative speed, it had actually greatly decreased. Liu Yuan was alarmed. How is this possible? Since when had Chen Feng been so powerful? He was clearly still not at the true god stage. What Liu Yuan didn't dare to believe was the fact that, in Chen Feng's final punch, there had been no power of misfortune. That's right, no misfortune had been contained within that punch, not even a tiny little bit. Chen Feng seemed to have completely removed the power of misfortune. Was that even possible? The power of misfortune had already seeped into him, becoming a part of his godly power. Separating the power of misfortune from his godly power should not be possible. Unless Liu Yuan thought of something. This would only be possible if the power of misfortune was neutralized using the power of luck. Chen Feng had to utilize even more luck to neutralize the unique property of misfortune. This was the only way to completely remove the power of misfortune from his attack. Damn it. Liu Yuan was alarmed. It seemed like Chen Feng had indeed seen through him. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Quite simple, right? Liu Yuan's killing intent surged. Why did you play along if you had already realized this? So all this while, Chen Feng had merely been playing along with him? Naturally. Chen Feng beamed as he looked at Liu Yuan. What a perfect plan this was. How could I not play along? It not only allowed you to partially obtain the power of misfortune, but it also allowed me to fuse with all your powers. Shwa. Chen Feng's true aura erupted. His aura was now much stronger than it had been before. Truly. A flawless power, Chen Feng muttered. His fake nascent soul had devoured a huge number of powers. To allow Chen Feng to beat him up, Liu Yuan had opted to use different powers each time he collided with Chen Feng. This had allowed Chen Feng a chance to fuse with all of Liu Yuan's powers. In this battle, Chen Feng was not the only person to have cooperated with his opponent's plan. Liu Yuan had also been cooperating with Chen Feng's plan. Both had similarly been putting on a play. Chen Feng was extremely pleased. If you were from the same era as me, you might even have been able to obtain something called an Oscar. Liu Yuan's gaze was ice cold. This damnable Chen Feng, bang! He was brimming with anger. He had never expected the plan he was so proud of and confident in to actually be seen through by Chen Feng. When he had assumed that his plan was progressing smoothly, he had in fact been cooperating with Chen Feng's plan instead. This caused him an intense feeling of shame. You are courting death. Liu Yuan spat coldly. Chen Feng smiled calmly. These words are what I should be saying to you. Shwa. Instantly, Chen Feng vanished. When he reappeared, he was already beside Liu Yuan. Bang! A punch landed. Puh! Liu Yuan's body arched into the shape of a bow from the punch as he coughed up blood like mad. Half his body even started dissolving into particles. If Liu Yuan hadn't forcefully activated his regenerative power, he would have died from that single attack. This strength and this speed. Finally, Liu Yuan was afraid. He had never expected that, despite how little time had passed, Chen Feng's strength would grow to such an extent. This was way too powerful and way too astonishing. Chapter 841, Collapse of the World. As I said, I am thankful for your cooperation, Chen Feng said with a cold expression. He had required more powers to fuse into his brand new godly power. Despite the fact that this Liu Yuan was much weaker than the real Liu Yuan, this clone had the same exact powers as the original Liu Yuan. As such, a huge amount of powers was supplied to Chen Feng. Indeed, Liu Yuan had been scheming against Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng had been scheming against Liu Yuan as well. Bang! Chen Feng rained punches down on Liu Yuan. Slowly, Liu Yuan's body began to collapse. Chen Feng was too strong. After absorbing Liu Yuan's numerous powers, Chen Feng's new godly power had reached an astonishing level of strength, giving Chen Feng the feeling that even without breaking through, he was already comparable to a true god. Bang! Yet another punch landed. Finally, Liu Yuan's body collapsed, and with a bang, he transformed into a bloody mist. Chen Feng did nothing else, merely watching silently. Sure enough, Liu Yuan began regenerating once again. Rebirth. This was a certain passive resurrection ability Liu Yuan had copied. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Again. Bang, bang, bang. He started beating Liu Yuan up once again. Shortly after, Liu Yuan resurrected himself with a different ability. Again. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, Liu Yuan was killed. This was followed by yet another resurrection. Chen Feng frowned. This was a different ability again. Back then, when copying the various abilities, Liu Yuan had copied at least several hundred resurrection abilities. To truly put an end to Liu Yuan, he had to be killed enough times that all of these abilities were completely exhausted. However, with the huge number of resurrection abilities that Liu Yuan possessed, by the time he was killed enough to use all those abilities once, the abilities that he had initially used would probably be available again. The only solution was to completely exhaust Liu Yuan's energy. After all, the act of resurrection required energy as well. Alas, Chen Feng could only shake his head at this thought. Liu Yuan most certainly possessed numerous energy restorative abilities like what Con Bei had. As such, it would be impossible to exhaust Liu Yuan's energy. After numerous resurrections, Liu Yuan finally understood something. Haha, you can't kill me. Even though you have grown stronger, you still can't kill me. Haha. Liu Yuan was in ecstasy at this realization. This was his strongest aspect, his undying body. He had initially believed that, after the transformation of Chen Feng's godly power, Chen Feng would be able to instantly kill him. Now that he looked at it, he had been thinking too much. So long as Chen Feng did not advance into the true god stage, Liu Yuan would be safe from him. Since that's the case, I will break through first, then kill you, Chen Feng said with a smile. Liu Yuan blanked. What? Chen Feng proceeded to beat Liu Yuan until Liu Yuan was dying before tossing him into a specially created cage. I can't kill you. However, I can lock you down. Chen Feng said emotionlessly. This cage is capable of sealing all abilities. Of course, it can't seal your passive abilities. However, you can't accomplish much with your passive abilities alone, right? Just stay there obediently as I break through. Then get killed by me, Chen Feng said with a sneer. Soon, Mingyu and Shen Wang came over and helped separate the godhoods from him. This was the moment when Liu Yuan finally felt fear. He recalled what they had been trying to do earlier. They were trying to separate the two godhoods from Chen Feng. Once that was done, Chen Feng would be able to break through without any concerns. Damn it. Chen Feng had actually managed to reach this step. Don't worry, Chen Feng said gently, when I become a true god, I will kill you. Chen Feng. Liu Yuan was greatly alarmed by this development. Damn it. What should he do? Chen Feng was going to become a true god, yet he seemed incapable of stopping this at all. This damnable fellow had been hiding here for so many years and had now reached this level. When Chen Feng appeared in the real world once again in the future, he would be able to threaten even Liu Yuan's real body. So that damnable 1% failure rate was actually referring to this event? Could Liu Yuan's real body even discover this secret? The clone greatly doubted it. If this were the Liu Yuan of the past, he would most certainly be maintaining the highest state of vigilance at all times. However, Liu Yuan had been the master of the world for way too long. Was he still as vigilant as he had been? Would he be able to notice all this? This clone was unsure. At the very least, this clone had fallen into such a predicament precisely because he hadn't known anything. Bang! A beam of light shot up. Liu Yuan's clone's eyes opened wide. Not far away, Chen Feng's body was blooming with a resplendent radiance. The power that uniquely belonged to him was being split apart. From midair, a beam of light shot down and combined with the beam of light within Chen Feng's body. Slowly, the beam was transformed into two bright beams that proceeded to enter two brand new bodies. After a long time, the two brand new bodies opened their eyes, revealing two sharp gazes. Done. One of them said in joy. This was the misfortune goddess. She had finally fully awakened in the outside world. The other body appeared excited as well. Too amazing. This was spirit. She finally had a body of her own. As a consciousness that had been destroyed once in the past, she was finally a person. To be precise, both she and the misfortune goddess were gods. Gods with divine seats and godhoods. The misfortune goddess and the luck goddess. We still have our godhoods. However, we have too little godly power, and we'll have to cultivate from scratch, said the misfortune goddess. Back then, Chen Feng had extracted all their godly power to fuse into his new godly power. As such, these two were currently akin to empty shells and had to restart their cultivation. Chen Feng was very pleased with this development. These two had finally separated from him and the misfortune godhood was finally not attached to him anymore. With this, so long as the misfortune goddess remained alive, Liu Yuan would not be able to become a world controller. Liu Yuan would forever be one single godly power away from being able to be a world controller. Could Liu Yuan have imagined that this might happen? Now, it was time for Chen Feng to focus on himself. He focused his gaze as he looked up at the sky. The cohesiveness of his new godly power had already reached a sufficient level. His initially weak godly power was now extremely terrifying after fusing with millions of powers. His breakthrough into the true god stage was imminent. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Come, bang! Thunder roared in the sky. Chen Feng's aura oiled out as his new godly power pierced straight toward the clouds. Heaven and earth alike shook as a terrifying power descended, seemingly trying to swallow Chen Feng. Bang, bang! In the sky, a huge pair of eyes had seemingly appeared. A pair of golden and resplendent eyes. A suffocating power appeared in the sky. Chen Feng's body suddenly felt heavy, as if a huge mountain range was loaded onto his body. Come! Chen Feng's godly power surged. However, just as he was about to erupt at full power to break through, countless cracks suddenly appeared in the sky. Huh? Chen Feng was dazed. These would appear when one broke through into the true god stage. However, he was able to figure out what this was a split second later. Instantly, his face fell as he withdrew his aura. Only then did the cracks in the sky heal up. That is, Chen Feng had a vague guess. Ming glared at him. Traces of the world collapsing. This world is too small and is incapable of enduring your eruption. If you want to become a true god, you have to go to the outside world. Outside world? Chen Feng's heart trembled. Damn it. That was the domain of Liu Yuan. He would have to break through right under Liu Yuan's nose. Chapter 842, There is one person capable of killing you. Was that even possible? Chen Feng felt helpless. Everything had progressed as he'd planned. Even if Liu Yuan sent another clone here, they could just imprison that clone as well, all with the actual Liu Yuan completely clueless about what was happening here. Unfortunately, he had encountered another problem instead. This world was too small. After all, the world Wang Chun had selected back then was the world of the Crystal Palace. Here, the strongest existences were merely Ming and Shen Wang. Just the fight between Chen Feng and Liu Yuan had been pushing this world to the brink of destruction. If he chose to become a true god here, this world would likely be reduced to nothingness. At this time, Liu Yuan, who was trapped in the cage, horrified, finally understood what was going on. Instantly, he howled with laughter. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. So it turns out that this world is completely incapable of enduring your breakthrough. If you have the guts, why don't you return to the outside world? Do you want me to think of an idea for you? Ha ha ha. You don't even need to leave this world. You only need to join this world with the outside world, like what happened with the Twin Horns world back then. With that, you will be able to break through, as the pressure will be shared across this world and the outside world. After you finish your breakthrough, you can once again sever the connection between the two worlds. What do you think of my plan? Liu Yuan asked while laughing heartily. Chen Feng merely sneered. Hee hee. Indeed, this plan sounded wonderful. However, the moment he did that, this clone would be able to re-establish a connection with his real body. Instantly, the real Liu Yuan would figure out everything that had happened here. He would surely come here immediately to destroy Chen Feng and everyone in this world. At that time, Chen Feng would probably die before he could even break through. This was the scariest thing. What had Chen Feng relied upon against Liu Yuan all these years? He had relied on the unknown, his fake death, and spreading fake news to Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan was simply unaware that Chen Feng was still alive. That was why he had been falling into Chen Feng's traps without stop. However, the moment he discovered the truth, Chen Feng would not be able to survive his onslaught. Over these 30 years, Chen Feng had not been the only one to grow stronger. Liu Yuan had grown as well. As such, Chen Feng had to be careful. However, Chen Feng fixed his gaze on the clone before him. The solution provided by this clone was in fact quite good. Although it had the risk of revealing this world to Liu Yuan, so long as they controlled the connection properly, they might be able to stay concealed. He could continue hiding within this world while allowing the outside world to endure pressure of his breakthrough. With that, the only thing Liu Yuan could know was the fact that someone had broken through into the true god stage. That was all he would know. Naturally, this plan couldn't succeed unless they first ensured Liu Yuan could not re-establish his connection with this clone. At present, this clone was locked into this world and was incapable of linking his consciousness with the real Liu Yuan. However, the moment a connection was established between the two worlds, everything here would be transmitted straight to the real Liu Yuan. This was something they had to deal with. Chen Feng sank into a deep contemplation, his gaze resting on the clone before him. What are you thinking about now? The smile on the clone's face froze. This bastard Chen Feng had been staring at him for more than 10 minutes now. This caused a sinister feeling to rise within his heart. It couldn't be that, after figuring out that the clone couldn't be killed, Chen Feng was thinking of doing something else to him, right? Holy SHT. Liu Yuan had always been straight. Not quite, Chen Feng answered his doubts. I have no interest in you. However, the plan you proposed earlier is indeed quite interesting. Oh? Liu Yuan laughed dryly. Interesting? He had merely been intending to shame Chen Feng by proposing an impossible plan. If Chen Feng actually tried to do what he had said, Chen Feng would die very shortly afterward. He had not believed that Chen Feng would be this stupid. Chen Feng nodded seriously. Although I can't do what you said, the general angle of your solution is correct. I only need to somewhat alter it and I will be able to proceed. Liu Yuan was curious. Which part will you alter? Chen Feng looked at him emotionlessly. I shall first kill you before attempting to break through. So long as you are dead, you will not be able to establish a link with him. Next, I can do what you suggested earlier. There will be no problems. Kill me? Liu Yuan was first stunned, and then he howled with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Kill me? Ha 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 ha. Chen Feng, you are getting funnier. Oh my gosh, this is too funny. Ha ha ha. He truly found this funny. Kill him? If Chen Feng could truly kill him, would Chen Feng have wasted so much time talking to him here? In the first place, the very reason Chen Feng was trying to break through was to kill him. Even though this was a mere clone, Chen Feng was still incapable of killing him. Only after becoming a true god would Chen Feng be equipped with the capability to truly kill him. In other words, to kill him, Chen Feng had to first become a true god. However, to become a true god, Chen Feng needed to first kill him. Ha 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 ha. This was simply a dead end, was it not? An unsolvable puzzle. Chen Feng had told him this so seriously, yet Liu Yuan found this utterly funny. So that intelligent trickster Chen Feng had become so stupid now? Liu Yuan looked at Chen Feng in disdain. Regardless of whether it's this clone or my real body, you can't kill me. Chen Feng shook his head. I indeed said that you need to be killed. However, I never said that I will be the one doing the killing. Liu Yuan was doubtful. Who would be the one to kill him then? Ming Shen Wang. Chen Feng was already the strongest person here. Who could replace him? There is still someone else capable of killing you, Chen Feng said with a smile. Liu Yuan narrowed his gaze. Who? Chen Feng smiled. You, to be precise. The real Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan's eyes went wide. What exactly was this fellow talking about? You will know soon, Chen Feng muttered. Suddenly, he called Wang Chun over. Watch this fellow properly. I need to take a trip back to the outside world. Outside world? The caged Liu Yuan's heart throbbed as he heard this. Chen Feng was thinking of leaving. So he was trying to seek an alternative in the outside world? Interesting. This was indeed a good idea. However, this world was presently locked down. If Chen Feng wanted to leave, they had to first establish a connection, right? That would be his chance. Liu Yuan became excited as he thought about this. So these fellows thought that locking him in here would be sufficient. They had no way of knowing that some abilities could not be blocked. As a clone, the connection between him and the real Liu Yuan was extremely strong. Only a tiny crack was required for a connection to be established between the clone and the real body. At that time, wouldn't things become interesting? Liu Yuan was secretly delighted. Naturally, he still maintained his blank, expressionless face with as he stayed obediently in the cage. No problem. Wang Chun glanced over at Liu Yuan, seemingly not worried at all. The clone was locked in a cage like a dog and had zero destructive capabilities. In any case, even if he could escape the cage, he would not be a match for Ming and Shen Wang. After all, this was their world. Perhaps this clone had indeed eliminated the other world of the Crystal Palace. However, the Ming and Shen Wang of that world had definitely still been hostile to each other and had fought independently. Here, though, they were a couple. From the result of the short clash they'd had earlier, Liu Yuan was simply not a match for the two of them. Therefore, Wang Chun had no worries about this world. He was only worried about Chen Feng. Chapter 843, Liu Yuan's doubt. Will he be fine in the outside world? Wang Chun was filled with anxiousness. He was not aware of Chen Feng's plan. However, in the outside world, a certain terrifying true god's attention was focused here. Chen Feng going out alone was truly too dangerous. Chen Feng smiled. Don't worry too much. I know what to do. Wang Chun nodded. All right. Even though Liu Yuan's clone is locked down, making it easier to ensure he cannot establish a connection with his real self, we must still ensure that no connection whatsoever can be established between this world and the outside world. Chen Feng said. I will move in and out through the link between Xiaoying and Ming. Under no circumstances are you to open up the connection. Wang Chun's expression became solemn. Understood. Shua. Tearing a portal in midair, Chen Feng vanished. As Liu Yuan saw this, he became incomparably excited. This was his chance. As a connection had been established with the outside world by Chen Feng himself. He had been watching on expressionlessly. The moment Chen Feng ripped space apart, he nearly revealed his excitement. So long as a connection was established, even if Chen Feng was the only one to go out, he would be able to instantly connect to his real self. This little cage was completely incapable of stopping him from connecting with himself. Liu Yuan was getting excited. Alas, surprising him, even though a connection had already been established with the outside world, he was still unable to connect with his true self. What was going on? Sealed again? Not possible. Chen Feng was not a true god. How could he be capable of this? What exactly was going on? Then, instinctively, Liu Yuan looked over at the tear in midair left by Chen Feng. which was already closing up. Suddenly, an astonished expression appeared on his face. This crack, damn it! This portal opened by Chen Feng did not connect to the real world. Rather, it connected to a region of spatial currents. Just a huge and vast nothingness there. That was not the outside world. Chen Feng had actually stepped into the spatial currents by himself. However, this thought had merely flashed by before Liu Yuan understood what was going on. That damnable Chen Feng! To ensure that he could not connect with his real self, Chen Feng had used a region of spatial currents as a springboard to move between the outside world and this world. That region was too chaotic and was capable of crushing all auras and energy. As such, Chen Feng had chosen to go out through there. As for the dangers posed by that region, that place was dangerous to everyone, including true gods. That was a region of chaotic spatial currents. One could never know where it would lead. Chen Feng was an exception thanks to his godly power of luck. Even though he had already separated the godhood of luck from himself, his new godly power was incomparably powerful and had fused with a huge amount of the power of luck. As such, he could convert it to pure luck for his own usage as he wished. In that kind of place, luck was the strongest of all powers. As such, it was impossible for a mishap to befall Chen Feng there. Liu Yuan clenched his teeth. A fine move, Chen Feng. He had never expected Chen Feng to have such a trick up his sleeves. It seemed like hoping for Chen Feng to reveal a weakness was an impossible dream. However, why had that fellow decided to go to the outside world? How would Liu Yuan kill his own clone? What a joke. Moreover, there was something Chen Feng did not know. Even if the real Liu Yuan wanted to kill the clone, he would not be able to accomplish that, as a connection couldn't be established with this world. After all, without a connection, the self-destruct order could not be transmitted here. How naive. But what if Chen Feng re-established a connection at that specific moment? Things would become even more interesting, as the clone's memories would be instantly shared with the real Liu Yuan. At that time, the real Liu Yuan would know everything that had happened here. He would know that the world of the Crystal Palace was in fact incomparably weak. His next course of action would be to destroy this world. He would also discover Chen Feng and proceed to put an end to him for real. Liu Yuan sneered. Chen Feng, is that what you want? He was a clone, but he was also real. As a true god, as a clone that was capable of maintaining an absolute connection with his real body, he was merely slightly weaker than the real body. The strength of their connection was something Chen Feng had no way of imagining. Liu Yuan's gaze was ice cold. I am curious. How are you going to kill me? At this time, in the outside world, Liu Yuan was still staring at the air. How long had it been? He calculated the time in silence. He seemed to have completely lost his connection with his clone. He had chosen to construct the Crystal Palace as his alien world. This was the same book Wang Chun had chosen. Next, he had sent his clone over to gain understanding of that world. However, the understanding the clone had gained was merely of the book's early period. Nearly every book would reach a situation where minor gods were more worthless than dogs while major gods were everywhere toward the end. Therefore, to avoid this occurrence, he had used his clone to destroy the entire world. In his version of the Crystal Palace, Mingwen Shenwang, everything and everyone had been eliminated by his clone. Even those two had merely caused his clone a slight inconvenience. They were still incredibly weak. The only thing he had left in that world was a connection he could use to hop into Wang Chun's world. They should already have a full understanding of the Crystal Palace's power system. As such, after the clone entered, he should have been able to kill everyone there and give him a report. Alas, no such thing had happened. After entering the world, his clone had gone missing. Why? What had happened? Liu Yuan did not even dare try to pry into what was happening there. After his previous experience with Su Hao, he did not dare to recklessly enter an alien world. Moreover, if even his clone had been instantly killed, him going there personally would be pointless. An existence capable of instantly killing his clone would most definitely be extremely terrifying, along the likes of that Su Hao. The mere thought of Su Hao caused Liu Yuan's spine to chill. In short, something similar had happened in the world of the Crystal Palace. Liu Yuan frowned. What exactly happened there? The only difference between Wang Chun's The Crystal Palace and his own was the time they had been established. His world had been in the early period of the book, whereas Wang Chun's world had already reached the late period. As such, the power system of that world might have changed, or perhaps, Due to an energy transformation, an even more terrifying existence had appeared. Liu Yuan couldn't know, as such things weren't in the original book. Due to Wang Chun's existence and his interference, that world might have developed in an entirely different way. After all, even the genetic era had gone through numerous transformations. In the early period, A-class warriors had been the peak of the food chain. Next, it had become beyond A-class, followed by S-class, until it reached the present, where gods were everywhere. As such, his own version of the Crystal Palace might be similar to the early genetic era, where A-class warriors ruled, while Wang Chun's the Crystal Palace might have reached the late period, where gods were everywhere. Was that why something had occurred the instant his clone entered? His clone had gone completely missing. Even whether he was alive or dead remained unknown. What exactly had happened there? Chapter 844, The Terrifying Truth. In the kingdom of Liu Yuan, yet another batch of apostles ascended to godhood. Alas, not a single one of them obtained the misfortune godhood. Liu Yuan was already numb to this. The misfortune godhood seemed to have completely vanished. Although Liu Yuan did not know what was going on, with his intelligence, he was naturally able to deduce that this was due to something Chen Feng had done before dying. Liu Yuan shut his eyes. Chen Feng, I can't believe that even so many years after your death, you are still negatively influencing me. So it turned out that this opponent, who he had never looked highly upon, had decided to bring him endless trouble and provocation after death. Liu Yuan thought back to the affairs of back then. Chen Feng hadn't even tried resisting him, instead directly committing suicide. Was that even possible? That seemed unlikely. If Liu Yuan hadn't confirmed Chen Feng's death so many times, he wouldn't believe that Chen Feng had killed himself just like that. What was the reason behind his suicide? With his characteristics, how could he even commit suicide? There was only one reason for his suicide. It definitely had something to do with misfortune. Chen Feng had been aware that he was not Liu Yuan's match and had thus opted to use a unique method to prevent Liu Yuan from getting the misfortune godhood. For example, perhaps he damaged the misfortune godhood using an unknown method. With that, even though the misfortune godhood was vacant, Liu Yuan would still fail to obtain it. Perhaps that was the truth behind Chen Feng's suicide. Since the misfortune godhood had been with him, it was quite likely that his suicide had been one of the necessary steps in his plan to prevent the misfortune godhood's reappearance. Is that the truth? Liu Yuan finally understood. He was, after all, an intelligent person. If that was the case, all his questions could now be considered answered. In short, I have been working hard for nothing for these 30 years. Liu Yuan mocked himself. A fine Chen Feng. Indeed ruthless enough. Fortunately, 30 years wasn't much to him. Regardless of what Chen Feng had done, he had ultimately died. As for Liu Yuan, he had plenty of time. Since the misfortune godhood can no longer appear, I will have to think of an alternative. Liu Yuan sank deep into contemplation. If the misfortune godhood wouldn't appear, his best shot at becoming a world controller was comprehending the laws of world creation on an alien world. Unfortunately, he could no longer hope to touch the world of godly model creator. As for the world of the Crystal Palace, his clone's fate was still unknown. As such, that was not an alternative either. Would he have to find a brand new world? Liu Yuan gazed at the radiance shrouding his hand. With the huge number of abilities he had, it was quite a simple affair to reset an ability. However, if he did that while his clone was in the alien world, he could very well be the one to doom his clone to damnation. After all, his clone might be in a huge battle at the moment, with victory imminent. I will wait a bit longer. Liu Yuan decided to wait one more week. If there was still no news by then, he would have no choice but to erase his clone and the entire world of the Crystal Palace. However, on the third day, some people betrayed him with no warning whatsoever and established a new kingdom. Liu Yuan was unable to make sense of it. Betrayal? Betraying him? Those people were his believers, right? And there were also those gods. What were they thinking about? Using his wristband, Liu Yuan tried to see the contents of their thoughts. Astonishingly, he found that the connection with the wristbands they were wearing had been severed. What's going on? Liu Yuan's vigilance rose. Even though there was no longer anyone that was his match in this world, he still had to maintain a certain level of vigilance. What surprised him most was the question of why these people had betrayed him, since nobody in this world was capable of contending against him. What was the reason? Had those people encountered an even stronger existence? This was indeed thought-provoking. Send someone over, Liu Yuan decided. Soon, he found a certain expert near the newly established kingdom and sent him over to defect to the traitors. As for Liu Yuan himself, he monitored everything through that person's wristband. Everything progressed smoothly. That expert did not take long to arrive in the new kingdom. Finally, Liu Yuan was able to get a good look at the kingdom's so-called palace, which looked huge and imposing. However, a single glance was all one needed to see that it was freshly built. Who are you looking for? I am here to seek shelter from the Lord. Ah, come with me then. A person led him forward. Through the wristband, Liu Yuan observed everything clearly. He found that everything here was brand new and freshly built. Who was it that had the ability to build such a huge palace in the span of 2 days? Shwa. Along the way, familiar believers could be seen walking everywhere. However, on their wrists was some odd mud. The unique aura of the mud was what was blocking the wristband's connection. This thing. Liu Yuan frowned, as he found this thing familiar. However, Liu Yuan decided to not spare this much thought, as at this moment, that expert had finally entered the palace. The figure in the palace was about to reveal themselves. However, the very instant that expert entered the palace, several figures flashed past the screen and the connection was severed. At that instant, someone had stepped forth and wiped something on the wristband. Immediately, the connection had been severed. This was within Liu Yuan's expectation. However, what shocked him was the figures he had seen before the connection was terminated. Those figures. Liu Yuan shut his eyes. Even though it had only been a single instant, he had still gotten an incomparably familiar feeling from that figure. Right, there was also that mud they were using to sever his connection. During the final moments, Liu Yuan had finally gotten a clear look at what it was. That was the mud of an alien world. It was no wonder that the mud could sever his connection. Only something not native to this world could block his connection. This mud had been brought over from an alien world. Liu Yuan's gaze burned. Who was it? He had seen several figures earlier. At this moment, his formidable brain began spinning, and shortly after, he was able to figure out who some of those figures were. Naturally, the identities of the other figures were still being deduced. However, several seconds later, Liu Yuan knew the truth. That was because, standing in the middle of all the figures, that specific figure that gave him an incomparably familiar feeling. Shwa. Liu Yuan utilized his formidable power and operated a huge number of deduction abilities to fix that single scene in time. Finally, the appearance of that figure became clear. However, the instant that figure's face became clear, Liu Yuan trembled all over as his eyes went wide with disbelief. How was this possible? He stood up abruptly. He had thought of countless possibilities, yet he had never imagined that this particular person would be the one who had betrayed him. The Crystal Palace, alien world. Ha. After a momentary silence, Liu Yuan suddenly erupted in laughter. True. If this was what had happened, then everything could be answered. Why had his clone vanished? Why had all connections been severed with that clone? And why had those people suddenly betrayed him? So it turned out that his ultimate enemy was actually himself. That's right. That familiar figure he had seen was in fact himself. If his guess was correct, this person was his clone, the clone sent to the alien world. When Liu Yuan's gaze fell on the muddy protrusions on that figure's body, he understood everything. These things were stuck to his body to prevent a connection from being established between the main body and the clone. In other words, his enemy this time was himself. Chapter 845, Betrayal and Abandonment. Liu Yuan clenched his fists tightly. He understood now. This clone, which had always been synced with him, had accidentally encountered this mud on the alien world and had discovered that it was capable of blocking their connection. No, if that were all, it would not have escaped Liu Yuan's notice. The clone had to have noticed that their connection had been severed for some reason after entering the alien world. Subsequently, he had begun to have thoughts of disloyalty. In the past, regardless of whether it was the present world or an alien world, his clone would be always synced to him. As such, there had been no differences between the two. Now that their connection had been severed, a crack had appeared and the clone had decided to not return to Liu Yuan. After all, the clone was essentially himself, a person with wit and ambition. If so, what was the clone's goal? Suddenly, Liu Yuan's vigilance rose. The clone's goal should be the same as his own, obtaining control over the world. and his source of motivation should be the flower-like young lady as well. Suddenly, Liu Yuan raged. "You are courting death." Not only was clone being disloyal, he even dared to think of laying his hands on her. Liu Yuan was certain of the clone's motives. After all, the clone was as intelligent as him and shared the same memories as him. As such, they would have the same dream and ambition. This clone was simply another Liu Yuan. He. Liu Yuan laughed. His aura rose without stop, causing everyone in his kingdom to tremble. "Clone, you are courting death." Liu Yuan stood up. He had decided to make a move personally to take control of this traitor. Initially, he had planned to directly destroy this clone. However, this was quite a unique occurrence, and thus, he had to figure out the reason behind it. Otherwise, what would he do if his next clone betrayed him as well? This should not have happened. His cloning method was different than the regularly used methods, those comparatively trashy abilities that could create numerous clones with a shout or something. In fact, his clone was a truly independent and powerful body. It was simply a different Liu Yuan who possessed all his abilities. The clone had his consciousness, and when he and the clone acted, it was equivalent to two Liu Yuans moving together. This was also why he had dispatched a clone to fight Yi back during the godhood trial. After all, this clone was sufficient to do a lot of things on his behalf. Moreover, Liu Yuan was also capable of switching his clone body and his real body as he wished. They would forever be synced with each other. This was the strongest aspect of the cloning ability he had used. But now, everything had been severed. During the battle with Su Hao, he had lost his clone and even his main body had received a grave injury. Therefore, he had exhausted his power to create a brand new clone while also maintaining the highest level of vigilance while dealing with the new alien world he had created. Unexpectedly, the final result was the betrayal of his clone, alien world. The Crystal Palace. What exactly was in that world? Liu Yuan had to figure that out. It was impossible for him to go there personally. The alien worlds were too scary and dangerous. After the two mishaps he had encountered on alien worlds, he would not deliver himself to his death on an alien world. As such, the best solution was to regain control over his clone. Liu Yuan sneered. "So you think that some mud can block me?" This clone was still too naive after all. Shwa. Light swirled before Liu Yuan. Bang! Liu Yuan stepped forth into empty air and directly appeared above that brand new kingdom. As for the sort of resistance this kingdom might pose, Liu Yuan did not care. This was how domineering he was. Come, bang! A bright radiance descended. Above this brand new country, Liu Yuan's huge figure appeared. He immediately locked his attention on the palace, on the unique clone right in the middle of the palace. That person, despite his covered face, still possessed a figure that was exactly the same as his own. Liu Yuan pointed forward. Sync. Shwa. Numerous beams of light surged forth. Instantly, a thread was created, linking the both of them. Return. Liu Yuan muttered. Bang! A bright radiance spread. Liu Yuan sneered. The connection between them took priority over everything else. With such a short distance, nothing could block their connection. Suddenly, Liu Yuan's eyes went wide. What? Before him, that bright radiance faded after turning into various light particles. That distant figure appeared fine, and Liu Yuan himself was still not getting any information or feedback whatsoever from this clone. Moreover, he could even see a sneer at the corner of that clone's mouth. For the first time, that person opened his mouth. "Did you truly think I had no way of dealing with you?" This was the voice of Liu Yuan. That person proceeded to say something extremely astonishing. "Know this. What you know, I know as well. What I know, though, might not necessarily be what you know." Shwa. The clone waved his hand. Instantly, the space surrounding Liu Yuan collapsed. After all, he had only forcefully sent his projection here from his kingdom. As such, the amount of power available to him wasn't much. As such, facing such resistance, his projection immediately collapsed. "I will return for you," Liu Yuan said with a cold gaze. The clone merely laughed coldly. Shwa. With a flash of light, everything returned to normal. Bang! Liu Yuan was blasted back to his own kingdom. A deafening sound spread as Liu Yuan nearly destroyed his own palace in his fury. Liu Yuan raged. Damn it, damn it, damn it. That damnable clone. How long had it been since Liu Yuan had last been so infuriated? It had been a very long time indeed. He had never expected a day to come where he suffered a loss due to his own clone's scheming. As for the words that clone had uttered, they caused Liu Yuan's heart to chill. Know this. What you know, I know as well. What I know, though, might not necessarily be what you know. These words, just thinking about them caused fear to rise in Liu Yuan's heart. True, what the clone had experienced on the alien world was still completely unknown to Liu Yuan. What exactly had happened there? That clone was also certain that the real Liu Yuan would never dare personally step foot on that world. To be precise, that clone wasn't at all afraid that Liu Yuan would enter that world in the flesh. Why was that? Because that alien world was stronger? Or perhaps the clone had been subdued by the people of that world? Liu Yuan did not know, and the unknown was the scariest. Liu Yuan had remained undefeated for way too long. This matter with the alien world was causing him to be somewhat crazed. He was now sure of one thing, that alien world, that so-called ability capable of creating an alien world based on a book, was in fact a Pandora's box that should never have been opened. This applied to both Godly Model Creator and the Crystal Palace. If Liu Yuan were given a second chance, he would absolutely not touch them. Why had he even decided to copy that ability in the first place? Regardless, right now he had to focus on regaining control over this clone that had gone rogue. Hopefully, the clone hadn't leaked too much of his secrets. Liu Yuan stood up. A faint shiny silhouette took form before him. Despite the fact that Liu Yuan's cloning ability was powerful, it had a weakness. Only a single clone could remain active at a time. Under normal circumstances, when Liu Yuan formed a new clone, the previous clone would automatically dissipate into nothingness. As such, Liu Yuan was very curious about what would happen when a new one was formed. Bang! Bang! From within Liu Yuan's body, countless abilities were drawn out. His godly power dropped rapidly as the abilities converged before him to form a faintly shining silhouette, becoming a brand new Liu Yuan. This was precisely his new clone. At present, in the distant world of the Crystal Palace, Liu Yuan's clone was in the midst of fearlessly throwing insults toward Ming and the others from his cage. Suddenly, an acute pain arose in his heart. The world before his eyes grew dark as his consciousness faded. This feeling, he felt fear as he realized something. He had actually been abandoned by his real self. Chen Feng had actually succeeded. How many days had it been? Chapter 846. Trampling on the New Kingdom. In the kingdom of Liu Yuan, he had someone monitoring that clone of his at all times. Alas, he discovered that the clone did not die. Even after forming a new clone, the old clone was still not dead. That damnable clone was still staying in the so-called New Kingdom. Liu Yuan's eyes gleamed coldly. Is it because of the mud? So it turned out that this thing from the alien world was capable of truly severing their connection. Since that was the case, the only option left was a battle. Prepare for a war, Liu Yuan said coldly. He was aware of how strong he was, just as he was aware of how terrifying he could be in the future. As such, he would not give this clone of his a chance to grow. He had to immediately kill the clone. He could not afford to let his clone stay alive for too long. Let's go. Liu Yuan walked out of his palace. The entire kingdom of Liu Yuan began operating as per his wishes. All the gods gathered together and followed behind Liu Yuan as they headed forward to conquer the so-called new country. An all-out war was about to erupt. Once again, this planet, which had enjoyed many years of peace, was shrouded in the fogs of war. Naturally, the half of the world not under Liu Yuan's control watched on with excitement. Have you heard? There is an internal conflict in Liu Yuan's country. Is that for real? Some did not believe this. This kingdom was centered around Liu Yuan, after all. Who would dare mess around? Hey, you must not know of this yet. I heard that the rebel has already established his very own kingdom. Moreover, he possesses terrifying and unrivaled strength. Stronger than Liu Yuan? No idea. However, it is said that the rebel resembles Liu Yuan greatly. What? There's a great resemblance in their voice and appearance. Hiss, could it be? Who knows? In any case, a great show is about to unfold. that person narrated sneakily. As for the others, everyone was filled with joy. It seemed like this war was a result of Liu Yuan's mistake. TSK. However, that was understandable. In this world, Liu Yuan was unrivaled. If there was an enemy, that enemy could only be himself. I wonder how it feels to fight oneself? Someone asked while sneering. Someone laughed wildly. Well, only our exalted Lord Liu Yuan will know this feeling. Ha 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 ha. They were looking forward to this war. Perhaps Liu Yuan would perish together with his other self. That would be the perfect ending. This was what many people were thinking. At this time, within the new kingdom, the Lord Clone was calculating his current combat power. Countless underlings of him were trembling in fear. The reason? They had simply blindly followed Lord Liu Yuan out to establish a new kingdom as he wished. They believed that this was just a new project of Lord Liu Yuan's. Unexpectedly, they had followed a bogus Lord Liu Yuan. On that day, when Liu Yuan himself descended here, they had nearly collapsed from despair. So it turned out that they had followed a faker. And yet something scarier had happened. This lord here had actually blasted Lord Liu Yuan back whence he'd come. What did that signify? That signified that this lord here wasn't any weaker than Liu Yuan was. Moreover, his appearance and voice, everything was exactly the same as the other Liu Yuan. Confusion had started to arise about who the real Liu Yuan was. This confusion had lasted until rumors about the clone started spreading. Only then did they discover that this Lord Liu Yuan here was actually a clone. However, this was a terrifying clone that wasn't any weaker than the real body. Moreover, what they cared most about was the fact that this new lord here had not subjected them to any sort of monitoring. Rather, he had granted them the freedom to do what they wanted. That unique mud was capable of blocking the signals from the wristbands they wore. From that day onward, they had been free of the monitoring. They had become truly free. You guys can do what you want. Those willing to fight by my side, stay. Those unwilling, leave as soon as possible. In any case, if you guys hide in the various corners of the world, Liu Yuan will be too lazy to search you out one by one. Do take care if you select this option. These were the words of their new master. They who had been used to being unfeeling and obeying without question had actually been somewhat moved by these words. However, their feelings being moved was an entirely different matter. Despite that, they were still likely to flee at any time. That's right, this Lord Clone had been molded by the original Liu Yuan, possessing even the same memories. As such, even if he emerged victorious from this war, he might eventually make the same choices as the original Liu Yuan. This was a battle between two Liu Yuans. If possible, they would not stay behind. And thus, news of something was spread. This clone was busy helping people flee and wasn't the least bothered with whether these people stayed behind to help him or not. This resulted in more and more people fleeing here from the kingdom of Liu Yuan. The clone easily liberated these refugees from Liu Yuan. After being moved by his actions, these refugees decided to leave quietly as well. And just like before, only the clone alone was left here. In the entirety of this new kingdom, there was only the clone himself. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. Why is he even doing this? Why else? To weaken Liu Yuan? TSK. Liu Yuan weakening Liu Yuan? I suppose he has no choice. After all, nobody understands the real Liu Yuan better than him.